welcome to the Blast Bounty Playoffs, coming at you from the sunny island of Malta. This is where the top 8 teams who have survived the online gauntlet will be joining us as we return to good old-fashioned LAN Counter-Strike. But the question is, how did the teams earn their spot here?
We started with 32 teams of online Counter-Strike with not a single upset. That is a rare occurrence. We did see some great CS, some impressive showings, but by the end of it, we didn't get a single underdog into the round of 16.
And in the round of 16, we saw the 4 best teams in World Counter-Strike all make it through to the LAN playoffs here in Malta. However, some of the teams that cause upsets are no strangers to scaling the mountain. Virtus.pro, Astralis, and Liquid, they're all primed to do some damage here.
That leaves us with our top 8. Single elimination continues. Opponents selected by the bounty hunters yesterday. So let's recap exactly what went down in yesterday's draft show. Will anybody choose to risk it all for a potentially huge reward? It is time to find out as we kick off the Blast Bounty draft show.
We've got the first pick here, and the question, Roger, is who's it going to be?
Everybody know I have half French, and I'm half French and also Turkish in my blood. And also this team, we already beat 2-0 this year. So my pick gonna be MongolZ.
Oh, take this out here. Take this out. Masterful bait going on there. What went into this decision? Why the Mongols?
It's a team decision. We like them style. They little like us, so it's gonna be a spicy match. And
you're the first choice here. You've been claimed right off the bat. Do you think he's making a mistake?
He said we are a B-tier team.
no,
You gonna show him he's wrong about that?
Absolutely.
It's time, Finn, for your pick.
We pick Spirit.
Spirit. Okay, coming into this, why Spirit?
If we took a look at those 3 teams left, Vitality, MOUZ, and Spirit, they all are great. But we just, no, we want to try to play Spirit.
You're coming right off of a trophy here, Chopper. He's picking into you. What's up with that?
It's a good pick from them. I know why they do this. Let's see what happens in the game.
Rugga, everyone's been very democratic so far. Do you rule with an iron fist? Did you make the decision yourself? Want to win into the process?
Nah, we talked it through as a team, like made our pros and cons to the specific matchups, and we also had a feeling about what teams might be left and who wouldn't be, so.
Who are you going to be picking?
We'll be picking MOUZ.
How do you feel about that, Cyclone?
Shocking. I thought we were going to play Liquid. I think it makes sense. We play in not so long VP at EWC, and I think maybe they want to have a chance against a different team. So
Order, which means that our last matchup here, we've got a day between Liquid and Vitality. Shui, the choice has been made for you. How do you feel you match up against the boys in yellow?
Yeah, I mean, not big of a surprise. I think no matter what team we played, it was always going to be a tough game.
Are you feeling like you're going to break out that scepter and extend the reign?
We will see. We are not thinking about that. Just tournament by tournament, to be honest. We want to prove Cologne was a mistake from us.
Our matchups are now set in stone, and what that sets for us is a few exciting days of Counter-Strike to come.
Oh, it certainly is. Welcome back to LAN and back to the Blast Bounty. My name is Spears, joined by Maui and Vu for what is going to be 4 days of very exciting Counter-Strike, Maui. I love that we get the players all warming up behind us. This is what it's all about.
It really does bring a different energy to the studio when the players are here, when we see them live in person. I hope that they're all able to maintain the levels that they've shown throughout the year, because we've got 8 of the best teams in World CS before us.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different vibe, it's a different feeling when you actually get into the studio environment. Obviously, MOUZ did that to themselves for a little bit, but yeah, this is what you want to see, this is what you live for. You live for the LAN portion of the event. Great to be here.
Let's react a little bit to the draft show that we saw going down just yesterday. We saw Aurora picking into the Mongols. They were the team that had the first pick of the 4 potential, most wanted teams. Virtus.pro picking Spirit. This was your kind of hipster pick in terms of the most exciting matchup you see. Why is that, Maui?
Well, I felt like there were a couple options for Virtus.pro here. I thought the Veto actually matched up best to go against a team like Vitality, but it was actually Vu who really predicted this one more on the nose.
Yeah, I mean, I went really out there. I said they were going to pick the lowest seeded team, Maui. I can't. That was really incredibly bold prediction. I mean, the reality is, Spirit, despite winning Cologne, they are the second best team. It is a bit of a surprise they didn't pick MOUZ, but Spirit is a team that has maybe some flaws. Maybe Vitality or maybe Virtus Pro are seeing something they can actually exploit in that team.
Do you think because of the roster rumors, which are pretty much confirmed, they're seeing maybe a bit of a weakness in Spirit right now?
You never really know what's going on in the camp of a team that knows that they're going to be making changes. Sometimes they get the dead team buff. Sometimes they just kind of play like they already know this is all over, and so they don't care that much.
Yeah.
If I'm VP, I'd probably go for a Spirit too, and if I'm talking about the form of the team today.
Let's skip on over to the other two matchups that went down. Astralis picking into MOUZ because they were left with that choice, or Vitality, which unfortunately, Vu, Liquid were left with the tall task of trying to take them down, a game going down tomorrow.
Yeah, my prediction for the round of 8 was that there's going to be some humbling going on. There's going to be some teams realizing they're getting a bit of a reality check, and I think this is the biggest reality check. Vitality, Liquid, they can show something, they could show signs, but it would be probably the upset of the year if they were to beat Vitality.
I'd have to agree with that. I feel like if Liquid is actually able to take down Vitality, it just warps our entire brain about what's to come for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
Because we saw Vitality falter in the semifinals of Cologne, but it was against an elite MOUZ Sports. If they lose to Liquid today, who themselves have to be delusional to even have a chance of winning, I don't know what to think after that.
How much are you reading into the Vitality result back in Cologne, Vu? Because I think Apex, he was very apt in saying they weren't playing their best Counter-Strike, but neither was MOUZ. So that's why he was so disappointed that they weren't able to get that one over the line.
Yeah, I'm willing to forget that result entirely. I saw a couple of Apex interviews. He's talking, they just didn't have the fight that they had most of the rest of the year. They weren't playing themselves. It was a big loss for them, but they've absolutely come back and shown that they are back at their level, and they just have to continue that.
Those sort of intangibles that Vitality were missing on that semifinal Saturday, I'm not too worried about. If they show that it's a trend and it continues at the bounty, well, then we can start raising some red flags.
Let's head over to Blast TV because there's a hell of a lot of mini games we can get involved with over there. But I want to talk about the fantasy teams. Maui, I believe we have yours in question. We did make one for producer Miggle late last night. So can you kind of walk me through your picks? Because I see you went with did you go with Flamesy instead of Mezzy?
I mean, you pressured me yesterday on the show to add Mezzy, but no, Flamesy, if he's playing a team that's a little bit weaker, like a Liquid, for example, I've seen him just run through those types of rosters in the past. He's set up for all of the success. He's set up to get all those kinds of entry frags, and he usually does if the team is outside of, say, the top 8 or so.
Still going with Zontix there.
Yeah, I think we're ready for the Zontix dead team buff. The Zontix, he knows he's getting replaced. He's going to start playing a little more selfish maybe, or he'll just keep playing for the team. I mean, he's a great player. You can't avoid picking Zontix in that tier. Honestly, it's just a great choice.
Jimmy and Techno to round things out. I think the Techno choice, very, very smart. Jimmy, we've had some questions about his form in 2025. Is this the moment that he gets back into things really consistently?
I'm sure we'll get a lot more into that as we discuss the matchup right before us, but I have some faith in Yimpad. I feel like he's been hard done because of the expectation that we've set for him because he was so good last year, but he's still good. Yeah. He's still a good player.
Do you like the Techno pick to round out the bronze player?
I think based on the results that Techno has shown in the online portion, where he's actually shown himself fragging out in a kind of incredible way, I think that's a great pick to round out the 5. Couldn't really, I mean, there's some obvious picks there as well, but are you picking Chopper over Techno? No.
No, I think not. Particularly after Techno actually gave us a little bit of spice yesterday in the draft show. Mike's been doing a little bit of research. Allegedly, Maja and Wikadia called MongolZ B tier. Techno wasn't happy about that.
And he shouldn't be happy about that. MongolZ, sure, they're not right now knocking at the ceiling that Vitality has lifted for all CS2 teams, but they are clearly one of the top 5 teams in the world. I don't think that even necessitates debate, actually. I feel like, sure, the potential of some other rosters underneath them in ranking might be higher, say like a Falcons or something, but MongolZ has proven a lot already. They made it to the grand finals of Austin, okay? I can't ever take that away from them.
100%. We will be having a deep dive into that matchup later on today as Aurora do take on the MongolZ as our second game here on Thursday. But first game of the day, we are going to be kicking things off with MOUZ versus Astralis after this short break.
Now, with MOUZ, it's the first time you've actually matched up against them with this Astralis team. You have anything in particular you're going to show?
I don't think that MOUZ is the kind of team where you have like too many gimmicks against them, because they are very dynamic themselves, and it's not like you can find anything completely crazy against them, but you just have to play some solid CS. I think they have a similar style to the way we play, actually. So obviously, if I have some crazy tricks, I'm not going to tell you now, but don't expect us to pull out a new meta today, at least.
He's a great addition for their lineup in Astralis. I think he knows how to use their players really well. I think they are a bit inconsistent at the moment with their level. Some games I think they show up really well, some games maybe a bit less, but not an opponent to underestimate at all. I think they play some great CS in some rounds. So yeah, just looking forward to play against them. As you said, we never played against them with the HooXi in the lineup. So yeah, that's it for us.
Our first quarterfinal of the Blast Bounty and MOUZ are in the house. Despite consistently making it to playoffs after playoffs, despite even taming their demons of Vitality in Cologne, the trophies unfortunately continue to evade Brolin and his boys. Looking to deny them a deep run here are Astralis, with HooXi now leading the charge, Device firmly back in action, and STER's positional promotion. The race to put Danish Counter-Strike back in pole position has begun, but they do need to take it up a gear today, Maui, because MOUZ, let's be real, they're no slouches right now.
MOUZ are one of the elite teams in Counter-Strike right now. There's no way that I could see Astralis on the same level, even though some of the name value of the players may evoke feelings from years prior. We know the heights that people like Device and Stown have been on in the past, and the trophies that HooXi has lifted, but it still feels like a work in progress. It's going in the right direction, however.
What would you say is like the current identity of MOUZ, Vu?
I think MOUZ actually kind of compared to like some of the old school teams. You might even compare them to like old school Astralis before they were the GOAT. They have so much tactical depth. They have so much consistency. They have so many things going for them, but they need something to actually push them to the next level so they can be that Vitality. They can be a world beater, because right now they're just really consistently not quite making it to the final, not quite winning the events. They're just really consistently top 3.
In terms of the other side of things, where would you put Astralis right now? Because I think it's been, a couple of years of struggling to make it to majors, not really having their name in the top tier conversation. Are they on the right track to redeeming their name?
I mean, I don't think that anybody in the organization wants to bring up the fact that the amount of stars that they have on their jersey in 4 is actually less than the total number of majors they've missed in a row now. However, I really do believe that HooXi is ushering in a Danish renaissance in terms of bringing some of these players back to form, in terms of getting everybody on the right track. And really, this guy feels like he's more or less saving this organization right now, because we know that they're floundering in a couple different aspects, financially speaking, of course. And so for HooXi to make deep runs with Astralis, to recognize the talent that he has on his team and try to slot it all into the right places, this guy's figuring everything out for them.
I actually think that you could already say that they've redeemed the Astralis brand, the Astralis name, because before HooXi got picked up, you were looking at Astralis kind of like you're looking at Liquid now. You expect them to lose to a VP Prodigy. You expect them to fall to these teams that have no business beating an Astralis, but you would just kind of see it happen time and time again, falling out of the major, all of these sorts of things. HooXi joins the roster. Immediately, they make it to a grand final, only losing to Spirit. Immediately, they're a competitive team. They're actually capable of making deep runs at events. This team is already on the redemption path.
And you can see it just in the numbers here, right? Like, explain to me what you've seen in the server since HooXi has, had his way, has been able to be kind of the puppet master of this squad.
Well, it really feels like when they played under Cadian, under Device, under Blamev, there was no flow. There wasn't that synergy. The game plan was more about just defaulting, see if people can find their own, maybe a couple fast plays. I feel like HooXi has just always had a better read of the game than 2 of the IGLs I just mentioned. He's always been better than Blamev. He's always been better than Device as a caller. And it just feels like he's putting the right people into the right places. He's recognizing the strengths of players. And I think that's the most important thing about HooXi, is that he gives the right amount of freedom and he gives just the right amount of leash to any of the players before he says, okay, now we need to make it a little bit more structured here and there.
Any players specifically that you've seen that happen with Vu? Anybody anybody you wanna bring into the ring?
Stair is the obvious one. Stair is a player that has changed roles after HooXi joined. He's now more in the star roles. I actually really love Yabi as well. The roles that Stair has kind of taken out of his hands, and Yabi is moving into the anchor roles. I think he's actually excelled at those anchor roles, but really Stair is the name to talk about because he was arguably the best player on their team role for such a long time, and they weren't giving him the space to work with.
We look at the positions here and really almost, I mean, on 5 of the maps, he's just upgraded or at least just now has the star positions on it. So I can't really fault, I mean, what Stair's been doing for this team is that he so far exceeded what he was doing in his position that they just had to promote him immediately. It's like you have a fry cook that's just going so hard in the kitchen that suddenly you're like, okay, this guy needs to be a regional manager tomorrow. And that's practically what they did for Stair.
Not to go on too much of a tangent here, but is there any one of these positions that you've been particularly impressed with what he's been able to deliver inside the server? Because like, there's obviously a lot of pressure when you're moving to, like, I'm thinking of Connector or Mirage, right? There's a lot of responsibility on your shoulders. Anywhere you've seen him particularly flourish immediately?
I guess Mirage is the most obvious one because it's such a pivotal role playing in the connector, but I would say that in terms of ancient middle and controlling that, that's where I feel like I've looked at some of his demos, I've seen how he's just played that. He just has the right tempo in terms of realizing, is this a good fight, is this a bad fight? His decision making is very strong in those types of spots.
I don't know how to read this quote, Vu. Now I actually have to perform, and that's kind of nice. Like, what do you mean now you actually have to?
Yeah, like before I could just not perform, and that was totally fine. Guys. No, of course he's talking about now the pressure is on my shoulders. I like the idea of having some pressure, and I actually really respect that he understands when the roles change, it's not, you used to hear pros go, roles don't matter. Roles do matter. You're put in good positions, you're put in positions to succeed. People are sacrificing for you. That means you have to perform. He recognizes that. I really respect that.
Well, let's check in with the man himself. It's Stair, courtesy of Daft Mike.
You gave an interview to HLTV on the media day talking about how you were enjoying being a little bit more focused in the roles, in your positions, being able to affect the game a little bit more. What does it mean for you as a player and your confidence as a player to have a leadership, to have a team that's putting that much trust in you to put the team forward?
I mean, from time to time, it maybe is a little pressure because I have to get used to doing more stuff, coming with more stuff, and just in general, like being more vocal. But I think I've got more used to it already now, and when I get even more experience in the role once again, then I will feel like it's natural to me. I think I still need a little more time for it to feel completely natural, but I'm just like super happy that the boys believe in me and that they want me to play these roles. I think also it was HooXi's idea, and he of course sees some potential since he wants to do like this. So I'm just happy.
And good for Yabi for giving up some of those roles. Nice guy, Yabi, Vu.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that you actually, you can credit Yabi, you can credit Stair. I kind of want to give credit to either the coaching staff or HooXi. It's not like Yabi and Stair got together and they said, hey, Yabi goes, I'd like to have less fun now. I'd like to really, I'm having too much fun, Stair. Why don't you have some? I think you have to say that HooXi or the coaching staff must have had a hand in this to get them onto the same page, and both of them actually accepting that this makes sense. These are good changes.
Just to round out the Astralis conversation, I just want to touch upon the VRS points very quickly, because obviously for Astralis, they're so precious, right? They've missed out on so many majors, which makes me a little bit worried when it comes to the wager challengeability of these teams. But either way, it's good to see it being on an upwards trajectory for Astralis.
Astralis right now are more thankful about, the two things they should be most thankful for are HooXi and Fisher. Okay, that event just skyrocketed them in the rankings, and now they're sitting pretty comfortably in the top 10. So all in all, I think that they feel pretty decently, but yeah, against an opponent like MOUZ, I just think the likelihood that they're gonna go for any significant wager is fairly low.
Tell me about MOUZ's recent form, Vu, because as I kind of said in the introduction, making it to playoffs every single damn event, it seems like, but only one trophy to show for it this year.
Yeah, I think you can easily underrate MOUZ because you saw them come onto the scene at the end of last year especially. They looked like a team that could make that next jump to be the best team in the world, and they could win events, and they could do all of this. And then you come into this year, they have so many expectations. You want to see them make that last jump, and they just have kind of stagnated at that top 3 ceiling. And that's not a bad thing. They're still a great team. It's obviously better than going down in the rankings, but it means that our expectations were so high. We're thinking of MOUZ as this team that they're not, that we're thinking of MOUZ as this team that's doing badly when they're not. They're doing fantastic. They just haven't made that next step.
For MOUZ right now, I mean, you said earlier, Vu, that it resembles sort of Astralis before they reach their prime. I almost feel like it's beginning to resemble who Astralis' prime was up against, which was Liquid, because it feels like MOUZ, they did just take down Vitality for the first time in Cologne, but they're still not hoisting the trophy. They're not getting it done. So they have a mental block that they need to get through when it comes to beating the Giga Elite opponents. But for an opponent like Astralis against them, this is usually where they do some of their best work.
That was what was so tricky about looking at that Cologne result, right? Because, okay, you like so much celebration in order for finally taking down Vitality, just a beast that has been haunting you throughout this year. And then you go up against Spirit and you fall flat like that. Like, that's no bueno.
Well, not only did they go up against Spirit, but they even had Apex with some kind of trash talk. I mean, he meant it in earnest, but he said, look, MOUZ didn't play that well. I think they're going to struggle against Spirit because it was really us that did badly. And as MOUZ, you must feel like you have something to prove when Vitality loses to you and says, they're not that good, they're going to lose in the final, and they were right.
Well, either way, gentlemen, it is time to find out what maps we're going to be playing in our picks and bans. Okay, Maui, you are very intrigued with this one. Any expectations, anywhere you're hoping this ends up?
Well, the reason I was so interested in this one was that both of these teams, after the induction of Overpass for Anubis, have shown a 7-map pool. So they could kind of more or less just go with some of their strengths. Boo, I feel like Nuke should get into this one. I thought either team could pick it, but I'm glad to see Astralis go for it here.
Yeah, I actually thought they might leave Nuke to map 3 because I think they're both very comfortable
I thought
on that
that'd be a
map as
handshake,
well.
maybe.
Yeah, so it's interesting Astralis actually go for the pick on Nuke. Then you have MOUZ pick Mirage, which is kind of what you're expecting. I'm expecting now Dust 2 to be map 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's completely possible, but okay,
right.
Actually, would Astralis take it out here? Honestly, I'm just curious at this point because this is the one veto of all of the first round matchups at the Bounty where I was like, okay, this can go in a lot of different directions based off of the prep that they have for themselves. Okay, and so with Overpass out, looks like we're going to be getting Inferno.
I know, okay. Is there a clear winner immediately from this, or is it pretty 50-50?
I think I'd say Astralis picking Nuke kind of puts MOUZ in the driver's seat because that is a map MOUZ are happy with. They want to be playing that map. The rest of the maps, I think, is kind of what you're expecting. But yeah, I have to give this one to MOUZ at least slightly.
Let's talk about some of the individuals from the side of MOUZ then, because Jimmy, he had quite a nice quote recently alluding to, the fact that maybe not all the individuals are showing up at the same time. Is that something that concerns you for MOUZ moving forward?
Not in this matchup, I'll say that. Okay. This is the kind of matchup where the tactics and the aggregate of ability from MOUZ will get them over the line versus an opponent like Astralis who is still finding their own footing. This is more of a quote that I feel like is something that we need to think about when it comes to the big dogs. If we start to see individuals falling off versus a team like Astralis, well, then we definitely have to worry. But I also think that Yimpat, he's being a little bit self-critical here. Yeah,
I mean, you could read this quote as a criticism of himself because you saw Jimmy in the end of last year as one of the best anchors out there. You could say he was the best anchor in the scene. That's definitely an argument that could be made. There's a reason Falcons wanted him. There's a reason everyone was talking about him. He comes into this year, he's not bad by any means, but he's not what he looked like at the end of last year. And I want to see him up that individual level if they're going to win an event like this.
It's kind of unfair, isn't it? Because I feel like they're suffering a little bit from success, Maui, if you look at the side of Jimpat. But we do need to check in and see if there are going to be any challenges in this head-to-head.
That's the question of the moment, isn't it? That's the big question here. We got MOUZ, we got Astralis. Now, Spinks, you were telling me before we went live that you're something of a gambling man. Is that right?
A bit. I like to take some risks.
So you have, say, a nice 11K in the bank right now. You throwing any of that on the line, wagering in this matchup?
First of all, it's not only my money, so I can't just throw it away. But I will match whatever they put.
You'll match whatever they put. You're not going to give them any odds, though.
No, I have no idea what is it.
You guys are like a top 3 team. They're like barely cracking to the top 10. You gotta give them something. 2-1.
I have no idea what does it mean. I follow the orders.
Just following the orders. All right. Then it sounds like you get to make the wager here. Well, is there a wager you'd be comfortable with?
I don't think we're gonna wager this time around.
What if? All right, hear me out. No pressure, but what if you threw in like 1K to their 5?
I mean, then I would have to hear my team again, but I think not this time around.
You're the man in the driver's seat right now. Not happening?
Apparently I am. I mean, I think we're just gonna go for that bounty.
Going for the bounty, no skin in the game. You're getting out of this with no money on the line. Is that a little disappointing here?
That's on him. I match whatever he put.
No wager this time, Freya.
And I am heartbroken with that. I thought Spinks was putting it out on a limb. I thought there was going to be just a little bit, because like, let's recap as well. Rule changes. You don't have to match. You don't have to match the wager anymore. You could go in with $1 to their like 5.
I think we need to explain that to the teams even more. Like you can change the odds for yourself. I think you can. I mean, if Astralis wanted to put up 100, just 100, and then MOUZ want to just give them 500 for that 100, they could have done that. But instead, we just get a lack of a wager here. But again, like, thinking about Astralis as a whole right now, they need to get some cash to their name. They can't fall too far down in the VRS rankings. It
100% makes sense. Let's talk about some of the head-to-heads as we move towards this matchup. I think it's only fair that we put Brolin and HooXi toe-to-toe in this one, because it's been a story of two very interesting in-game leaders. How do you kind of compare and contrast them in terms of how they like to lead a team?
Yeah, I think when it comes down to it, you look at Brolin and he's come into some big shoes, the shoes that Shuhei was filling, and there was a lot of question marks. Could they actually do that? Could he IGL? You had the interview when he was 13 saying, yeah, I really always wanted to IGL or something like that, you know, and when it comes down to it, I think he's done a good job leading in the mid rounds. I think he's a good IGL. The problem I've had with Brolin so far is in the mid games, when you get 5, 6, 7 rounds, and on the off chance that the game plan isn't working, and usually it is, if it isn't working, I think he really struggles to adjust, to change the pace, to change the style, and actually find something that works for him in a game that isn't going his way.
I'd love for the audience, for the stat checkers at home, to try to think about when does MOUZ use their timeouts, because it does feel, to back up Vu's statement, that Psychro needs to get in their ear for those T sides. If the initial game plan isn't going well, when do you activate game plan B or go down to even the C game? Because it does feel like, I totally agree with Vu's sentiment. If the first couple rounds aren't going their way, it rarely gets that much better without a timeout.
What about the AWPing conversation? How are we looking at this head-to-head when we've got Device, you know, such a tenured AWPer, obviously trying to maintain that status moving into the twilight years, I guess, of his career, whereas torzsi, we're having a conversation. He's certainly in the top 5 for this year, maybe even pushing into that top 3. What do you think?
I feel like Device is in a weird position where he passes the stats test. You look at the numbers and it really feels like, oh, he must be doing fine. But the eye test is a little bit shakier. He's not taking over games in the same fashion that he did in his prime necessarily. He still usually walks away from a game with a half decent rating, but then you sometimes struggle to recognize, was there actually impact on the op? Because sometimes I think his actual T-side rifling masks what he doesn't deliver with the sniper in hand.
Yeah, and actually one of the things that I want to say I've been a little critical of Device for is that he sometimes tries to force the aggression. He tries to force a play when his team is doing badly, and he doesn't actually make it work. And on the other hand, you have torzsi. I think he's been forcing plays. He's been doing a really damn good job of it on the CT side especially. He's kind of in the reverse of Yimpat, where Jimmy, we were looking at him last year, great, and he's kind of tapered off. torzsi, we were questioning him a little bit last year, and then I think he is in the top 3 discussion. I don't think I'd put him in the top 3 quite yet, but he's in the discussion for top 3 offers.
We've got another half a year to cement that, obviously. Something that we can't like underestimate torzsi for is like his hype moments within the team, right? And I'm so glad we get to hear them in person here in the studio, because throughout the major, so many, Cologne as well, there were so many. I love to hear that from torzsi.
torzsi is the beating heart of MOUZ. For a team that a lot of people have really had trouble grasping onto in terms of likability, torzsi is a guy that has gained immediately so many fans with his post-game exit interview in Austin.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your thoughts. It is time to kick off our first quarterfinal here in Malta. Astralis taking on MOUZ with Harry and Hugo.
Yeah, thank you very much. And it's a great quarterfinal to start off, Hugo. It's a sunny day here in Malta. We've just had the teams come on in, and I tell you what, Astralis, they're looking pretty keen right now. I'm wondering, are they a vibes team all of a sudden?
They are, Harry. They're looking like a vibes team, I think. Astralis, I'm kind of enthralled a little bit about what we're going to get, right? This has been single elimination all the way through the online stage. That's, of course, going to continue into the playoffs, and no doubt they are big underdogs. Getting to pick MOUZ or Vitality was no easy choice. They made the right one, clearly, but at the same time, I don't know, I'm sort of buying into this new look Astralis. They had a bad Cologne, but other than that, some role changes, some comfortability, a pickup of HooXi has risen this team back to the stars. The issue is they're going up against MOUZ, and it feels like every player on MOUZ is hitting pound for pound their hardest yet.
No, you're dead on. Although, you know, when you look at like the teams Astralis had to beat to get here, they're the reason why the, I guess, you know, the most notable absence from these playoffs in Na'Vi weren't able to secure their runnings, right? And if you remember that series, they actually dominated them on the third map. Astralis' nuke is really looking to hold up here. That's the opener in this quarterfinal, and I think this one is where things are going to be at kind of fever pitch, right? If they're able to best MOUZ, if you remember, MOUZ actually fell to OG as well on this map in that group stage run. So I think Astralis, this is going to be their stomping ground. They've got to put their best foot forward to open up this quarterfinal.
Nuke is definitely going to be a testing ground. It's going to answer a lot of questions about this series and the longevity being Astralis' pick, but also a comfortable place for MOUZ as we get into the pistol round. Astralis go full yard on this pistol. Everyone running outside. We've got the main smoke starting to cross now, and MOUZ missing shots, just can't connect a kill as we speak. HooXi finds his opening kill. Look at the space. Astralis scurrying up top like little rats climbing the rafters. MOUZ can't put them down.
HooXi flung up here. The rest of Astralis waiting back in the yard. Jimmy's still down in this hell position, waiting down by the lockers. And Astralis just aren't budging. They're waiting for MOUZ to make the move. With Jimmy here, I don't think there's going to be a lot of pressure on MOUZ to try and move out of this setup. They're pretty entrenched. 2 players in the top site, Jimmy holding on to the push. So eventually Astralis have to be the ones to go. Jimmy tries to find this gap, this timing. There was a chance to deal with them on the push up into the heavens. Now Exertion knows where to look, but Astralis come bounding in. And with Spinks pushed back, Jimmy knowing about down here in hell, there should be no recovering this for MOUZ.
Great pistol for Astralis. I mean, certainly helps that MOUZ just can't get a single kill, but I like how no one's playing patient there for Astralis. The goal is to take space, and that's exactly what they get. So much map control on that pistol. And that's a hard thing to do in a rifle round, right? When you've got an M4 that is going to stop you and an AWP that can take free shots off from hell. But USPs can be a fickle beast. And so Astralis make the most of their position. They take that pistol round. And MOUZ forced to save a little bit of Kevlar. More interesting changes for Astralis have really been on those CT sides. It's something we'll talk about later on in this half, I'm sure. Or in this game, rather. But let's see what the T side looks like, called by HooXi. In a game we haven't seen for a long time. Last time we got this matchup, it was before HooXi even joined this team back in Cluj. It was a semi-final where Astralis got a map, and it was Nuke. But of course, a bit of a different team there, a bit of a different responsibilities and roles. Division of labor, Priest there in these star spots, KD and Cooling. A very different Astralis. Pre-vibes, Harry.
And HooXi very much brings them, which is good. And I think, you know, the kind of disappointment for Astralis in Cologne, I bet that lights a bit of a fire under you, you know? Especially when you think of like the first outing for this team where everything looks so promising in Astana, taking the map off of Spirit, making it all the way to the finals there. They go to Cologne, they get kind of banged out, admittedly, hard opponents on that run, but Astralis didn't feel like they played up to their level and that they have to show more. And so I think that's what we're going to get to see here at Bounty.
Not confident enough to put the cash down, though, Harry.
No.
Think we're going to see any wages this weekend?
I kind of like Spinks' strategy for that, saying like, I'll put down whatever they put down.
Yeah.
That's a nice way to do it. Because also, you know, if you go first in that, you can look like the baller, be the one to say like, yeah, we'll bet.
Even though you just knew they wouldn't.
Yeah.
Well, anyone call the bluff here at Bounty? That's the question. MongolZ Aurora up next. I think that's a game where not only is it more 50-50 and it's been like back and forth and we've seen both these teams win out on stages, on studios, but I think because of the rivalry there's a chance we see some money thrown down.
Look, man, if FaZe were here, I think we're getting bets.
Sure.
I think they would be down to. Vitality probably will. But I don't think Liquid would.
Why would Liquid? Why would Liquid in that game?
And so that's kind of what you realize, though, as you go through it. It's like, there's always one interested party that you can see, hell yeah, they're down to put money in. I don't think either Spirit or VP will.
I refuse to blame Liquid for not.
No.
But we'll see later. That's the first game tomorrow. 4-day playoff. Astralis MOUZ, our debut, and the Force Buy has come in.
Just a walkout in the yard with these smokes down. They throw in that second volley. Go to take the space. It's exertion in the feed. Good trade here from Stare on that smoke spam. Catches him on the fallback. And so Exertion's not allowed to escape with a 5v4 for MOUZ, but they still have reactions all across the map. Brolin, lobby aggro in Yabi. That's a little ugly. I don't need to tell you that. You don't want Yabi feeling shaky to open up this series. Another strong trade for Stare. HooXi with the ramp take util, and that's going to get them in with a plant.
Oh, Stare's leaving him alone, though. He's going to get run down off this plant. No cover, no chance to survive. You think, where's the re-swing? There it is for Jimmy. Coming in with a crucial trade. 2-on-1 now. Stare's already found himself 2 frags in the round. But it is the Astralis plant. Going to have to go pretty wide off this single door. They don't have a kit. The tap should force something. Stare calls their bluff, not overcommitting. Sees both players. Tap again, has to come in. Stare trying to find his 1 kill, and he's done it. They're still on the bomb. Torchy gets off, door shut, and that might just be the round here for Stare. No time to save this. Stare with 4 kills in the clutch comes up with Astralis' second round.
I mean, that's a very exciting thing if you're a fan of this Astralis squad. Seeing Stare in good form to open, he did not miss a beat in this round. Every single trade that was required, he wins the clutch in the 1v2. This is the sort of mileage we've started to look to get out of Stare in this new look Astralis with HooXi at the helm.
For sure. Astralis vibes starting strong. Nothing better than being in one of those moments in the second round, because you can always just call with safety. They don't have kit. The chance they have kit is very low. So Stare's able to call the bluff twice over before he swings. He gets down secret as well. This could be a great day for a Stare game. Meant to be Denmark's next biggest thing. Got forced into anchor roles to join the best Danish team. We never really got to see him unleashed, but right now Astralis trying to climb back up the ranks. Already taken some names here at Bounty. Could MOUZ possibly be another? Oh. He's on it today.
Yeah, he's feeling really, really good. Just very safe in these moments. Jimmy now in this 1v5, looking for damage. And Astralis, as they often do, just kind of pump the brakes. They're waiting for the info. And now they know where Jimmy is. They're all going to close in on him. Sure, it gets a little more expensive than maybe you would have liked. Jimmy does well to get out with the double. But it's still a contained round by Astralis. And I like these kind of jarring pace switches that HooXi throws into these rounds, especially when they get the opener, right? When they find that 5v4, he's calling the slowdown. He's done that in 2 of the 3 rounds played so far. Just kind of gauging the reactions, trying to bait them out of MOUZ.
Yeah, the MOUZ have a play coming out of spawn here on the CT side. AWP is in for Torchy, so options are open if they want to make moves. As he locks down ramp. They are going to start to push in immediately, taking that radio control. MOUZ won't sit back and relax. In the meantime, Astralis make the cross. Bomb makes it down. 3 players behind the smokes. Stare getting cheeky, though. Yabi hiding in the lobby. And on that fade, there will be a kill. Which way is it going to go?
Oh my god, they're next to each other.
Yabi should have this.
This is surely Yabi's kill. Collects the freebie. Is he ready for lobby to be taken? Because MOUZ put a lot of players into stealing this lobby control, and so Yabi just gets out with one.
Idea was right, timing was not.
The Yard Crossers come in, they've made it to Garage. Exertion posted to try and stop the spill over here. As Astralis once more go for this space out towards Heaven and Hell. Exertion backing all the way up here. And Jimmy just gonna slide in while their attention is on Exertion. Good catch for Brolin down here at lower. And slowly, you know, all the options have shrunk down here for Astralis. Denied the space at Hell, can't scale past CT, and now they've lost lower, so they desperately need a solution. Stairs gonna go looking for one.
Got some isolated players here. Torchy could just end the round, and Stairs dropped at Hell, so that's it. No chance to get that bomb. Torchy shot in the back to finish the round here, and MOUZ get their first on the board. Nice fallback for Exertion. What a crazy position to play. And to have Jimmy swinging off him as well in Hell. Astralis' attention completely diverted. I don't even think that lobby kill for Yabi, even if it comes through, would change what's going on outside. Their goal is pretty clear for Astralis right now. They want to go for this round-the-world wrap. Been doing it round after round on this T side. First timeout comes out here from Astralis. And MOUZ's chance to build into the game now begins.
Guys, Aram, on ramp, I will play with util, okay? I will not...
It's not a pretty buy. 3 pistols here for Astralis will limit them.
Device with the yard smoke straight away, but this one feels pacier. They're faking the top site here. I might just look to explode out ramp in reaction. MOUZ have seen yard smokes, and they've seen some top site util. And so a little light over here towards ramp. It's only Jimmy. We'll have support nearby. Torchy's getting suspicious as nothing's been spotted out in the yard.
Jimmy played that perfectly though. He held Molly before they even peeked on the pixel angle, so he already gets to drop off. He gets to delay this ramp play. They're gonna flash through. He hears them coming.
Kind of just wants to feel like he has to pick a fight here. But a clean opener from Yabi. That's gonna send Jimmy away. And he knows there's a player that could have made it down through secret.
Let's trade.
Stairs roaming over here out in the yard. Are they going to try and link up for this top site here? MOUZ are starting to probe the lobby. Brolin in first. It's another quick trade back for Yabi. Keeping the advantage. Long into Astralis. It's only Spinks left to get past here in the top site, but he won't falter. That's 2 from Spinks. Round still live. Device plays out fast, but they're on the vent ready to come up behind him. Both players down at lower. Stair trying to hold on to this vent position. It's yard where the fight comes from. Smoke in. And as long as he can stop that vent climb, keep Exertion out of the round, this should belong to Astralis. Jimmy heading up into the heavens, just trying to peel the attention away from vents, and it looks like it's worked. No one's eyes on. There's Exertion flying up with a double. And so MOUZ, they pull Astralis into their trap. Jimmy's reroute takes the attention away from vents. So long has passed, they don't think Exertion's still sitting in there. That's nice stuff for MOUZ, successfully pulling that retake back.
Perfect plan there, yeah, in the 2v2. I really thought Exertion missed his timing coming up that vent earlier. He had a chance when Device was crossing in, but takes the later play, plays off his teammate. This double from Spinks, more than you can ask for in this position. His team were fully lower sight, and he gets 2 kills on top. That's the X factor for Spinks that saves MOUZ's round, keeps these gun rounds building. Astralis, just a bit of money. Bomb plant and damage, but on their last legs here. MOUZ looking good in the late rounds right now. Astralis forced by. Hell of an investment here. very risky. But also very unexpected. You would think you're getting an eco here if you're MOUZ.
The barrage of util, a blanket of fire out in towards A. I mean, at this point, looks like MOUZ should more than anticipate the buy. They've seen a lot of util. Exertion just posted, and Device is roaming up here on top of the silo with this scout. And where timing's open for Device to spot Exertion, and he wouldn't have been able to do much about it, but now he's kind of got him back here into the corner at Garage. Device is going to be hard pressed to get this opening. Why does this round escalate for Astralis? They only have one smoke, 2 mollies left, and a collection of flashbangs. They use a lot of their util early on here. So maybe just playing towards the top site. Device with the scout is given the util. He'll head up on the T roof. And the rest of Astralis group back in the lobby.
Either just has to be a flat A hit or A nades into a ramp, but ramp is stacked to the 9s right now. Even A has the AWP in heaven. It's so clear for MOUZ that this is not yard control. And while they check main, they check their timings, they consider options. It's 20 seconds, Astralis have to go. Perfect push.
Great timing for Exertion. Catches them with backs turned, and even though Spinks is burning alive, he's still going to make it out with one. Breaking through this top site won't get any easier with Jimmy up on the rafters. MOUZ, it's a clean finish to that top site here.
Yeah, Astralis leave it a little bit too late in the day for that one, right? The smokes come down outside, and even though MOUZ have no one lower, they don't know whether there's 5 players secret. They just refuse to believe it. And it becomes all too obvious with how quiet the map is at 20 seconds. Ursha making a really keen play, knowing they're not going to be coming for the ramp take that late in the round. Backstabs the bomb, dead on arrival. Astralis might have to finally take an eco now. Some Danish Deegs are all they've got.
They haven't had to encounter this yet. They've had those smokes down every time they've roamed in the yard, but Torshi, knowing that that eco round was coming, feels like he has a huge degree of freedom, and so he's just taking the AWP out here and going fishing versus the Deagles.
Just so CS2, right? Like, he's just re-peeking every time. He refuses to hold the angle. He wants to force the kill. Doesn't want to be 1D'd on a pre-aim. And right now he's getting shots off, but getting caught and cornered as well. Making it down secret is an unrealistic hope here for Astralis. They need kills.
That's not bad for Device. One found. Another back from the Device Eagle. Oh, Device! On for something great. 3 kills deep before they shut him down. Oh, the ball was rolling on that Device Deeg play.
Got him low. That could have been a 1v4 ace. In seconds.
All right, Device. All right, that's woke everyone up here.
Yeah, keep your eyes up here, MOUZ.
And it's like after you get that third one, you're feeling so good in the 4th fight. But just damage done, no heroics from the Device Deeg.
But Device AWP finally coming out here in round number 8. With what Torshi was up to last time, Device looks to challenge, but that's a 59 damage nade landing square in his face.
I mean, with Torshi playing up and over, Device isn't ready for that.
Also got set up there, his teammate jumping over the main smoke, so Device fired a shot. Torshi follows up. My God. Clean as a whistle.
Feels kind of funny for Torshi when it was the pistols out in the yard, terrified, couldn't land a shot.
Yeah.
Versus the rifles, versus the counter AWP. He nails them both, and Torshi still looking for more.
Careful.
Just heard it fire off. You know, it's moved away from this yard control, but I don't think that's going to give Astralis the want to go and explore. They don't have the util to cross. I mean, this is a big problem. At the end of the round here, you've got a Molotov and 2 flashes. It feels like it's over. Torshi has ended this round. Astralis had no room to play.
Device probably begging HooXi to save this AWP, but stuck in the mud are Astralis. Not a single way in. Even Jimmy looking to live on ramp. He just gets that info, 1 tag, and drops back down B. No one needs to overplay this. They lock the door on Astralis. They say, if you want this round, you're going to have to go for it in this lower site. And now Astralis have a choice. They can't save on the ramp. They are trapped completely. If they try and hold on, they will be killed after time. So it's forward or it's bust here for Astralis into that B site. Massacre by MOUZ. 5 alive. Nice jump spot, and this is starting to build out of control. We may have had a nice idea for Astralis to start this T-half. A lot of control outside, but MOUZ have shut it down with different setups every time. This nade did not make life easier for Device, but Torshi hitting his 2 crucial kills. Goes on to find a 3rd in the hut as well. Torshi feeling good is a scary prospect for the Danes.
Nice, boys! Fast top side hit. And so quickly, it is just brushed aside. Stare, Deeg moment. Nails the first, but you won't be ready for this. Torshi up close.
It's those new Deagle animations, man. I'm telling you, something's happening. People are hitting headshots today.
Device managed 3. See if Stare can do even better.
All right, he wants to. Full reset. Gonna make something of this.
Showing off the drip, pulling the Deagle. Now out here in yard, the first player to face him is going to be Spinks. Spinks is a little wounded. Headshot with the Deagle won't even be required here. Stare. And with a chance, he's just got to land this first bullet. And with Spinks on the line, he never gets the chance to. A clean stop to the fast play. MOUZ in full control.
Yeah, barely a dent in these last couple of rounds from Astralis. Gonna need to see Stare crossing back down Secret, playing some slow rounds here on the T side. Something more standard, more meta. Whether MOUZ allow that is a different question. Breaking these smokes with nades, we've already seen them try a couple of times over. But good reads from MOUZ on the top hits. Jimmy not going down once at ramp, just always rotating B. And Torshi seems mobile as ever on this CTA WP. So smokes feel like the way for Astralis.
The T sides for MOUZ that have been letting them down on this map. And so you do want to build up a real big buffer, especially while the going's good. But with Stare and Device nailing shots through smoke like that, this round gets called into question. Brolin with an attempt at the fast play through heavens, tries to catch them off guard. Stare holds on, and the stairway to heaven is closed. Jimmy and Torshi just have to back out. Stare's been cooking that one for a while.
Yeah, the smoke molly combo. Both missing. I'm pretty sure Astralis had an insta vent smoke in this round. I've never seen that. They threw something out of spawn, and the only smokes that landed were Glaive, which would have been CT side, and a vent smoke. It landed before they even made it out hut, so that's super interesting. Definitely something to keep an eye out for if Astralis can get players down vents in future rounds. But a little top rush to remind MOUZ that they could.
I mean, after the last fast topside play was put to rest so cleanly when they were only on the pistols, it's nice to, as you say, just send that reminder here when you do it in a gun round.
Look how quick that smoke is down. And a massacre on the top site from Astralis. That's the HooXi style of calling in your face. Momentum play here for Astralis attempted. Can they keep it rolling?
I mean, look, right? This big streak from MOUZ might not come to matter if Astralis can still even out on the half here.
It's a big if.
Astralis proficient on both halves, whereas MOUZ, as we say, it's been the T sides as of late that have felt a bit more stressed, a bit more strained. CT is where they've got to put a bit of a margin between them and Astralis. Unbreakable smoke down, and that's going to give this avenue that Exertion tries to close. One back from the Torshi Orb. But it's down a Device. 2 kills on Stown already to claw this one back. Moving into the top site now, Device looks on to the heavens. Jimmy and Torshi split up. Molly to slow the roll of this Orb. And they know that Stown can be looking up heaven side right now, so Torshi's not keen to play. Oh, he's going to go through on the flash, and we'll get one. Device now locked in this 1v1 for a very important 5th round. Sliding away, Jimmy's crossed in, Device tries to go on the pull of the Molly, and he will answer the call in the clutch. Bids farewell to Jimmy as well. And Astralis close this gap. That's 2 in a row now. They might be able to break through after the streak from MOUZ.
Not an easy clutch for Device there. Looking for the kill very early on, decides against it. And it almost lets him down as that Molly lands perfectly in HUDs. Picked up on the site from Jimmy, but Device puts him down, and that 6-6 is starting to rear its head. Recovering off these quicker top hits. Astralis keep MOUZ guessing. It is a mind game now in the last round of the half where Astralis are going to go. Success all coming in these gun rounds from the A site. As we go back in here, final round of the half. Astralis' pick. And MOUZ have everything they need.
They have to lay on all this early util after the pressure of these fast top site hits, but here's Spinks making a move. This is nice, this is proactive, and he's going to catch Yabi unaware back in lobby.
Not the first time.
That really only leaves Astralis with this cross out in the yard. They now have to use these smokes.
Exertion's aware of that. He's already gone down lower. Jump spotting on this B site. Just trying to stall out the play for Astralis. The longer they don't see anyone, the more obvious their position becomes. MOUZ goes back to T-spawn to try and sniff out this lobby control. But MOUZ have put men down on this B bomb site. They've got nades, they've got plenty to block this play. Boost up the orb, hits the tag, but blocked by Brolin. No entrance here.
Still this input from that. You know, there's 2 players down at lower right now. They still have this late lurk option from MOUZ back in the lobby.
Good luck.
Tricky round to traverse, especially with Torshi's orb keeping them boxed in. On a swing out here, Torshi does not miss those. Gonna try and change the plan quickly on the fly, in through main. Stare secures the opener. This guy's playing a great game right now, but will it be enough to save this round? Left in it all alone. No, MOUZ win out on the CT side of Nuke. Astralis' map pick. Astralis on their map pick, able to scrape on by with 5 rounds. That's after a streak of 6 in the middle from MOUZ. But now they go on a side they've been struggling with, this T side of Nuke. This was where we saw them fall down versus that OG team. It's been a bit of a reoccurring problem for MOUZ. Astralis move on to their favored side. So this one isn't plain sailing. Let's see if MOUZ can make it a lot easier with success in the pistol. They'll come out fast through the hut and oh my God. It's not clean, but somehow MOUZ have ended up in pole position. I couldn't tell you how. It's only Stair left. 1v2. This was a great start out of Astralis, and then so quickly it's gone wrong. They've got to rely on their top performer. Stair's been looking mean to open up this quarterfinal. But can he find his way in a 1v2 clutch? In 2 minds, does he want to go and chase lobby? Does he want to try and fight this backside player? That peek from Jimmy's drawn him in, and Brolin domes him. So there's the close. MOUZ flipped the script on that pistol. It looked like it was going disastrously.
It's technically a 5v3, but the trades are just so quick. It's the deal with the top hit. Everyone there for Astralis, and they all get sent out. Not too much about it for MOUZ. Going perfectly to plan and still thriving in that chaos. This is what we said coming in, right? Astralis might have a lot of improvements as of late, but MOUZ, they hit harder. Their players in better form, provably. The weak links, far less apparent. We have a slow start from the majority of Astralis. Nice shot for Device. Will anything be made of that kill? MOUZ make it down secret. They also have main roof, so getting out, not guaranteed. Device prying for a second pick.
They're going into a double hold. Oh, mid-air, Brolin. Sure, Stone gets one back, and things are kept even in this 3-on-3. The block down at low is nice. That might send MOUZ away and back into this double setup in the lobby. You can see that Spinks is taking a very wide path all the way back into T-spawn. He's hoping to clear this out later. And if you're Astralis, there's no real reason for him to even be here as far as you're concerned. You've gone and taken the lobby space. You spotted players down at lower. He might be able to catch them with their backs turned.
You just can't be too slow right now because that bomb is still stuck in limbo. 25 seconds. At a certain point, it's going to have to move. He needs this kill, and he needs it right now to open up the round. Stoun's dropped Jimmy. Bomb a little bit trapped. 15 seconds, Spinks, where is he? Starting to hurry now. Hooksy finds that headshot and into the hut play as well. No chance for Torshi. Astralis win out on the force. Out of nowhere. A little strung out of MOUZ, and those T-side woes start early.
This might already be cause enough to sound the alarm bells for MOUZ. That is a very awkward round to give away. They've now got to force up themselves, and this is going to allow Astralis to start to close the gap very, very quickly. You've just got so much less to work with here if you're this MOUZ squad. 2 smokes, maybe to try and get you across outside on exertion. Gonna lob in the wide smokes for him, and having him try and sell this fake out in the yard at least keeps pressure on Astralis and kind of feeds them misinformation. They don't know numbers, and so they're cautious with a rotate down early. Yabi out of the picture.
MOUZ just try and brute force on this top hit. It's actually not been spotted. Down lower. Coming back up to meet them. HooXi is down, right place, right time, but they're 4 blind. That's awkward. Stound's going to have to bail out his captain, and he does so with a double. Brolin overwhelmed. HooXi with a solid hold, and Exertion too late to this play. It's not happening for MOUZ. Back to Eco as Astralis look to level out the game at 8-8.
You see the consequences of just losing that first round, being left with nothing. If you have a Molotov there, Stound's never allowed to be on top hut. Suddenly it's a way easier top site hit. He doesn't get a multi-kill. But it's just not resources that MOUZ had access to. And so every reason here for Astralis to tie us up at 8-all. They're up against nothing.
Using this more as a timeout than anything. There's not a single purchase into this round for MOUZ, so more of a chat in the lobby as they let Astralis waste their util. Stare on ramp. Watch out.
Oh, that's weird. Hang on, they are getting close. He's got teammates on the way. Device should be able to cover him here. Couple of Glock dinks short. Device.
Ooh.
Oh, he's also dead.
Oh.
Now an AK picked up. Thank goodness.
God.
Someone's here to keep it contained.
No one saw that, don't worry.
Good,
couldn't hit the ADs, could not hit the headshot.
Thankfully, he's got a good history. So, you know, you can write off the odd whiff.
Well, they'll have to. MOUZ now armed and presumably dangerous on this T side. You mentioned that OG game we saw in the online stage of Bounty. It was off the back of a 6-round first half, swapped to T side, couldn't close it. Could that rear its head again? Will MOUZ continue to have problems, especially against a team who have made Nuke their mainstay map? Unique smoke wall here for MOUZ. It's all about the ramp play. Stairs only just getting back in time.
They blow it open and look to come through. Playing through his smoke as well. Stair gets displaced, forced off of ramp. There is this rotate down at lower. It's Device on the AWP. First shot connects. How much more does Device have in him? Because this lower site, MOUZ are moving in. Ooh. Oh, Exertion with a clean tap. We cut back to this now as Device tries to make his play out through the window. Closing in, he's looking for this player at the half ramp. Being pulled and Device can't find it. Stound and Yabi, worlds apart there. Split up here. No Exertion, still roaming out in the yard. Stound's moving down, but he's not going to go for this. Don't tease us like that.
And this is kind of what Maui was talking about, the desk coming in to this game. Even though sometimes we see Device, the numbers are looking good, you feel like his output is solid. The eye test, not always passing, not being able to take over games. You know, some missed shots for Device in this map. Some missed opportunities when he's had the AWP. And that is another one of them. MOUZ overwhelmed the B-bomb site. Comes at a great time, right? They break the smoke on ramp, and in that timing that Stair is trying to assist on those weird yard smokes that are going to cause a lot of chaos in comms. You're going to say, it's a weird wall, watch out main, watch out garage, watch out everything, really. MOUZ could be anywhere, they're nowhere. They run out through the ramp smoke. They find that gap, they know Astralis' reaction, and they punish it. Device was the only player in position to save that round. This is despicable.
And yeah, I think these, like MOUZ have kind of been saying that they don't feel like they consistently have the firepower there yet, right? To rival these top squads. It's not uncommon in these games to have 2 or 3 players fall kind of beneath their standard. And so they've been trying to work on that, trying to uplift it. It's a very even game right now for all of MOUZ as they are hitting hard.
And I mean,
but I think both these squads actually fit into that same type of conversation. It's really not uncommon to see, you know, games where, I don't know, we've had games where it's even HooXi trying to be the guy carrying Astralis. Device sometimes hits hard, but then others goes missing. Stown and Yabi will show up on like a 2nd and 3rd map of a series, and never the whole thing.
We've seen what
There's
happens.
been like the most consistent output for this Astralis squad. Let's see if he can live up to that. Forced away from Ram. The Util comes in, and this time he doesn't stick around to fight it. I don't think Astralis liked the fact they lost him so cleanly in that last round. Painted a big problem. And he's kind of playing on a timing as well to go and re-clear this ramp area. He didn't fully back off into B. So Astralis don't over-rotate here.
Oh, that's one way to crack open a bomb site. Hut roof Molly clears position. MOUZ with 20 seconds make it out into A, and there's nobody home. Oh, even Yabi pokes his head up the vent and wants nothing to do with this. It might just have to be a save.
I can't believe he lived that.
Lucky to be alive, but no guarantee of his exit as they are trapped in secret. MOUZ, a 1-kill round, but that kill in the perfect position. And you talk about, yeah, the even spread for MOUZ, everyone pulling their weight, multiple players having won and closed rounds here in this game for MOUZ. But when we do have the stars hit the top level that we know they can, Torchy and Exertion play their best at the same time, look at what it does. We saw that back against Vitality, breaking that streak back at Cologne. And it was off the back of 2 very strong performances from Exertion, from Torchy. And yeah, maybe an off day for Vitality to a degree. But when these guys are both in final form, MOUZ are a very hard team to put away. And right now, Astralis are realizing that. Because not only did Astralis get their first pistol in this map and convert it, they even won out on 4 spies here on CT side. They went 3-1 up to begin the half. Despite that, it's MOUZ holding a steady lead. And still with timeouts to go. Everything pointing to MOUZ right now, even on this T side.
For the lifeline in the series, this map feels so important to Astralis. It is their home map. It's been their gimme in the last matchup that you talk about, the one before HooXi joined. It's a map they've always looked to play and have shown real proficiency on. It's their best matchup here of all the maps in the series, and so you don't want MOUZ to run away with it, especially not with Mirage up next.
5v4 will improve your odds on this top site hit now for MOUZ, with Brolin coming in, lurk on main. Rafter util ready.
The double lurk here is nice as well, right? You've dealt with Exertion out in the yard. That might, you know, off of like nameplate Counter-Strike, that might get you discounting this yard position.
Yeah.
So often left to roam out there alone.
Down his left position as well. He is watching main though from an unorthodox position, cleared by Brolin. That molly is a problem, and HooXi just burning in it before Brolin follows up. There's no saving this. This AWP has to do it all, and Device, a missed shot is what will cost him. MOUZ, get that bomb planted. Look at the health. 3 players 40 or less. But none of that matters when Astralis look at the 2v4 ahead of them. They throw in the towel. Feels like that Tetris position is such a poisoned apple. whenever you see players try and use it, it looks good, feels good, and then Brolin just nails down 2 shots over the box. Nice util for MOUZ on that exec. Cleared out 2 of 3 players with it.
I think, dude, for Stair, this must feel like a frustrating game, right? They're largely not coming ramp. The few times that they have, it's usually just to push him down to lower. And when he has tried to fight it, he's been fighting like 4 players. You know, there's kind of a limit on how much he can get away with. But because this top site has just been crumbling, a lot of these rounds just end with Stair committed to a save. And from the start of this game, it's been clear that he's been super switched on. He's been keen to get involved. He's topping the charts right now for Astralis. And he's essentially not playing these rounds. You need a bit more from this A-hold. Device also is showing us a wide set of openers. He's constantly trying to be involved on this AWP. Once more, tries to take it out into the yard. Had a couple of chances here for openings.
Yeah, second one bigger than the first as well. Felt like that needed to be a kill. He's lucky to be alive. And now, unbothered, MOUZ make it down. Device does find his shot late behind the smokes, picking Brolin out. But they know Xerxen made it. He announces his presence.
Astralis are a bit jittery. They don't have perfect util, perfect info. They don't have a lot to go off of here, so they've immediately dropped 2 players down to lower. This is Xerxen putting a tremendous amount of pressure on Astralis. Device has to hit this shot over at ramp. Jimmy looks to late lurk him. Xerxen still making noise down at lower, and that bomb on a lengthy wrap outside.
They're wasting Device's time right now. Jimmy on a jiggle. There's no way you're ready for the bomb to cross outside this late in the round. Are they going to go main and up the vent? This could be a convoluted A split into the Deagle. Yabi, 5-7 instead, falls down, double on top, feels like enough, but that bomb gets picked back up.
Stair having to commit to a secret rotate. He won't arrive till far later and just been re-smoked in main. So Device right now is the only guy that can take contact. If he's able to clear out the site.
Where have they gone?
Stair doesn't stay in main. Xerxen's actually trying to wrap them in through ramp. This is MOUZ with a bunch of crazy rooting in this round. It's done enough to get them into the post plant, and now they're hoping it will be enough for Xerxen to close. Device scales for the kit. That's going to make this defuse a little easier, but it's the wrap out of Xerxen that seals their fate. Device does not know where to look, and MOUZ outmaneuver, outposition, and outsmart Astralis for map point.
Such a dangerous move for Xerxen to rotate that way, because you don't know where Astralis are coming from. You can only guess, you can only hope that no one's coming up ramp to lobby. Could get caught and leave Jimmy in a very awkward clutch, but let's talk of awkward. That kit position, wasting time for Astralis, and Xerxen just takes the kill when he gets it. That kill wins the round. MOUZ map point on Astralis' pick, and it has gone swimmingly on this T side. Despite getting eco'd, they've won 4 gun rounds in a row now. Astralis final buy, final try. As MOUZ look for a runaway streak to close this game.
Been fantastic watching Xerxen out here in the yard in these rounds. But this one, not made for him. Device up close in garage. As Xerxen and Spinks tried to spill through, there's a third player spamming, that's Brolin. The one that you won't expect is Torshi with the AWP down through secret.
Yeah. He just holds. How long do they dedicate? Player goes back up vent, so Down shouldn't push in this position. 5v3, all the advantage for Astralis. Can MOUZ piece this together?
It's a good clear. You know the next fight going to be coming from these stairs. Yappy in the vents. They're on both sides of him. Fire at his feet, and Jimmy's going to spam him out. 45 seconds left to work with. Second player spotted as Stair tries to steal himself away. This round still very much alive. Jimmy finds one more.
Chaos.
And now barrels out into the site, looking for this plant. Will they be able to deny it? No, the spam's not connecting. Plant found. 2 versus 4 looking to come in. Torshi, scoped up, ready for this walkthrough. Device just phases the smoke, gets around him, and catches his blind spot. Jimmy's gonna clutch up. He's wrapped around, in from behind. Hooksy sniped out. And Device in this head-to-head. Timer being held, but Jimmy's able to run this down. Molotov pull, and this is the victory. Jimmy seals it with a tap. MOUZ, robbery of the final round. They had no business winning that. Their T-side on nuke looks flawless, and they pick up Astralis' much-needed nuke to open this quarterfinal.
We talked about it coming into the series. We thought this may have been the handshake between these two teams, but MOUZ firmly in the driver's seat, particularly when we look at that T side, Maui. That was practically flawless coming out of MOUZ.
Oh, and the way it ended right there for Device to get the 2 kills early on with the A1S, but for MOUZ to pull it all the way back, you could see the synergy between the MOUZ players, the great mid-rounding, and especially the closing. I feel like every single person on MOUZ at one point or another had a great late round moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is a MOUZ team that comes into this series with the second worst T-side win rate in the top 20. They're a team that has struggled on T-side. So to see them have a pretty balanced CT side, 7-5, go into T-side and just absolutely dominate, that's what you want to see. That's a statement out of MOUZ.
We'll get onto some of the T-side highlights for MOUZ in just a moment, but let's go back to round number 5. Vu, you pulled this one out. What particularly kind of piqued your interest in this moment?
This felt like exactly what would kind of define the series. You have this round where you have a great call from Hooksy. They go for this play. Torji misses a shot. They're able to secure the op, or yeah, they do actually grab the op. They go back for the upper play. 4 players together. They know the re-aggression into lobby is coming. They're ready for it. They set up completely perfectly, but you still have the 2K there as they're coming through. Squeaky. Then in the 2v2, you just end up with a couple of missed shots and some great timings from MOUZ to close out the round. And that's exactly how I thought this series would go. Great calling from Hooksy, good teamwork from Astralis. They did everything right, but at the end of the day, MOUZ just has more firepower.
And they're also in the right places at the right time. They recognize if Astralis give up any sort of sound cue, they're going to rotate back. And the patience even from, I think it was Exertion in the vent there to come at the very last second. I mean, they played some of those late round situations as good as you could.
Well, I believe we can check in with the team comms in this mic'd up moment of round 5.
He's still door 1. I picked up hot. Yeah, you have to play, Jimmy. Door. Oh, up event, wait. Up event. That's
Nice!
I take up.
Fucking sick run, Dory!
Let's go, guys.
Nice, Lotta, nice kills, man!
Thank you, let's go, guys. Nice, Dory, as well. Thank you, baby.
Classic Torsey reaction there as well. Like, you love to hear that from the hype man.
So thank you, babe. I love that. The camaraderie between MOUZ has always been one of the easiest selling points on getting on board for what they're accomplishing.
Yeah, and I mean, you did have that moment in there where someone says, you have the play, Jimmy. I think that's a kind of shortcut communication saying, Jimmy, you have to make first contact, then Xershin's going to come up the vent. Those are the type of communications you need. Just great for MOUZ in every way.
Let's flip onto the T side of MOUZ and dive into exactly what we were talking about in terms of how impressive this is. Because we take a look at round 18, and this is just some really, really lovely calling coming out of Brolin to kind of fake off the opponent, right?
See, this is just great strategizing because this is all drawn up from spawn more or less. For Brolin and Exertion outside, they're throwing cross smokes early on that deny information from Device, and then they are even playing back Exertion there so that if there's a nade break, he can dodge that so quickly, so he reacts to that. They throw another layer of cross smokes outside, but look at this, no one actually goes back. There is a split second where Device maybe could have got Exertion on the way back, but they take ramp control from Stair, they push him all the way off, they use all of this utility, and Astralis are thinking to themselves, surely this is going to be a B conversion. We lost Secret, we lost ramp, but instead, the mid round from Brolin is to go back towards the A bomb site. They throw the important mollies, Torzy gets an important entry onto the bomb site, and Astralis right now, they're just left scratching their heads. They're thinking, how did we get faked this badly?
Yeah, I mean, this is what great calling is. This is, you draw your opponents out, you put them in, you give them a lack of information. You have the player drop down ramp, you have no information outer, they have to back up, and then they just have to gamble. They have to take a complete guess, and they guessed wrong. That's an upper hit that works perfectly. And I mean, even if they guessed right, even if it was an upper stack, that would have just been a complete random upper stack if they had gone for it, because they did such a good job setting up the hit.
Particularly when we look at the context, viewers, as you already brought up, you know, T-sides haven't necessarily favored MOUZ in recent history, particularly looking on Nuke as well, where we look at it as a bit more of a CT-sided map. Very impressive stuff coming out of them.
Yeah, that's not really what I expected from them in this game. I thought they'd have a great CT side and then close it out on T side. Instead, they get carried by the T side. That's what I want to see. Again, if MOUZ are going to make the next step, they're going to beat the teams above them. They need to build on this, and they need to continue into the second map as well.
Tell me a little bit about Stair, just because he was a topic of conversation coming into this in terms of some of his positional promotions, changes. Has anything changed for him on this map of Nuke?
On Nuke for CT side, it is one of the couple maps where he hasn't changed. It's still him just playing that ramp position. I had a chance to talk to Stair one-on-one about that spot, and he actually thinks that it's a fairly favorable one. Like, outside rifler is great, for sure. You get a lot of action coming to you, but ramp is a lot about decision-making. For this map, I don't think this was the best representation of everything we've gotten from Stair, because he was more in the fray in terms of the pack on T side, whereas on CT side, he was kind of just playing like a typical ramp player. You get one maybe, or you just fall off and maintain presence.
Yeah, I mean, the round you showed is a great example of that I think he kind of misplayed. I mean, it's not a huge misplay, but at the same time, when you have no outside control, you really want your ramp player to get one before he falls back, but instead, I guess partial credit to MOUZ, they throw a great flash, he drops off getting nothing, and that means he has to back up, and his team has no information, and that's one of those ones where Stair, I think many times you'll see him capable of sticking around for that one kill, which is something that a lot of ramp players struggle with. They drop too early, don't have any information, don't have any frags, and then their team is in a tough spot.
Sorry to Astralis fans, you might want to turn off your television sets right about now, because we are going to relive the last round, which was a 4K into a clutch for young Jimmy. So much impact from him, particularly when we're looking at him under the microscope of he's very self-aware that maybe he's not at the top of his game, but if he can deliver moments like this is what we want to see.
Looking at Jimmy today versus what we got from last year is still more or less a very similar player, but the pinpoint precision that made him one of the best anchors in the world. For my money, last year, it was Bit and him. I think they were two of the best, and some of that went away this year. But I love that at the bounty so far, at least in this map, we are getting that pinpoint accuracy, that first bullet that is just deleting people from the server.
Yeah, this is just perfectly played. I mean, even as he was in the vent, I was thinking to myself, Jimmy's got this. They had no kit. Jimmy's got this. He knows exactly what the situation is. He rotates back around, drops the molly on top of the bomb. So even if he doesn't get the kill on device there, he's won the round. That is just perfection.
Okay, different side that I want to take that particular moment, and maybe the map as a whole. You've become a bit of a device optometrist, Maui. What was the eye test in this map for device?
Once again, I think this was an example that device's rifling made his end scoreline look very good. But in terms of opping, we saw one round where he was in the control window. He gets one, kind of has an awkward situation before himself, doesn't decide to fall back, wants to push forward, but then he doesn't get the kill. If you're going to make aggressive moves, you need to hit the shot. Like, it's kind of as simple as that as an opper.
Yeah, right now I kind of have device as my measuring stick for oppers in the tier 1 scene, that if they're better statistically with the op than device, they're a great opper. If they're worse, they're not a great opper. I think device is, he's not what he used to be. He's still a good opper, but I think I want to see him take another step forward, because saying the eye test doesn't pass, I think that's actually perfectly put. You look at the stats, and he farms a lot of kills with the rifle, but he doesn't have the impact with the op we really need him to have.
Where are we saying Torzy sits above that? Like we saying 25%, 35%? What are we saying percentage-wise?
I mean, I think device, I would just think of it in terms of world rankings as oppers. Device is probably my 12th best, maybe.
Okay. Wow.
Maybe 12, in that 10 to 15 range. Torzi's top 5. Like, Torzy is a top 5 opper for me right now.
Give me your, you were hesitant to put him in the top 3 maybe. Like, where is that standing right now?
I think you can't put him in the top 3.
No?
I mean, no matter what you want to say about
that
Shiro being a passive opper, he just gets the kills. He gets the kills, and at the end of the day, you got to kill the other team if you want to win the game.
So you love passive warping? It's the first time I've heard that. Either way, we do have MOUZ's map pick of Mirage waiting on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
Torji, you know, you're the giant on the scope. It's a kind of a legend on the other side in Device, right? Always a bit of an interesting matchup, I'd imagine. How do you think you stack up against Device?
It's a good question. Actually, I really like to play versus him. He's kind of one of my idols, so he was really good back then. You know, he's a legend, and I really like him. I like his work ethic and everything, but I feel like I'm on his level at the moment. I think I can do even better and can do more damage on the server. So I'm pretty confident, but I admire him a lot.
Now with your team, with MOUZ, right? There's some who draw that comparison of you guys sort of being almost a continuation of the DNA of that classic Astralis squad in terms of what they tried to accomplish, what they tried to focus on. Do you see parallels? Do you see similarities?
Yeah, actually I do. We often talk about it as well with Zipnix, our assistant coach, you know. Before they winning a lot of tournaments, they were also struggling a lot in semifinals. In the finals, they were losing a lot of tournaments, and after that, something clicked in the team, and they went for an arrow. And I feel like we are around that time as well. With MOUZ, we have been struggling a lot when we are getting into the finals or the semis, and yeah, I think it's there is a lot of similarities, you know.
Now, how's it going to go today? You gonna take them down? You gonna maybe throw a little bit extra in for a wager?
It's a good question, but I think it's going to be a good game for sure, and I think we will get out on top of them.
Well, the saying goes, never meet your heroes, but Torzi might just be about to beat his. How are we looking at these two AWPers stacking up in Mirage, considering we know that MOUZ, they're going to be starting on the T side of things, Maui?
I find that Torzi's had some difficulty before on the T side of Mirage. I sometimes feel like he's trying to just fit the system, make sure everything's in working order. So I don't always really depend on him to be the guy when it comes to their offense. I look more to someone like Exertion, who in middle, that dude is just a wrecking ball with fireworks attached to his back. Like, he is just plowing through everything he possibly can to get it done.
Yeah, when it comes to this, I mean, I'm thinking more about Device versus the riflers on MOUZ. I'm thinking about Device on that CT side, prove his worth, and take down those riflers, take down Xertion and Connector, hold on to the A bomb site in the late round, get the picks in mid and early rounds. That's what I want to see from Device here, more so than exactly just killing Torji.
So it sounds like Stair's got quite a lot to contend with now in his new position, if we're talking about Xertion and that aggression we know he likes to go for.
Oh, totally. For him to switch from an A anchor to a con player, that is from pretty serious responsibility to you are controlling our entire CT dynamic. So this is a big moment for Stair to have a chance to prove himself. If he's able to slow down MOUZ even for a temporary 50 seconds, he's done a decent job.
Well, it's time to find out exactly how it is about to go down. It's Mirage with Harry and Hugo.
Yes, it is. And we're going to be keeping Stair under a microscope on this one. He will be a requirement, but at least looking good back on Nuke. He's in form today, and so it's going to be a good eye test on him.
Wasn't his
Out
problem.
in the connector.
Wasn't his problem. Yeah, let me take it. It wasn't his
that.
problem back on that last map. Definitely felt like we didn't get a lot out of the rest of the cast of Astralis. MOUZ leveled up on the T side. We saw some great entry rounds for Xertion as well. So yeah, it's safe to say Astralis had their work cut out for them. They didn't wager coming into this game. They knew what they were up against, and right now they're meeting their maker in MOUZ. A map in the pocket already, and pretty clean when all is said and done. When you consider Astralis essentially won both pistols, or at least converted upon both pistols in that game of Nuke. I think, you know, the rifle rounds were pretty one-sided. Let's find out though here on Mirage. MOUZ's chance to run through this series quick and easy.
Well, looks like we might get an immediate test for Hooksy, as he is the only guy in A. And it's not gone great. Takes one of the dome immediately. The exec rolled out by MOUZ, and they have all the space. And they're kind of shocked right now at just how free this was.
They have one more smoke. Put it down in spawn. A little bit deeper. That's a perfect smoke right there. Ooh. So you'd hope. Astralis have to come through. They've got no flashbang. It's just going to be a full swing here for Astralis. No other choice. Jimmy hides out inside of it. Look at him looking at his mini-map, just trying to backstab them later on. Exertion trying to live. Spink's been picked, and Jimmy surprises from behind with a double kill into the head of Astralis. Very cheeky play in the post plant for Jimpat. Puts a pistol in MOUZ's pocket.
I mean, that's them off to the races here. A few reasons as to why we were looking at Nuke with so much intrigue for this Astralis squad and saying, feels like they have to pick it up. MOUZ's experience on Mirage runs very, very deep. And even though they've taken some L's here, it's usually where they're facing the best of the best. Your vitalities, your spirits, that's the teams that have been able to beat MOUZ on Mirage. See again, they're like homing missiles, tracking him down.
Yeah, he's like, I changed sights. Why? And Astralis is full save. No other choice, really. Positionally out of the round. MOUZ don't need to spread their wings, but just getting a couple of kills here really can be annoying if you're trying to save your force buy, not even getting a chance to use it. But MOUZ don't want to arm their opponents. So 2-0 it'll be.
And a chance to run it back in the next. I mean, thus far, there's been some direct sight hits called from this MOUZ team. Launched their A exec, they've launched their B exec.
A bit of a scary smoke. Stag could peer over it. MOUZ nade it instead.
That'll jaunt down through mid for Brolin. Stag looking on. So MOUZ going for every avenue to open up this game. 3 rounds, 3 different spots they've looked to finish. And this time, it's a little B split on the cards. Bomb following in.
And again, they've avoided the stack entirely. That's 3 times in a row that MOUZ have made the right call.
Oh man, it's always bloody HooXi.
Yeah, can't catch a break, can he? And he's got the P250 with no armor either, so expecting much of a resistance is unrealistic.
No, I'm feeling weirdly good about it. Let's see.
No.
Nah, none for HooXi.
Spinks ain't letting you do anything. So MOUZ, kind of the easiest 3-0 you're ever going to get.
You just save here if you're Astralis?
Yeah, it's rough, right? You kind of want to get exits, just to either farm money from kill bonus, get an upgrade perhaps, but at the same time, your armor is valuable, even though you're not going to use the MP9 or the Deagle in the next round. Just having your armor is better than throwing it away for nothing. So a tentative save where you might just peek a little bit. Let's see what Stown can do here. But this is guaranteed death with the way MOUZ are playing. And so the bright side for Astralis is they'll have a little bit more money than they would otherwise.
Right now, MOUZ in full control. This is where Astralis have to step up. Let's see what HooXi's opening move is on this CT side. Device with the orb. Takes it over towards B. A bit of a stance taken out here in mid. Stown dropping into lower. Oof. They're ready to lend a helping hand from up on the catwalk, and there's Stown taking first contact. He stays around and fight for this space. He's got support coming in through connector and through short. Stair continues just to be a wall out here in mid. And one that MOUZ can't scale past. He's kept Astralis in the 3v2. It's Stown's death on that push out through mid, not in vain.
But MOUZ still use middle, as Astralis have decided to reset. Stair needs to keep his eyes on the prize, keep this information flowing for Astralis. Because MOUZ can find the gap, and they're looking for it right now. Walk up on the ramp. This is going to be really awkward for MongolZ, who's flanking right now. He's abandoned the A bomb site. No one is playing for A. They feel that MOUZ have reset for a B hit, and sure, it can leave them to retake, but the MOUZ overcook as well is the question. They look like they're walking through spawn. This might be MOUZ backstabbing the stack. This is an unorthodox position to be in. You are not ready for 3 CTs
Dude,
here.
and when MongolZ clears out the apartments, what if they start rotating?
Oh god, don't.
It's now confirmed, yeah, the apartments is clear. Stair gets caught moving out in a position. Now, MOUZ also won't anticipate 2 players in the apartments.
Definitely not.
Why would they be here? But a missed shot from Device. Tries to make up for it, chasing them down on the Deagle. Gets him off the bomb. Torshi's been picked up, and Spinks just doesn't have the time to win this round. Astralis.
What?
It's a weird situation. And Spinks is just going to try and leave.
What?
MongolZ will stop him.
No.
And so it's a huge Giga Brain round from Astralis. What more can you say?
It's just overcooked. It's overcooked for MOUZ. I don't even hate the play. It's just Astralis makes such a dangerous decision to full gamble B that you feel like that's the wrong move, even though it works out. MongolZ flanking A while the CT player rotates back to B. You have 2B and you want the apps flank. Is that really necessary? Apparently it is. They get all the kills. They kill after time. Device somehow lives in that round despite missing with the AWP. Yeah.
Look, you might think that Brolin has been out-cooling Astralis in these first few rounds with how he dodged the stack and always ran into MongolZ, but actually, MongolZ is, if you think about it like this, as the captain has always been right where he was supposed to be. 100% success rate
Taking matters.
of finding the stack.
Taking matters into his own hand. That's
MongolZ
true.
has an unshakable read on the game.
He has always been there. His team, not so much, but MongolZ has always been on site. Okay, Astralis won a round. It's not the average round of Counter-Strike, we'll say that. But it's enough to get them going on the CT side.
Nice little free spam for Yabi up in the top mid. Stair remaining active, trying to duel for lower. He is getting pincered here, and so just decides to get out of there while the smoke's still up. Or this re-aggression over towards ramp. Astralis haven't done this now in both their rifle rounds. And it's real estate they will have for free, with MOUZ still bogged down here in mid.
Yeah, they're really waiting for a kill to come their way, but Device is patient, has a good bit of information on this line. He's going to hear them coming through. Device gets his first shot and plays his fullback as well. 5v3 suddenly thrust into a difficult predicament and a more normal setup here for Astralis with double ramp control. MOUZ, there's no A plant open. They're given the room, but where do they go with it? Jimmy finding Stown through that Molotov. 1-2 punch on the ramp is perfect. The spam does connect. 4 health as Yabi picks him off. MongolZ helps out and everyone falls for MOUZ. They're not given a lot of room there. Astralis crunched down on that com play. And now look to start stringing rounds together on this CT side, making the most of that Little B stack in the previous. Building in.
Just Eagles now for this MOUZ team who want to try and slow the roll of the Astralis CT side. It started with that weird round to shape this one up. Astralis have capitalized since, now breaking the money. So MOUZ are just going to group up. One smoke for Brolin. Block off vision out through the window. They might just try and run it out into mid, knowing they're going to get fights from Con and Short. You saw Brolin doing a lot of talking in the cams as well. That'll be about the round that's following.
Walking down the valley of death right now to Connector.
They've made it all the way in. It's a lot of room given up by Astralis here, and they've actually exploded through out into the site.
Hello.
Exertion picking up stare back in the window. Yabi now playing a contain through Palace. And it's good that he got this space. For Brolin, he has found his way onto the device orb, but lost in a 1v3.
Yeah.
He'll get that out of there.
Annoying.
Force a reinvestment and see if he's got any type of runway to make this interesting. But he'd have to get past this player at the murder hole, and HooXi doesn't let it happen.
Throwing the AWP out is the right move in that position. Two traps with the Abbey and Palace. He can never force that kill. It will always come to him at the right time. So nice contain for Yabi. Well, that could have gone very, very wrong with a well-timed window split. Decent eco, MOUZ can say, but it's all about this gun round hitting hard. Come the next, Cyclone getting involved. First time out of this map. For Astralis, it's never been about the start, it's been about the close. Seen a lot of games where this team gets off to a good first half and still cannot close out the match. Even Nuke fell into that category. Torshi AWP is back.
He's ahead of that molly.
No tick.
No tick in it. That was a golden chance. But just misses out on an opening at this B-bomb site. That's rough for Torshi. He knows it was a golden opportunity for one.
Smoker at 125. MOUZ start to move into middle. Yabi baiting for Stown on A. It's full mid control for MOUZ. You would maybe think they're going for some sort of window boost at this point, but no one's even close. MOUZ are still at the very back of middle. Stair getting smoked off. Now has to question that potential. As MOUZ move up catwalk for a B split, meeting up with Spinks. Classic Brolin faking Connector. They don't buy it. That kill comes in anyway, and it's HooXi on the site who puts up a lovely spray. It feels like it should be enough to lean this round in the favor of Astralis, but that bomb makes it in.
Spinks even takes room away out towards Market. Astralis try and come in out towards Short. They've made it up. Two players into the ladder room. Torshi's got to get eyes on as they're boosting right now.
One bullet.
Get dropped here. So Astralis have time to work with. It's these long sight lines available to the AWP that give you some concern. Torshi open, Spinks plays next contact, and that Torshi AWP farms upon the Astralis retake. It's 4 from Torshi. Brings the AWP back out on the T side, and it hits hard.
Reloaded it at just the right time. Getting it all done. Torshi turret in the B post plant, and that's MOUZ going through the smoke. Unfortunate for Device not being able to hold his position at all. I feel like one kill would have made the difference. Spinx's position just allows Torshi to be so comfortable in that post plant. Now MOUZ confident, start to come through with a bit of a pace.
Yeah, far quicker round. Yabi tucked in at triple, playing late, and Brolin just charges for him.
I do love watching Brolin just run in first on this map. I mentioned it last round, doing it in con, just being an aggressive piece, flashed into spawn for more. So many times you're going to see Brolin run through that top con smoke, even on B hits. Especially on B hits. Blunt object, just knocking Astralis out cold on this A site.
I mean, this is a huge pickup for MOUZ, right? They kind of retake control over the game. They've broken the Astralis bank accounts. This save is suddenly a requirement for Astralis if they want to save this first half. Both these squads have a better time on these CT sides. And so for MOUZ, this is already a very powerful position to be in. It's just how long can you keep Astralis on the back foot like this? They're in the power position. They're a map up already. A close here on their pick and Mirage, and they're into the semis.
Astralis can't even buy around this save either, so might just get worse here for the Danes. Astralis tried to get ahead of it with a timeout. The time is running dry in this quarterfinal for Astralis.
Flash play ramp. Abby gets involved at the behest of a Hooksy flashbang. There's an opening. Brolin won't be able to go on any of his mad charges in this round. He's got a lead from beyond the grave. And now there's 3 guns in play for Astralis. MOUZ really have to keep their heads screwed on here. This is far from an easy round. They're going to slow down and group up. Strength in numbers here after losing Brolin early. One thing that does bode well for them is that AWP is very, very far removed. Device just posted up at the apartments. He'll be left out of the picture here as MOUZ build for the A-take. It's the stair rifle on stairs, no less. Yabi tucked in under Palace to have to go huge. He can't find the opening. Stair on the walk through. Nearly good for the transfer, but this was always going to be the problem if the site didn't hold. Would Device get here in time to make a difference? Makes it around CT. Bomb not planted yet, and Device, that was a massive miss. Blinded by the flash, recommits, and that's when Torshi bests him.
Dude, those flashes end the round. He has the bomb stuck. He has twice the chance to get rid of it and peeks in before it even expires. It's easily done for Torshi. MOUZ, a robbery of a round into both guns, both rifles, cross-firing on A, and they have no problem putting them down without a fight. Torshi is coming into his own right now in this game.
And as we say, like, that's a stressful round to go on a close. But MOUZ do it without breaking a sweat. Seeing frustration set in for Device, who just hasn't really been able to get it going in this series yet. And you're dead on, it feels like it's made worse by Torshi looking so good.
Oh,
this is a wrestle of a round, isn't it? Back and forth we've gone into this 3-on-3. Exertion up through the connector, and Stare really feeling pinned in. He's stuck behind Triple. They do have Exertion trapped here in Con, but unable to get him on the spam. Finally, Stown gets it.
Oh, I'm still scared for some reason. You wouldn't expect a player here behind Triple after all this time, would you though? Stare, given room behind the smoke, draws MOUZ's eyes over. They're going to choose to wait it out. Let Spinx pick from Palace. Both MOUZ positions known. Astralis flood the bomb site. And that's as MOUZ depart. They might just recommit later. Astralis go hunting for information. Stown pushing up.
He's a little far ahead of the pack here. Made it into Sandwich on his timing.
Cheeky. That's so cheeky.
And now they have no idea.
This should be it.
Surely Stown gets them both. With Stare baiting for him, it only further sells them on this lie. Oh, Stare's dealt with cleanly, and it's wide spacing here between Jimmy and Spinx, so at least Spinx gets that info. Had to flick on down, and Stown thankful for the cross. That is a big round, 4 kills from the man. And a golden window of opportunity found on that cross into Sandwich. Astralis finally stopped this MOUZ streak.
Yeah, MOUZ usually thrive in those chaotic moments, but, well, yeah, smoke spam, reposition. Astralis, some lucky timings, capitalized on very well by Stown. 4 kills. Gives Astralis a reason to fight for this CT side in what has been a very difficult game. Nuke was at least closer. This half is salvageable. MOUZ are burning timeouts. Maybe that one was a little bit too loose.
I mean, you imagine as well, the idea is, right, they have their comfort half coming up next. Hoping that by then they could have essentially put it to rest here in the first half. And, you know, if they can run away with this 8-4, I think that's a fine spot to be in if you're MOUZ. That's what they're competing for here. Chance to 8-4 this first half. They know that with that one coming down to the wire, Astralis are far from comfortable. They're holding on in the series, sure. When you look at this buy, it's 2 MP9s. And it's been cobbled together. And so MOUZ still have that chance of teeing themselves up for a 2-for-1 here. Device, we've been waiting for him to get going on the AWP, and this might have to be his round. Yeah, there's no more room for these missed shots, these slow starts. Device has to hit hard.
Yeah, it's going to be crushing if Astralis lose this round right here. The most important one yet. Starting to shift over, Stare back to the window. It's MOUZ group for a B hit. They have 2 players still in the middle, ready to smoke off the extremities to allow them up short. Stown in this site. He's got a lot of util to block. Hooksy, bit more of a problem. Only MP9 to deal with a 3-man apps take. Stare trying to get the info. Device, deep nade doesn't land. And so still, they don't know for sure. They don't know for certain where MOUZ are going. The footsteps announce it.
Turn back around for Stown. He'll get one. Hootsy's MP9 now needs to deliver.
It's not enough.
The rotate's pouring in. It's Stare offering up resistance. A critical miss from Torshi, but Spinx makes up for it. And here's the plant. Yabi and Device, 2 versus 2. Last time, it was these 2 for MOUZ. Spinx making it into the market, and the Torshi AWP just nailing them as they went for the retake. It's a repeat from MOUZ. A lot of faith in Spinx and Torshi in these post plants.
And that is the crucial round. That is the money breaker right on the tail end of the half. Again, Device's AWP just doesn't even get to play into this one. With 1 missed nade, he loses his sight line. MOUZ a perfect split up B. And even as both B players hold 1-for-1, it just proves not to be enough because MOUZ in post plants, Torshi in post plants is a different beast. Spinx late game. And MOUZ, look at what they've done to the money. Tatters for Astralis. This flash ramp worked before, but Torshi covered this time, no problem. This is a hungry MOUZ looking for 80 rounds. And I don't know if Astralis can stop him.
because MOUZ have been in control, right, and they have a big depth of ideas here on Mirage, it's not been an easy game to predict if you're HooXi. I don't feel like you've had a solid read over MOUZ throughout most of this. You know, we were joking earlier on how they would always dodge the stacks and run into him. More awkwardness. Stare makes it out with one. His Deagle trying to turn the tide, but in a second, this has been pried away from Astralis. Torshi just hunting down these last two. They feel like the round is so safe. Damage done on device. HooXi the only question mark, and this orb hanging out back in the connector looks to end it. HooXi's now been spotted and multiple guns on. It's a runaway half from MOUZ, who are just rounds away from those semi-finals.
We're here in Malta, me, Maui, Scrawny, and our goal today is to have the best day ever. Just north of Africa, just west of Italy. Man, what a place it is. My love as of late is golfing, so we're starting here at the Royal Malta Golf Club. So how we decide who goes first, we're gonna play the hesitation game. 3, 2, 1, vegetables, celery.
Carrots.
Potatoes.
Parsley.
Damn it. I was gonna say celery. I was gonna say celery.
Set one high and right.
Yeah.
That was pretty nice though.
Right on, tally-ho.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't see where your ball went. It's somewhere around here, I'm pretty sure, like in these trees, I think.
Oh, you just walked by it.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
go. Nice.
Mickelson for birdie. Nice.
Oh.
Oh! Damn, that was
it,
good.
man. What I tell you guys, this is the perfect start to the best day ever.
We're here at Rampila Restaurant in downtown Valletta. We want to get into the best day ever in Malta, and you got to have one of the best meals ever. We got a very traditional Maltese dish here in rabbit. They really exploded in popularity when the Romans came over, because Romans, they actually think if women eat rabbit, they'll become more beautiful.
Cool, let's eat.
Bon appetit, fellas. I think we all get one ravioli each. You know what? I'm grabbing two. Hey, we're in Malta, am I right?
I've never seen that happen in my life.
I think you'll be grabbing one now.
The Maltese eat more rabbit per person than any other European nation.
It's actually like a more flavorful chicken thigh.
Yep.
Yeah, wow. Delicious. Another hit.
I think I'll go for two.
So it's been a wonderful day, but I thought we would end the day, gentlemen, with a little bit more violence, a little accuracy, you know, things that really embody Counter-Strike, a little bit of archery. We've got plenty of targets.
Well, then I'm going for the GOAT, obviously.
A delicacy.
Goodbye, Simple.
Archers ready?
Oh! Oh, you're shooting lasers. Now, what if I get the otter on top?
Make it happen.
Oh!
Damn.
Whoa, headshot.
Bullseye.
On the GOAT.
Goat for dinner. Unfortunately, all great things have to come to an end. I had a blast from start to finish.
Who knew going outside could be so much fun?
Yeah, this was a perfect day.
Well, MOUZ are looking to get back out into that Maltese sun before it sets, and if we continue this way, I think that's going to happen. 8-4 half on Mirage, their map pick as well, after locking in Astralis in their pocket. That was Nuke, and MOUZ look even better on their home ground. Astralis coming in slow, and MOUZ coming in hot.
Oh shit, I feel activated on T-side. Woohoo! Ludwig, bro, boost me your ramp, man. Damn, I like it.
Oh,
how do you beat that?
Such a character, man.
Yeah, we said Astralis have vibes earlier. Torshi,
so funny.
Torshi carries the team in vibes.
He does. He is Mr. Vibes.
And well, Astralis, they're missing their vibes right now because it's a pretty hard game for CT rounds as they come in quick into this pistol looking to A-split.
Torshi back at spawn. Gets the spot on players wrapping up through Con and Palace. This is a lot of info for MOUZ to work with. They know this is the A split now. Roland, I think that was a bit of team damage thrown in there. It's looking to quickly get cleaned up here with Exertion, aggressive, the rotates all arriving and all finding success. There's nowhere for Device to turn. 1v5. He's reclaimed the first. Let's see what he's got. And a bit slow to get rolling in this game has Device. They're jumping up in behind him. This is very confident from MOUZ, but I feel like, you know, sometimes confidence can get the better of you.
Not here. Because
you know who this is, Hugo? This is Device.
Yeah, but this is Spinks hiding in CT spawn. He's where you buy guns. Device hunts him down.
You were saying? Device has got this. 2 kills deep already. And a confident MOUZ that we're all down a clown and face him. They hear him rotating in through the spawn. He's collected info on a second player. Knows about one at Con. There's currently one variable. He doesn't know the presence of Brolin at the back of the site. And Exertion catches him on the cross. Device clutch denied. Pistol secured for MOUZ. And the finish line is within sight.
The hope dies last, Harry. The belief has to die last. But Astralis, they are running out of time on this match. MOUZ looking very, very sharp indeed. Taking both pistols in this map as well. It's a full eco here for Astralis. Just a Deagle or Device. MOUZ look to make this quick and painless.
What about long and painful?
Yeah, Astralis decided to drag it out. That's fine. That's okay.
I mean, it gives them more time to talk, and they need to talk. They need solutions. They've got 2 rifle rounds left in this game.
Spinks should farm. There's no flash for him here. Just gonna go for it. They swing out. He gets one. Oh god. Oh no, not the dinks. But it's all well handled here by MOUZ. 10 rounds, 3 alive, and this one of 2 buys for Astralis coming in here and now. Even then, this might be their best buy. The only proper one, depending on how they spend their money, whether they get bomb on. These factors matter this late in the game. This is a MOUZ who want to make it clear who they are. At number 2 in the world.
They're just shy of $30,000 on the head of Astralis. That's going to bump the MOUZ bounty up to nearly 100K.
Yeah, it's a 90K game. Money on every match, money on every head here at the bounty.
This aggression is just brutal. Hooksy's lining up util, man. Blood thinks he can line up the util. MOUZ aren't respecting them.
That's
a rush
crazy.
through ramp. Got Exertion, and they know that Brolin was also aggressive here. He was in the kill feed, so info should be there.
They're so split.
It's really, really loose for Astralis.
Device is alone. No one comes with him. No one tries to trade him on ramp. They know Brolin's ramp. He's got the bomb. Or do they not? I mean, did they just not check the kill feed? And did it pass them by?
It feels like the wheels just kind of fell off in that round, you know? Like, you lose the bomb ramp, you lose Hooksy lining up the util to facilitate the Palace pop. At that point, it feels like they just go on a feeling, like, well, we kind of have to go, you know, otherwise we're going back to T-spawn, we're clearing out all these angles.
Would have been nice to see someone join Device there and actually set up that trade, because that was the only way you were going to win the round. Brolin gets away with 2 free kills.
Yeah, that's horrible, especially when you got 2 rifle rounds in this game, and that was one of them.
Yeah, well, you say 2, they might just buy down here and now. Let's see how much hope Astralis have for the flawless 8-round comeback, or do they just want to invest everything? There's no right decision, but after that gun round goes that way, I would certainly like to see a chance with the AKs here in this T side. That may be all it is. MOUZ in a tournament where we don't even know who they're facing after this win. We get those reseeds, we get those picks again for the semi-finals. And so they have the chance for a lot of rematches, the chance to find revenge against Spirit from Cologne, a chance to prove themselves once more against Team Vitality.
For Astralis, is this really all it was? Did they just show up here to bounty, deny Na'Vi progression into the playoffs, and then say no more? Just leave. Head down over towards ramp. As this is the force buy from Astralis. This is them now with back-to-back forces in the tail end of this game. Device opens, rare miss from Torshi. Oh, but it might all be for naught, because Exertion barrels through the smoke. And wherever they gain an inch of ground, they're so quick to run into the rest of MOUZ. It's truly terrifying form, keeping itself in check. It's still a strong performance up and down the roster for MOUZ. No limits. Stair finished off, and one more force buy for Astralis in what has been a very limp attempt at Mirage. It's been MOUZ dominance in this series. Nuke will remain the best bet for Astralis, and that one passed them by a while ago.
Yeah, they had a chance back there, but this one's not even been close. Just one more buy, they're saying. We just need one more buy, and it is coming in. A last-ditch attempt against a red-hot MOUZ, branding their logo on Astralis' chest. Go back to this A play. HooXi would cover on the nades this time. As Brolin plays back from spawn, it's a little bit more passive here for MOUZ. Gonna have to be this A retake. Full exec. 3 smokes go over. So while Astralis lock MOUZ out, how long till that door gets knocked down? Brolin goes over the smoke. They are by his side. You're happy with the hunt, and no one's in spawn. He's got space. Astralis could be making something out of this.
They find themselves in these man advantages before, but this time there's not that flurry of trades. It's going to be left to a retake. Aggression out into the spawn and into the meat grinder. Jimmy and Spinks churn up Astralis. And in seconds, a 5v4 is reduced to just Device and Stair. Cowering in, Device hides in the corner. He's now Astralis' last and only hope. And MOUZ are closing in. Half the time ticked off this bomb, and Exertion is the one to walk it over the line. MOUZ with a swift 2-0 dominate Astralis on Mirage.
Yeah, dominant for MOUZ, and that's what you like to see. Shame for Astralis, who made progress coming into this season. Started it very, very strong. Even took down Na'Vi in the online stage to get here, but they will go no further. MOUZ, they have business dealings to get up to. They have revenge to seek against Spirit. They have a Vitality who are waiting, and all of these matches are possible here. We'll have to see how the rest of the round goes here in the quarterfinals. MOUZ collecting that 30k bounty off the top of Astralis. They're stacking some chips right now, Harry.
Yeah, they really are. And, you know, I think the eye test on the form here for MOUZ is very, very promising. The scoreboard shaping up exactly how you want. It was Exertion, Torshi, both looking to dominate these games, but solid performances up and down the lineup. They never break a sweat here. For Astralis, a couple of key players going missing. Mirage was always going to feel like an uphill battle. And a slow start back on Nuke. Well, sadly, it felt like that was where they sealed their fate.
Yeah, an opportunity at least on the first map of this series, and some good moments as well on the T sides. It was mainly the rifle rounds that let them down today. I think Device struggling on the AWP didn't do them any favors, at least converting both pistols back on Nuke, but that's half the reason the game even got close. When we hit gun-on-gun rounds, MOUZ just made the difference and took this series 2-0.
Jimmy, we got to start with that last round on Nuke. 2v4 into the 1v2 clutch. How'd you pull that off?
To be honest, I don't know. I think we made a good mid-round call in the clutch. I think we played good together. It came close, but then in the end I closed it out and we won the map, so yeah.
From that point on, it pretty much felt like the MOUZ show. You guys, good times here in Malta. You got the Studio Merchant badge. You got the Malta Masters badge at this point. Is this event just built for you to win?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I think at this point already we are over it. I think we are doing both in good, like in Arena Studios. But of course, it feels good to be in a studio again. Haven't been here in a long time, so yeah, it feels good. But just happy how we are playing at the moment.
And I saw you talked about last season having a rougher stretch of form. Personally, does it feel good for you to pop off on a map like Nuke and in a series like this?
Yeah, I mean, of course it helps me because obviously I haven't played the best recently, but at the same time, of course, one game doesn't define all, so I'm looking forward to keep it up, and hopefully I stay consistent and I can still build up in this part of season to like a nice individual level for myself. But yeah, I'm pretty excited about it.
I'm excited to keep watching. Thank you, man. Good job, good show. It's popping off, Desk.
Yeah, there's just something about MOUZ in Malta. I can't quite put my finger on it. Either way, MOUZ delivering an absolute clinic versus Astralis. Felt like there was absolutely no breathing room for the Danes when we look at MOUZ's map pick of Mirage. And now Maui, 73k bounty on MOUZ's heads. They're earning some cold hard cash here.
Dang, all right. What are they going to spend that on? Okay, I mean, this was a even more dominant performance than what we got out of Nuke. That second map right there, I mean, MOUZ took no prisoners at all. I love the way that Exertion was able to take space. I loved seeing MongolZ, who I'd say last year wasn't always the most effective on T-sides. Like he was commanding some of those post plants.
Yeah, this is the MOUZ that is scary to pick. This is why Spirit might have been a more lucrative pick for Virtus Pro, because with MOUZ, they're going to show up on the server. You know the level you're getting out of them. It's going to be very high. You just have to be a better team. And Astralis, not a better team.
Well, you mentioned MongolZ. Let's check in with one of his many highlights in this mic'd up moment.
Right side. I'm holding short.
I don't see it. Still slow. I think
I'm
they
holding
will
kitchen
short.
cross. I reload fast.
Adam can
I have
flash
your shot,
later.
I have your shot, I have your shot, I have kitchen.
I have kitchen cross.
You can flash kitchen to check if you
Kitchen dead. I take short.
Last shot.
Last shot, Adam.
I'm break time.
He's default.
Nice, Adam! Sick fucking round,
Nice,
Adam.
Adam.
I've said it once, I'll say it twice, I'll say it a third time. I love hearing MOUZ's comms. I'm loving the amount of info that they're delivering to each other, and I'm loving the hype that's coming out of our boy MongolZ.
Everybody's bringing for each other. I feel like they're so in sync so quickly, Vu.
Yeah, I mean, that's clean comms. We saw G2's comms a few days back, and they were pretty hectic. I think MOUZ have relatively clean communication. Everyone gets the information they need to have. They know the position they have to be in, and then everyone screams after the round. It's always nice to hear.
When we look at MongolZ and, he's just outside, if he top 3, Vu, what would he have to do to punch into that, to be one of the top 3 AWPers of 2025?
You'd have to do a lot. Shiro is pretty damn good, but if he could be...
But Shiro's not number 3. MongolZ is.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, give us your top 3. Who's your top 3?
Who's your top 3? Who's your top 3?
ZywOo, MongolZ, Shiro.
Okay, Shiro is at number 3.
In that order.
Interesting. What does MongolZ have to do to get above Shiro? Does MongolZ not maybe move down?
I don't know if he's going to be able to do it.
MongolZ is my number 3 right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have Shiro above him.
Yeah, that would check out.
I thought Maui was going to say that MongolZ is a top 3 opper because ZywOo isn't an opper. He's a rifle.
He's a hybrid.
He's a hybrid.
Right,
No. We're not using
this again.
Not going to do the. We're not going to do it with the small print. Okay. We're like in terms of people that are supposed to be the oppers on their teams. MongolZ is fantastic. I feel like it almost. I think the reputation of MongolZ might lift him above MongolZ right now. And also, to be fair, MongolZ had some incredible tournaments this year as an individual on that G2 team where changes were obviously afoot. He was still carrying them to deep playoff finishes. MongolZ, on the other hand, maybe a better player in a system. Based off of what I've seen from him this year, it looks like he's supporting the team really well. He's coming up with a lot of big kills. Obviously, the major wasn't his best moment, but MongolZ didn't have a great major either. So
no, that's kind of why I wanted to open up the conversation, right? Because surely it's not that much. It must be like a hair's breadth away.
It's not a lot, but I want to see MongolZ pop off and really be like a hard carry in an important semi, in an important final. I want to see him go play against Shiro, dominate against Spirit or dominate against Vitality. He needs to have kind of an aura moment, a defining moment in his career, or in this year at least, to push him over the edge for players like MongolZ, players like Shiro, who just have these moments that unfortunately surpass what I've seen from MongolZ.
So beating Vitality, not enough to put MongolZ in.
I want him to beat Vitality and he drops 50.
Okay, and then you want him to go meet Spirit as well in that same tour.
It's tough because you're splitting hairs between players that are elite in role.
Yeah.
They are all elite in what they're doing. So what defines greatness and the tip top of that greatness is those kinds of reference moments that Vu is talking about, making a stand where nobody else. The thing is, when MOUZ beat Vitality recently, that was more of a team effort. Torsi did well. Don't get me wrong; he was great. But it's just that we want to see we all kind of crave that simple performance. You know, we all want the him against the world type of moment.
We're just so damn greedy, aren't
Yeah,
we?
we
Well,
are.
with winners, unfortunately, do come losers as well. Astralis eliminated here in Malta, so let's get a few closing thoughts courtesy of Device.
Device, tough loss against MOUZ. They're obviously a tough opponent, but it did feel like in that first map, especially the first half, it was a little bit back and forth, and then things kind of got away from you in the second. What do you think went wrong for your team today?
We didn't play our mid-round very well on CT Nuke. We had a lot of opening kills and very favorable situations, so I think that we misplayed a lot of those rounds on CT Nuke. We knew Nuke was going to be like the map to win. Mirage is more tough for us. So yeah, it's a bit annoying.
You're a guy who's obviously been at the absolute pinnacle here in Counter-Strike. This is a team that's still looking for that statement win against one of the very tippy-top teams. What do you think is missing to get you competitive against a top 3 squad like MOUZ?
I think they have more structure. I think they are a bit more well put. Like as a team, they have talked a lot about reactions and how they want to play. I think a lot of the struggles in Astralis has also been constant changes and not having roles fitting well. We're trying our best right now, change some roles in the break as well, and hopefully we get some more stability. I think stability and time is always a good factor to development. You see it with some of the teams like MongolZ and Aurora, stuff like that. So I hopefully we just improve with every event we play.
Now, it has been a very brief period of time since HooXi has come in, since you've changed some things around with roles. Looking at Bounty as a whole, at the experience, at the Astralis that's shown up here, that played online, that came here to LAN, how do you rate it? How do you feel the team did overall?
I mean, we're obviously happy to be a part of the top 8 here. Beating Na'Vi is good for us. Always sucks to travel to a tournament to play one game. I think that's a bit annoying, of course, but honestly, we knew we had to play our A game today to beat MOUZ. We didn't show up, and we can't expect a result in our favor if we don't show our best.
Well, thank you, Device. Commiserations on the loss.
Yeah, unfortunately, not enough for the Danes to be standing up to a very dominant MOUZ here in Malta. Maui, any initial takeaways from, a short but I was going to say sweet series. Wasn't such a sweet series from Astralis, let's be real.
The only thing you can be happy about if you're Astralis is the fact that you won over Na'Vi to qualify for this stage.
Yeah.
Today's showing was none of what got Astralis here. It's none of what has captured our attention regarding Astralis' ascent, a slow ascent, a modest one, and today they were, for lack of a better word, humbled.
I think you can reference the interview for a great description. Device says they needed their A game if they were going to do much against MOUZ. They did not bring their A game. I think that was their B game, maybe at times on Mirage, their C game. That was just not the Astralis that we know and love. If we want to see Astralis do great, we want to see the activity on CT side. We want to see some great fragging from Stair, some great calls, and they showed signs of it on the first half of Nuke, but from there it was all downhill.
Yeah, he was saying bad mid rounds coming out on Nuke. Yeah, I have to agree with that. Lack of stability, well, he cited as well, with a lot of changes, some of the roles, some of the positions. That's going to come with some of that. So I think, I don't want to put you under the microscope and say, like, how much time do you need to adapt to those changes? But I feel like we're still in the early stages of seeing those, and the signs are looking okay at the moment in terms of some of those swaps.
Well, I didn't really feel, Yabby didn't have the best time on Nuke, but Stair was fine for me throughout today. So I think he fit his role. Like, he got a nice key multi-kill in middle, actually, when defending against MOUZ. He did slow them down a little bit in terms, that's what I wanted. I felt like a few of the other players left me wanting a bit more. I mean, I called out Device a little bit as maybe being the 10th to 15th best opera in the world right now. He only got 5 op kills, I think, in the entire series, and he had a whole half to do it on Mirage. So that's a series that he's got to look back on and say to himself, I got to be better.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate reality is, especially on Mirage, you saw a Device on the CT side. They had a clear idea of how they wanted to use them towards short quite often. he got countered and he wasn't hitting shots. And we had rounds where Torji was getting great frags and showing why he's a top tier opper. We didn't have that from Device. We didn't even have a pop-off round where he gets 2, 3 and he converts a round for his team. That's not the Device we need to see if Astralis won any hope of beating MOUZ.
Gentlemen, would you like to play a game? It's a very exciting game. Dupree was very good at this game, and now you guys have an opportunity to show where you want to put your money, your stocks, if you will, over on novashots.io. So we can have a look at this graph. That is indicative of the stocks that people are buying at home as well. You guys can get involved in the action too. It's free to play, so go and have your say on over there. We can see MOUZ have been a little bit up and down all over the place.
That's
I feel
weird.
like popularity, maybe when they saw the draft show, they picked Astralis, and then there was a lot of buy-in to MOUZ. Makes sense, probably. Where are we looking if we're going to be looking at MongolZ and Aurora?
Okay, looking at the series.
As the next game, yeah.
What are people doing? I got to read what the markets are saying.
There was a bit of a spike in Aurora overnight.
Really?
MongolZ is on the up at the moment. I don't know. Maybe they just heard Maja thinking they were going to pick into Vitality, and then it was like, oh, actually no.
I mean, I feel like this is the one series that Vu and I have really keyed in on for being a close affair. Yes, MongolZ have looked good for the last 3 months, and maybe Aurora has plateaued, but the gap is not as wide as what the HLTV ranking may say.
Look how close they are. You're totally right. Like literally in terms of the buying in right now. Where are you?
I think I'm happy to pick whichever team. I wouldn't say this is a 50-50, but it's definitely a close affair. I think if we're looking at the current prices, I feel like I'm leaning towards MongolZ.
Okay, tempted by that. Well, either way, we are going to find out exactly how it's going to be going down after this short break. Join us back after the fact for our second quarterfinal, Aurora versus the MongolZ.
Image remains posted. Now, no support.
And but with the deep information, if they don't disrespect this, or if they come forward, well, it's actually come to the point now where his smoke can take over. He doesn't have to put himself in jeopardy. They're running through this. Oh my God, they're actually going to come, yeah.
Oh, no way!
Double no-scope collapse.
Oh! Easy pickup for Na'Vi. I mean, they laugh in the face of this attack. Fifth player in's the only one that gets a kill. He'll double down MongolZ, but he's already down to a quarter HP.
But old habits die hard, it looks like.
That's 3.
Man.
But he only has 3 health left. That should be the end of him.
There's only 2 guys.
Yeah. He's going to use the smoke grenade to cut off Alexi.
Could they mess this up? 25 seconds, and MongolZ is seeing red.
He wants to make it happen.
Oh my God.
Oh, no, wait, dude. This is a 1 versus 5 straight up, and he has time to get bomb. He should have this red with another smoke. Oh, my MongolZ. 1 fake. The nade doesn't come through. Now, he's got enough space to commit to this. MongolZ, a pure 1v5. And as Emat tries to get out through that smoke, MongolZ's just dodging all these bullets.
He's terrified. Ema's looking behind him for a push through. Time's ticking away.
I mean, how could you not be horrified? MongolZ, the prodigy, has pieced together 4 frags in this 1v5 ace clutch. And Ema, his head is on a silver platter. A miracle from the magnificent MongolZ.
The Flames and Dexter. Getting this bomb down is scary. Flames is taking real estate, but ends up getting punished. Liquid hold, and they win these fights. Just Dexter left to get past, but he's an iron wall at the back of the site. Moving around, kill number 3. Oh! Dexter! Make some noise for him, that is incredible!
And you've got JL and Wonderful.
It's this fight, JL and Wonderful, or in Fame, excuse me.
Very key. Fame slips up, getting ever closer. JL thinking about going to help as Wonderful puts that op over to the corner. That could come back to haunt him. Tough spot to get the multi-frag. But the CT's sitting and waiting for a little longer. Molotov goes to cave.
If Fame waits this long, this might come back to bite him.
He's got the kit, and that kit could be so key.
You gotta go, VP.
He needs to move. Bomb spot. Oh, beyond. Oh, welcome to Wonderland. They lock down that post plant like it's nothing.
Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes.
Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. In week 2, the final 8 teams bring their bounties to the Blast Studio. It's a face-to-face showdown with new twists. Teams can challenge opponents by raising the stakes with their banked winnings. It's high risk, high reward. Here's how it works. Teams use their banked winnings to up the ante. For example, if Team A has $50,000 and Team B has $25,000, Team A can only challenge up to $25,000, the amount their opponent has banked. Both teams have to accept the challenge. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?
This is London!
Aurora, this is the 4th time you've played them this year. You've had a lot of matchups. They've got 1, you've got 2. You're going to widen that gap at a 3rd victory to that series?
Yeah, sure, I'm sure. But they say that and beat their teams on their log, and they just choose to beat their team. But no, I don't know what will happen. Let's see.
What is it like opping against an aggressive team like the Mongols?
Their style is a bit different than the other teams, so you need to be expect for everything. Like someone can just swing, and there can be like more guys than like you expect. It can be like 4 guys can even swing. So you need to be expect for everything. You need to choose the spots that you can survive after your 1 shot or something. So otherwise, they're just refragging you. They're like pretty aggressive, as you said, but also I think they're playing really well when they're just hitting up together to the one side. So yeah, we'll see.
Our second quarterfinal of the Blast Bounty, and the Mongols back in yet another playoffs. A 2nd place finish in Austin put their name firmly in that Tier 1 conversation, but still lacking a little bit of silverware to show for it. That could all change here today in Malta, but they will have to get through Aurora first. And with Zantares now back from his Cologne hiatus, Maui, you've been looking at this as probably one of the closest quarterfinals we have here in the Malta studio.
Exactly. This is one that I am very excited for in terms of the skill that both of these teams have shown, the consistency that they've had throughout 2025 thus far. But obviously on one side you have MongolZ, who's peaked at Austin, whereas for Aurora, that's probably their most disappointing finish.
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes down to it, we've been questioning both of these teams. Can they bring it to the next level? Can they go into the playoffs and beat these top teams? And both teams for a while were really struggling with that. But MongolZ is the first team to take a step forward with that semifinal run and say, hey, we've solved these problems. We can actually bring it to a LAN final. We can actually bring it to a grand final and show a great showing. And that's where Aurora has to say, hey, we can do that too.
Mike alluded to it in that pre-match interview, but a lot of head-to-heads between Aurora and the MongolZ thus far in 2025. Dallas being the most recent one in the quarterfinal. What was your takeaways from the result in this series?
Well, I felt like it was a pretty close score line, but the MongolZ, sometimes it's actually just down to the execution for me. When watching them play that one back, seeing the way that their utility is always making a fight a little bit easier for them, or they're catching Aurora off guard because of the way they play around their own utility, like waiting for a smoke to fade before they all just swing together. There's little moments like that where it felt like the MongolZ, they were just a little trickier in this one. And of course, you can't say anything negatively about their individuals either.
Yeah, I think trickier is the way to put MongolZ, because they play a style of CS that you really don't see from almost any other team. They're brawly, they're willing to get in your face, but they do it in a way that requires a level of teamwork almost no other teams actually have. They push and pull you across the map in a really effective way. And some people might suggest their fundamentals are questionable. I think they got great fundamentals. I think they're great.
Let's talk about Aurora for a moment, because we got to hear that, well, we've heard it in a couple of interviews. There was this, I don't know the context, but Mike went deep digging, and there was a moment where Aurora had to rank some of their opponents. I believe it was in Austin at the Major. They put MongolZ as B tier, or okay, I say they did. Maja and Wakadia wanted to put them in that B tier. MongolZ, they're not very happy about that.
See, I've been on the receiving end of a lot of criticism for my own tier list.
No way.
So I know exactly how Maja and Wakadia feel. They probably see them as B tier because they see them as a team that they think they can beat. If they can't beat a B tier team, then what are they in the grand scheme of World Counter-Strikes? I like it in terms of the confidence. Do I think it was the most objective ranking of all time? No, but mine aren't either.
That was a bad ranking. Okay, they're not B tier. They are, at worst, they're A tier. They are a top 5 team. They're levels ahead of a lot of other teams that you would think B or C tier. The only way I can justify them B tier is if S tier has 2 teams, A tier has 1 team, and B tier has 2 teams.
Okay, so Aurora goes in B tier then on your books. Maybe be quiet because they are right behind it.
They're kind of in an A- tier.
Okay.
I would say. I might just be saying that because they are behind me right now. No, I feel like the very top tier is very slim pickings right now. Aurora, I wish I could have just graded them off of the first 5 months of this year. Then they would also firmly be in the A tier. It's just that we've seen the slip up at Austin, and I'm not going to grade them for the clone performance.
And that's the thing, like we see things go in cycles sometimes. Unfortunately for Aurora, the cyclical nature of their ranking, it's kind of just returned to where they started at the beginning of the year. So what can you read into that?
Unfortunately for Aurora, they have not been on the upward trajectory, but I will give them a bit of a break because they did have this whole Xantarez problem. He had the back issues. He wasn't there for an event. They've had a lot of issues surrounding the team that could impact their performance. And that's why I'm looking at this event and maybe the next couple of events as proving grounds where they can show, hey, that was just kind of a bad series of moments. That was a bad couple of months, but we can bring it back.
Well, and it's a proving ground for can they manage their schedule better? Because that's what kind of got them actually, in my eyes, of last year. They need to take a little bit more time to just go back into the boot camp and say to themselves, we need to revamp these strats on these maps and these sort of crossfires and positions.
That's the thing. We cited that Dallas matchup of them making it to playoffs. I was impressed they even made it to playoffs because they had to travel from Astana, do the overnight flight. Like the fact that they qualified was just a miracle in itself.
Just stop doing that part and you could be in the A tier again.
100%. The MongolZ on the other side of things. If we're going to look at them from January at the beginning of this year to the point that they've ended up right now, how would you grade that performance? Has it been up? Has it been down? Plateaued? What do you think?
The MongolZ have definitely risen up. I feel like every single major that they perform at, they show us a little bit more. It's almost like they mark on their calendar, let's peak at this certain point. Because, you know, remember back last year, Yala Compass, they were able to win that. They put themselves on the map. They probably didn't get paid for that event. But regardless of that fact, they were able to make it to the playoffs of the Shanghai Major. And then on top of that, then for Austin, they showed a completely new face, you know, getting to the grand finals, taking a map off of Vitality. It feels like for the big moments, these guys lace it up.
Yeah, this is something that you see with a lot of different teams. We saw that with Prime Astralis. We see that with MOUZ recently. You sometimes just need one breakout performance where you really have everyone come together like the Austin Major, and you prove to yourselves that you can actually make these things happen to really make that next step. And MongolZ finally did that at the Austin Major. They still lost in the quarters at Cologne, but that one's respectable. I think this is where they need to prove themselves.
That's the thing. I feel like if we exclude that Cologne result from the conversation, it feels like they've been slowly but steadily building the MongolZ house, you know, brick by brick. Like, are we going to be seeing MongolZ get a little bit more consistent in playoffs? That's what we were demanding. That did happen, Boo. So he's a must, right? If we want them to be going deep in these playoff runs.
Yeah, when you look at MongolZ, he's clearly the best player on their team, and arguably at times he's been their best opper when he's dual opping on that CT side. But when you look at him in the playoffs, he's been the biggest, most marked fall off. You can see he went from a 1.414 in groups to under a 1 rating in playoffs. And if you look at the rest of the MongolZ, they also have large fall offs, but watching those games, oftentimes it feels like there's not as much you can do when your best player just isn't himself. And I think the major is a great example. He did have a great major. He did have a great playoffs, and that might be what actually propels him to be more consistent.
Well, I think it is about time we discover which maps we are going to be playing in this quarterfinal. Just to recap, last time around it was Dust 2 Mirage. We didn't need Nuke because the Mongols won both those first 2 maps. You see any differences coming into play this time?
I would be surprised if the veto went elsewhere. Some of these teams have shown, I don't know if you disagree with that, Boo, actually.
I thought about if we could actually see Aurora looking for Overpass, because they did look great on Overpass in the one game they played, but obviously we're seeing Dust 2, so yeah, probably going back.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if Mongols don't just go back to the well for Mirage themselves.
Yeah.
And yeah, we do just get the salty run back, let's say. I mean, it'd be, I don't know, for the decider, I guess you could I don't know where you would go with this one. Maybe Inferno. There's kind of a middle ground there.
I think the problem is Mongols have been second banning Overpass the majority of the time. So I was thinking maybe Aurora could sneak that in. Instead, the ban on Overpass for Mongols, the ban on Inferno for Aurora end up in a map 3. You're not really surprised by.
Yeah, copy paste from last time around.
Okay,
but will
exactly.
the result be different today, Maui? Are Aurora going to be showing more fight in this one?
I have to imagine that they're going to show a little bit more fight, because some of the ways that the Mongols were able to take Dust 2 last time, as that's the first map here, were just based off of tricks. They would get really close. They just do a one flash pop play. They didn't do all the same setup that I necessarily would expect for a team going for a full cat hit or a long take. They just got into Aurora's faces, and I think Aurora, they're just going to be more primed and ready for those kind of explosive plays.
I think Aurora will be more ready. I think that's a great point, but the result's going to be the same. It's a Mongol squad.
Who are we looking at in particular if we're going to cite some of these individuals? Like the fact that we have Zantara is back in the fray for Aurora. He obviously was present last time around, but kind of weird when you go to a massive tournament, let's be real, without one of your star players. That's a strange thing to do.
And that's why I wouldn't grade the Cologne performance whatsoever. Xantar's carry for this team, for Aurora, has been almost comically top-heavy. He is sometimes just, he is the entire T-side force for them. We've seen little bits and pieces from some of the other members. Wykadia's chiming in well. Woxix found some consistency, but it really needs to be him going head-to-head with people like Senzu.
But the biggest question still remains. Are we going to get any challenges in this matchup? Let's find out.
It's the question on everyone's minds, Freya. Will we get a wager here? Techno, you were getting pretty chippy at the draft show. Something about this guy calling you B tier? You gonna throw a little extra money in and see who's B tier at this one?
Yeah, of course. We're gonna bet all of our money.
Betting it all. Yeah. Betting it all. If I'm not mistaken, that's $11,250 that you're willing to stake up. Do you need a straight bet, or are you willing to give them any odds on this?
Straight bet.
Straight wager here, Major, $11,250 that you could pick up. You picked this opponent. You chose them. Surely you're willing to throw a little more skin in the game.
I respect the team a lot. I can tell him also. But as a team, we take a decision to not bet this match. Maybe in the future if we win.
Maybe in the future. No wager today, Freya.
Man, I just keep getting heartbroken every single time we do one of these. Shout out to Techno, though. He was willing to go for it. Maja, maybe if they win, maybe we'll get another one. Surely, though.
Disappointed.
I'm just
so disappointed.
Yeah, I'm just frustrated by it. This is the closest series we're having in the quarterfinals. I would have wanted to see a little bit more stake on it, but honestly, I can't entirely blame Madrid. I just don't think the team form is probably as strong as he would want it to be for this matchup.
Yeah, this is the matchup that I would have most expected to see a wager.
Yeah.
If we were going for a one-to-one wager, maybe we have chances in other matchups if they have imbalanced wagers. But yeah, this is not the most confident showing from Aurora, but I respect it.
No wagers in this one, but we do have the game ready to be kicking off. It's the Mongols versus Aurora with Connor and Mo.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, that's right. The game that's touted is the one that should be close.
Ooh, would you call them the GOAT of being boring?
Maybe, just maybe. Would, I don't know, I think maybe the desk starts throwing their $11,000 around.
Yeah.
What's behind that?
That's just one day rate.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, get it out there.
We know you've got it, Freya.
I think it is. It does say something that Aurora got to pick their opponent.
Yes, sir.
And won't match the wager. And the beef is out there. Listed as B tier. I love it.
Unbelievable.
I mean, not betting. It has to still be a statement. So, all right, now that we're in playoffs, I mean, MongolZ want to do what they usually do.
Yes, sir.
And win. But we saw Aurora play their last series, and they looked fantastic.
Yes.
Now let's see if they can do it on LAN.
That's the question, right? And do it over top of a team that's not still just cobbling themselves together. It's a real deal matchup here for Aurora. The MongolZ lie in wait. Spam down middle. Smoke gets the T's close. They'll take up tunnels. And we've got this majority A lean going for the MongolZ out of the gate.
Same map, same teams. Fully loaded with Xantares in the lineup.
Ooh, insta-gush. You've got Senzu down with nothing. Blitz tries to cheat through CT smoke, hits the headshot, but Woxic's good cover up close. And you hear that last player stomping over, so just cookie cutter clean. Slicing straight through middle into that B bomb site. The insta-gush really sends a message here to MongolZ. And we get Aurora taking it in the pistol.
Their last game we saw, it was actually Jota, Wicadia that were standout on both of the first two. They were just incredible, actually. And what was amazing about it was they were playing sites together, getting all their kills. And the only reason that Xantares and Woxic weren't getting more kills is because like the rounds weren't coming towards them. So I think we didn't even see a fully tapped in Aurora. We just saw like every single piece of the puzzle play well enough. And I had no questions about, I didn't feel like Jota and Wicadia were carrying Xantares and Woxic. They just so happened to get the kills. So I think today versus the MongolZ, they're going to need everybody to contribute a lot more to be able to take this upset. And it feels like it might be possible.
You get a scout duel down middle to kick this one off. Double scouts in play for the MongolZ. Second one on MZinho. 910 jumps up. Xantares very cautious on the approach. Got wind of that one, so from a pistol win to a 5v4 looking for the conversion. Players still Xbox in a bit of a tricky spot. How the hell is Techno going to pull anything off? He's got the cover of the scout above him, but that frag grenade just exposes enough of him, and it's a teammate's nade as well. Blitz just kind of threw him into the wolf pack. And so the Aurora conversion's looking mighty fine until Blitz finally gets a little impact going. But we get that insta double flash out through the doors. We get the position taken by Aurora, just Madger on this side of it. What if Blitz re-engages here? What if Blitz catches him on his own?
Kind of too hard to stop. Oh, yeah, they just have so much control. Really well done here from Aurora, all the movement, everything, taking down the peaks off of Cat, and then MZinho's just got a scout. I mean, he's going to look for a duel if he can find it, but I think it's definitely fun for both these teams to play the same maps. It does take the edge off when it comes to prep. I think you can focus more on your aim, which will create some more better late rounds and more fun rounds. There'll be a lot of counterplay. And again, I mean, these guys were basically fighting to figure out who was the best gatekeeper of Tier 1. Like, and I think that can really make you hate each other because you want to be so much better than the other guy. But for half a year, they were basically on the exact same level, which was just get into playoffs and then get out.
My thoughts at the start of this year were honestly that there was only going to be space in, say, the top 5, top 8 for one of them. And they just so continuously kept it rolling side by side that I thought, oh, damn, maybe they will knock out 2 other gatekeepers and both pick up that mantle. Now, we know that hasn't been the case. We know that Aurora haven't touched the peaks of a major grand finals like MongolZ. And you can chalk it up to, again, some outside of the server problems with Xantares.
Yeah, like if they pick up now, then we will because they didn't have Xantares. So
super understandable struggles.
MongolZ didn't have Senzu, it wouldn't even count, right? The time wouldn't count.
Would not count. But
I find it actually so impressive that they looked so good right away. Because I'd be like, I'd even be willing to give them a little bit of time to on-ramp them again and get back into a good place. But I feel like Maui's exactly right about they just like time management. You know, like a lot of stuff that happened last season, it felt like stress related. I mean, the amount of travel,
100%.
like just they were entering every tournament. That's not easy. So don't let that happen again. I don't hear any tweets about feeling like a zombie.
Full flash. And the M4 fires off, so suddenly Xantares a little more cautious about it. You know he's happy to duel. It's Xantares at the end of the day. M4 picked immediately up by Blitz. who gets clipped by the scout. You can see these pistols still just trying to get more out of that one rifle. USP looks away as Jota slips through the door. And so it's looking like a nice and easy start to Dust 2. And for me, there was a question around Aurora with losing Anubis. And we saw them versus Heroic on Overpass. You know, even the desk talking during that veto phase, maybe the Overpass gets floated or whatnot. You know, Dust 2 only featured, in terms of their head-to-head, it only featured in the most recent series at Dallas, 13-11 victory for the Mongols. Aurora have to prove that the depth is there in the map pool.
Yeah, they prepped it. They didn't pick it versus Heroic, and they looked extremely ready. So I think that it's going to be at the top of their map pool in the future. You know, maybe not a match like this where it's still fresh. They don't want to test it. Yeah. But it's going to come back up for them. They look like they put time into it.
One of the immediate points that Madger made when it came to selecting his opponent in the Mongols is he said, you know, the process was sat down as a team and immediately went over, you know, the drafts of vetoes. Like, where could we find an opening versus any of these 4 teams in the map pool? They wind up versus Aurora. So you better be able to justify that when it was your biggest compelling motivation for picking the Mongols. And that's why today we end up on Dust 2. Great 3-0 start, but let's get into the gun rounds. 9-10's op out there on the field, and it looks real clear to me that Aurora are setting up for this B hit early. So let's see how it goes down. Senzu back plat, great pop on the timing. Oh, but even better shots out of the defense. Oh, a third as he taps what was left of the magazine. Blitz on the scene will close.
Come on, Senzu.
Oh, Aurora thought they had that, and we've got Mongol's defense looking rock solid out of the gate.
That's how you spend ammo in that kind of situation. Used up half the mag, went straight to tapping. It wasn't to be flashy at all. It was because he had to space out between the people who were coming in. And they had Jota run out just before the flash pop to get that first kill. He did a great job there. But Senzu's counterplay in this moment is so good. It's the aim and the patience.
Would you call that a B tier hold or an
CT tier?
Yeah, CT tier.
No, that was S tier for sure.
And I loved actually the timing of that from Aurora. I thought for certain that Mongols may have gotten caught by it, and Senzu slips into that box in the perfect moment. It's an exciting move to make for Aurora. It's going to keep Mongols on their toes out of the gate for many a round to come. Op just dodges the flash, and it is the perfect tether off of the pit play. So again, defensively, once the guns are in hand, Mongols trying to get to that cruising altitude early. Blitz lingers along the back A wall. And that bomb is in the full possession of the Mongols as well. So what are we going to do about this, Aurora? Feels to me like we've got a 35-second save on our hands.
Yeah, I don't think there's any real option. Bomb it long, it's just a full minute operation, to be honest, to get that back, get to the site. So Mongols can rest easy now. Low on utility, but full on weapons. They've already accumulated 3 AKs. That's what sucks about losing a full B rush round like Aurora just did. It was a big risk mentally.
Counter-terrorists win.
Coming in Madger with the only utility. This is kind of an interesting spot. They're setting up, it looks like they're just trying to fake long. They're doing a long corner smoke. Oh, they didn't even block the corner, actually. They're leaving a gap there for Mzinho. He's just fully scouting it the entire time. So now the lean is going to come back over to the other side. That looks like it smells like a fake. It is a fake. And it's not a very good one.
Single smoke and flash for Madger. Techno walks into the Humvee. Did the offer spot that? Oh, he's ready, but Woxic missed chance.
Free shot.
Could have been a sitting duck, but more so of a sliding one. Techno gets out of that position quickly, moves past the scope, and now Aurora's presence.
It's really hard to quantify how important that miss was because the round is so different now. If it was a round where they had utility, the story would be, you know, they just go into something else, but most of their chances are going to be shots like that from here on out.
Silver lining, Madras still hanging on to that bit of util, so they'll have a chance at something else. Questions when and where. CT smoke. Opt to lead the charge here. Woxic on the prowl.
MZ hasn't flanked long.
Blitz got the frag to pop it open. He's going to expose something, you'd think, but they just remain timid on the corner of that. Another frag grenade to go down as he hears them stomping upwards. Senzu on high alert. But the nade goes a little too deep. He doesn't get his vision. B players push off. They try to get into this engagement. Same with Spawn, but Woxic locks that in. The op that floated outwards is still there as all the rifles go to put that bomb down. Little challenge up from the site. MZ versus the op up close with a flash first. Ooh, and he hits it. And with that, he is going to take a look at this clutch. It is 4 health for Jota. That's it. That's all. Great start for Jota. And unexpected behind that car, they will work their way up the site and take a gun round win.
That's a great move from Jota. 4 HP, played it open, hoped that he wouldn't get cleared or just get the first bullet in. MZ was willing to take risks, thought he was for sure still on the right side of the site, cleared it. That round is a couple of op shots getting missed, and with no one moving on the A side, no one flanking long after a minute, they're into 45 seconds. They did have sort of a good chance to take the mid B, but I think this is a moment where MongolZ just don't move enough. They had better guns, more utility. And I think whoever was in peak window, this is unfortunate, that miss. Right on the noggin. One thing they did well though was they saw the nade out mid, they waited, and when Blitz was going to nade it again, they just didn't make any noise, so he didn't want to waste it, and they found an opening to get by.
Great outcome for Aurora early, considering they walked into that one with only a couple guns as well. Little kickstart to keep it interesting, to keep MongolZ playing catch up. No shot here for Senzu.
Nice shot. It's just the best part-time opera, isn't he?
I have seen games when he gets away from him and he just kind of awkwardly starts missing shots from back plat on B. But when it's hitting, and I love when, I think even more so, he's kind of freed up to take those mid fights. That's when I like to see the double op from Senzu on Dust 2. Prime example of it here with the death on Jota. Zinho kind of jumps the gun.
Scouted.
Yeah, Shadow gets him a little antsy. Now, we've got a MAC-10 ready to rock up the catwalk. 2 rifles to support the scout, which wide swings outwards. 9-10 pinned in against this car. Flash to try to get him out of here. His support is working well. He is burning, and he still gets away with the kill onto Acadia. Each of these pieces on the A site find some success. Techno, a double kill finally on the scoreboard, and it is the MongolZ right back to winning ways.
Kind of what we expected from this game, just a really big brawl. This one's pretty expensive rounds, but they'll take those trades. I feel like you're not thinking too much about the pass in a match like this. You know, you're gonna have lots of chances. They've gone back and forth. Yes, MongolZ have won more often, but you can't say it's not competitive sometimes.
Two ops mid, all right. 9-10 on the lower tunnel angle, and barrels held 2.
I love ops complementing each other in mid. You just don't see the setup that often. The reason is because, like, otherwise your rifle's holding top mid. They can't hold vision there. Like, what if an op challenges them? So
The right utility for the job. Disables the original setup. Techno selecting through his utility, pops it open just before they come around that corner, if there is a commitment to be made, but now the Flames on the rotation holds Aurora back. They gotta bide their time a bit more. Now ahead of the smoke from the defense. Techno flashes inbound. He's gone unnoticed. Back turn. Good trade off the block. Very clean shooting from the pistol. It gets Woxic a chance at a second with the rifle picked up. Major 1v3 P250. Almost caught a player looking the wrong way, but his element of surprise will be for nothing, and the MongolZ beat defense again.
I won't lie to you. I think they buffed the Glock.
Yeah, you think it's just ghost
Have
buff?
you seen the kills that we've watched this event from the Glock?
Sure.
How do you... Oh, you didn't have head armor.
Oh, that'll help.
Okay, that makes sense. We had that jumping Glock burst, triple headshot. We had the one on Snappy coming out long.
Yes.
Yeah, yes. The instas.
Yeah, poor
this
Snappy.
is no head armor, so that's just a mistake from the team who had money.
And yet there's still two players this round that also don't have helmets. Senzu Blitz could be susceptible to more Glocks. Woxic brings in the solo op buy.
This is a crazy stack they've got waiting for the cat play coming in. Feels like they're really now in tune with what Major's thinking.
Ooh, there it is, already paying off.
Oh, to the CT's move.
This one purchased op. M4 is gonna peel everybody else off of the catwalk. Now the op under pressure. Was really hoping those pistols could have given Woxic more of a shooting gallery, but instead this buy from him in this round. Op's gonna hit the dirt.
Felt great for a second.
Yeah, it worked for the 5v4. And then the reality of everybody else on pistols sinks in.
Pawns were just a little too underprepared for this round.
So not able to crack through with the lesser buy this time. Aurora may have missed it in the 9th round. They've got one of those in their back pocket though, so you can't help but understand where the confidence comes from. Still, CT side starting to look a little streaky for the MongolZ. This is 3 rounds now, not even a bomb plant. And the buy pattern that we find Aurora in leaves Woxic on the scout. No hero mode around to go. He's got the score that could justify it though.
It's a good start for Aurora, but might not end that well. Need a solution for these ops in play. Aurora trying to cover their tracks here. Oh.
Who scoped? Feels like it would have seen him. Major ready to pop through. Oh, they go ahead of the flash, and Blitz is standing in front of where it pops.
That was a nice play, Blitz.
Good trade out of Jota. Shuts him down after the one.
The op's alone.
Ooh, and exposed. CT player gets wind of Jota though. MZ, how does he get a chance through the doorway with players down in tunnels? And he brings Wicadia right back at him. Top mid player trying to give chase up catwalk. Well, we've got Techno close on mid doors. Slowly but surely, Aurora now being pulled apart in untradeable positions. This round just kind of snowballs, but it snowballs very slowly.
And then all at once, yeah, it's true. There was just some moments. It felt like things were within reach, and then suddenly it became impossible to win. There was this point in the round where Senzu was alone in B with the op outside of the doors, but the play through the smoke out mid looked a little bit rushed, right? I mean, I guess they didn't have the information that there was a rifler there to support Senzu, so that might have been it. But Blitz, you gotta give him credit. He saw that flash and literally just knew exactly how he was gonna get the next kill. ran forward into it.
And so we send Aurora spiraling back into these damn Tech-9s. Back into tunnels. It's funny how that one all-in B play out of the spawn, one of the fastest early rounds, haven't seen it yet since. And you said it, right? They're kind of like...
You have to recognize the gamble because you can lose everybody. Other rounds you can save. Rounds like that you won't. You kind of get... You get the round quickly, save all your guns, all your utility, or you lose everybody.
Here we go back to the mid slice. Got 3 players in sight here. Techno along Humvee, and Blitz, perfect positioning. Wikadia's gonna help out with a bit of damage on Jota. Unfortunate that lineup goes down the way it does. And while Woxix walked out middle and has 11 kills to his name, it's just, okay, the Glock and the wallbang. Goes up in flames. Aurora can't bank on Xanteris for more than the one. And so this rock-solid defense looking harder and harder to get through. Yeah. Like, is there... No, that doesn't happen, I don't think.
No, they are bricked up right now. I mean, a brick wall right now.
It's 5 straight, no plant. This is a 4-2 game for Aurora at one point. Safe to say, MongolZ have kind of siphoned the hype away from them, and 9-10 while blind. Happy to step up to that test. There has been no easy opening moves for Aurora throughout this T side.
Yeah, no kidding. The ops only grow more powerful. Oh, this push, it's perfect. Long control, it's the exact right counter strike. Got to give it to Blitz this game. The setups in these last like 6 or 7 rounds have just been exactly what Aurora are trying to do. Who wins this one is the question.
They've tried to change their game up too, but MongolZ a step ahead. Oh God, almost the collateral. Aurora don't know it, but luckily they didn't lose 2 with that one shot. Jota eats a flashbang. Everybody's on the scene now for the MongolZ. They've already pushed around through tunnels. It's just been such an active defense. An A+ tier hold back on site again. And Madger down to the 29 points of health. MongolZ simply cut from a different cloth in this first half. The map of Aurora, a real challenge for themselves. Out of the gate, Aurora probably feeling good about this opponent pick and map pick, but a quick dose of reality brought to you by the Blast Austin Major Grand Finalists in the MongolZ, Mohan. It's a slap upside the head that has unfortunately put Aurora at a 4-8 deficit to kick off their CT side.
Yeah, it's an important thing to mention. It's what Aurora were trying to do last season. You know, I really don't even think it was about winning a major. It was about getting to a major final is like sort of the one within reach. Having all the break-ins into playoffs, but never getting that far. So I'm sure there's definitely some jealousy there between Aurora and the MongolZ, two sort of newer national teams that have been so impressive and rising quickly. But still lots of CS left to be played this year and today. If Aurora play their cards right, the CT side is certainly recoverable. Aurora.
Four Aurora rounds. That is what they'll
Unique
work with.
New York.
Flash for Xanteres. Sitting over on that B site. Not going to get any action. We're going into this 5-man A hit for the MongolZ. Let's see if Long can hold strong with Woxic. Attempting to set up Jota. He is going to be popping up from pit in a moment. Ooh, gets his head back down into cover. The flash is so good. It completely neutralizes Woxic from trying to help out on the pit hold, and then the A site has quite literally nothing to say about this outcome. It is the MongolZ taking back a pistol, split pistols on Dust 2.
I was watching that and I was thinking they're really working on carefully getting out of Long, just so they can have a flash that's set up facing Long corner. They need to know they don't get peeked, and they do it so safely. And I was like, they're doing that just to flash the corner, like just one flash over the corner. You could do that from outside Long, you could do whatever. And then they get the guy in pit blind, the exact same flash as they swing. It is so perfect. They obviously knew what the setup was going to be. Jumping out backwards late, understanding they're going to draw this aggro. That is execution meeting the plan, and you can't get much better than that.
Read like a book. That's the beauty of a $200 flashbang right there, folks. That's the beauty of Counter-Strike when you know your opponents. Dissected, dare I say.
Like worms.
Double scout out on the field. We're very quickly going to get into that realm of desperation for Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, this is desperate. Down to $200 in total. UMP becoming more common.
Utility pressure comes over. Ooh, nice ump push from Xanteres.
They didn't kill him?
He gets tagged down, whittled, and eventually hit. 9-10. How many bullets into that spray before Xanteres finally gets toppled? And with it, it's a 4v3. So that is such a nice, just like sigh of relief that you didn't let that player get tucked back into the CT spawn with the ump. You kept the SMG on the ground, confirmed by this push by Blitz, who actually gets put down by the 5-7.
This is awkward because they knew, I think two are on Cat. They knew one was in B. That doesn't help them, that they lose Blitz.
Nice push here from Jota as well, going out into the tunnels. As we see Techno hold on to the mid doors, MP9 pressed up against him. We have now got an edge for Aurora. I said it was the realm of desperation, but if it pays off, no longer desperate on Dust 2.
No jumping kill here. Could come down to this one peek.
Gets dinked.
Lots of damage.
Look at the health.
They're looking for headshot fights now. A scout coming up.
Still working on the ledge, and he finds it on Madger. Scout not able to topple either two. Two well-placed bullets here for Woxic, and it's a force by victory, Aurora. He gets closer to the site. Good jump spot, and he could have tagged the player towards Cat. He gets the headshot to 9-10. Pistols out for the clutch. Woxic jumps onto it. 10-second defuse, and a force buy with two scouts that pays off. Yeah.
Wow, it's so close. What a round out of Woxic. They could have just delayed to win that. and they thought this was just such an easy fight. He even generated this nice chance towards the bricks as he was coming up from CT, and they wanted so desperately to take him out sooner. Oops.
And that right there could make this game interesting.
Definitely.
That's the round that could make this one interesting. Second round of that nature as well that Aurora have pulled off over the Mongols. Now, you know, in any other game where you actually have gun rounds under your belts, you're thinking that could be the difference. This is just to keep them in it. 40% of the rounds they win, forced by in nature. The other three, a pistol and full conversion.
It should be a nice stabilizing opportunity for Aurora if they kind of just don't make mistakes. It's going to be 5v5 for a long while. So as this round progresses, without the active information, the rotations are going to be a little long. Puts a little more stress on the site hold, but with 3 on A, if it's going here, nope, it's a drop. 2v5 inside the B site.
Slipped down with all that spam coming his way. We get early damage with Cadia. Jota's looking to hold it back, will do so. Famas good for the double. Oh, make it a triple with that quick headshot on Senzu. And not to mention even further damage, but Blitz's position. No! Oh, P250 from Spawn catches all of the A players off. And with Cadia has not been found, they've got to somehow get him out of here. They push through. He's got to go for the fourth, and Blitz gets busted up. They walk into that final M4. But so much from Blitz in Spawn, all for naught.
That's insane. It comes down to time. If it was a few extra seconds, it could have been a run over towards the A site, but the hold here is so fantastic. They could even afford for this to happen. Wow, we get the Shoxy Styles 2 crosshair on Blitz. Love it. So it's not exactly stabilizing, but it is a win. This will be the money maker.
You say that.
Wait.
Grouped up. Timing. Oh, no longer going to be able to keep it as clean. Nice shot back from Blitz again.
That is... Oh, okay, baby.
Nice shots in all directions.
Showing off.
He's
so good at that.
I feel like he was deep in that jump as well. You know, you didn't hit him on the peak of that.
He hit him on the hinges of that second door. Last second. The shot.
Woo, whew.
He actually did that the last time they played Dust 2.
Beautiful adjustment. Fine-tuned Counter-Strike. Really is an art form.
It's getting a little hot around the collar now for the Mongols. One really bad mistake on that cat play.
Oh. Who threw that? Op ready as Mongols try to just walk it out again. I guess they liked how close they got last round.
Uh-oh, he's in trouble.
With Cadia with nothing. Woxic inside of the smoke. You've got no support here, and already Blitz is out mid. This is all Woxic all day. There is no help coming. It is you or it is nothing. And the knife will have to be what finds him. How much easier that could have been if not for a heroic moment from Woxic. But does this Blitz position still cut off two? With his P250 not long ago, you'd think they'd be clearing all these corners, and they will trade him out effectively. MongolZ, 27 health. You've got a player smoked off towards the tunnels. He swaps out to the AK, fire to the doors. And the walkout through that smoke. The timing finds him, and Aurora now within one.
They thought they were going to reroute to play with each other. I can't believe it, Woxic. That was so incredible. You know, sometimes you say you blink and you miss it. I literally just blinked, and I'm not sure what I saw because he was still pretty blind. Just came to and hit. What? Wow. Wow. Wow.
Game on. You can see Xantera's frustration when he falls to that hold from Blitz out middle. Like, how did he and when did he get into this corner again?
Dropping a smoke on yourself when you're opping, that's rock bottom, you know?
Sure.
You
Yeah.
you think you're going to die soon.
Yeah.
For him to get two.
Yeah. Honestly, might as well just be a frag grenade at that point. You know what I mean? Take him down with you. But he takes down two. And that shot, that reaction coming out of the smoke like that.
Amazing.
Superb. Super.
Superb.
Little frag damage for the tunnel approach. Change of util. Nobody damaged, except for that first frag down tunnels. Haven't seen Wakadia on a forward angle like this. Haven't seen the double ops move through. Taking a page out of the MongolZ book. Maybe it's what gets Wakadia going, because no denying he's been struggling throughout this map. But he can keep that attention focused towards tunnels with all the pressure coming out from mid. He puts that op into the window and he will find Blitz. Still floating between positions. Majority, oh, what a clean shot from Jota. Finishing off Techno. Still, two challengers have emerged through tunnels. And yet again, a player out middle, this time spotted from that mid flank. And so MZinho's got a bail and he won't be able to escape. And a clean one onto MongolZ to boot. 9-10 clutch attempt. Three players, all from mid. No more utility on the approach. It is going to have to be the trade train through this doorway. And 9-10 scoped up, ready for their arrival. First shot, clean. Second player's out, and he misses. And that miss will make this a tied game at 9.
Yeah, if he hit that next shot, it was just ring around the rosy around. Big box, probably odds in his favor, but he can't land it. Not like Woxic can today. Every small risk that MongolZ take to try to snowball the round ends up costing them deaths. These two players fighting from the doors, that cat plant, they wanted to speed up versus they've had winning opportunities a lot and dropped them.
Forced by in the second round of the half that's put them on this streak. Haven't lost one since, and Xantera's, I'm not even sure. With the silhouettes from the flashbang, I'm not sure what was real anymore.
He was jumping, shooting, and you know, the last bullet was when he was back on the ground, so fair enough, I guess.
I guess, maybe, sort of, kind of.
Yeah. Did he jump twice?
I don't know. The flash had my retinas burned.
Yeah.
But he's in the zone, despite being 9 and 13. Not the onboard.
The play, actually. They left the B site. Uh-oh. Who would try it 3 times in a row?
The MongolZ. Who could hold it 3 times in a row? Techno again. So many times these players slip out middle. Aurora on the recovery of that half of the map, 4v2.
No plant yet.
And
Plank
a back
in.
turn to the tunnels player. Easy pickups, plus on top of it, a wallbang through smoke headshot. Aurora are just pulling kills out of thin air.
They're playing great, man. I mean, that's the most vulnerable that site's been for all these tries from the Mongols. So there's no excuse for losing that one now. You cannot go back to this strat. They cannot win a round in B.
I just have this ominous feeling, though, Mohan, that these mid creeps from all these Mongols players, at some point, it's gonna cost Aurora a round, that they keep falling to those deaths out mid.
It's gonna cost Aurora a round?
Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking it's just getting more obvious now, and they threw all their chances to actually convert those rounds.
And yet they still keep pulling off frags with it.
And they still keep losing.
Oh, wow.
The thing is, like, can you even mid B now? Like, maybe if you get kills, you could try it, but like, I feel like you've just, you know, in an attempt to try to condition Aurora, I think you've conditioned yourself out of certain options. Maybe not. Here they are coming back to tunnels again. Let's see if Blitz gets into his same spot out mid. Almost like they're treating this like a scrim.
Look, he's managed again.
Yeah.
But they do have Cat right behind him. Joda's got a clean double kill. No triple this time around. Maybe late recovery of the map here for Techno, but bodies continue to drop out middle. We got an AWP picked up, an AK in hand. They're going to boost.
heard him run.
Are they? No. Just wants to not get spotted from an eventual window retake. We've got Woxic bottom middle to set this up. There's so much utility here for this Aurora retake, plus the man advantage, plus what was the health advantage too. Senzu makes his move. Does he get back to the site? Does he have this angle? No, he pauses and gives that space to Xantares. It's not Ben Xantares' best game ever, but he is still on the brink of a clutch. Closes the distance, tries to gun him down, but he's lost track of Senzu. And a triple late game impact. Mongols finally get one over the line.
Oh, definitely played them like a fiddle. Perfect play outside of the window. That's finally the move that Mongols have tried to do to accelerate the win. That's actually worked. Every time they peeked out to kill the players in CG spawn, they've got off back, they've got picked off. Their lurker dies again inside of middle, but this time Senzu just brings too much force. 3 frags.
Wobbly economy leaves Madger no nades, MP9. They went B again.
This is going to go down as a classic for me if they end up winning off the B plays. I'll be watching this T side in awe. If they finally got their one win.
It's like they had to do it till it worked. "50 seconds.
Yeah, I like the way Aurora are playing it. They pulled the goalie on the B site. They're not worried about a rush again. They already won around last time that they did this. This gives them that like sort of relay advantage to get to a rotation. But, oh, they're going to hear him coming.
This early. Smokes down to the spawn. Can they get him in? Flash is good. Oh, it's fantastic.
Oh, that was beautiful.
And a fast mid flank as well. Easy pickup for the SMG. And Opper is now just stuck out here under a world of pressure. But wait, because here comes the recovery. Halfway through the 2v4.
They have to get the bomb. Time.
Gotta take a second to pause. That bomb's gonna have to sprint up. It gets killed, but the frags could have been there still. Aurora pull ahead.
Yeah, they needed the guy by the smoke to get the bomb. The other one to cover. The only way they could have made it with the smoke still up, but it's hard to get organized in a spot like that. The flash play from Okadia is good. It feels like there's a bit of calling breakdown here for Mongols where they come out of mid. It feels like a little later than they wanted. They weren't perfectly prepped or they would have had someone anti. And then you get a situation like this. Not sure why though, because it's not like Aurora have been putting no pressure on mid at all. They've been letting them have it. I think that's the only reason that MongolZ, I think, got confused about what to do.
9-10 with some frustration mid-round, missing that shot.
It really felt like they just didn't know if they wanted to try cat or go mid. I don't know. They were right though. There was 3 on A. It's been a zany game. No telling who wins now. Though it certainly feels like Aurora are more sure of themselves and making less mistakes.
Uncertainty about Catwalk last round. See if they try to go back at it this time, but again, it's just presence out middle. Mac 10, oh my god, the flashes from 9-10 and the dink into the deke.
There's the B site. They're running up on cat.
Players
What's
pushing
happening?
long. Aurora losing.
No way.
They just lose control of the situation suddenly, thinking that they had the entire picture when in reality, MongolZ were playing options.
I kind of love it, man. I actually can't. Shocked. They pulled it out. They tried the mid play just as a fake. The flashes to support Blitz running out were wonderful. It's not the first time Aurora had played the setup outside the site, so they had a reason to believe that that was going to happen. And it's all to just get up a cat this time, so it's kind of beautiful, man. I think those 5 rounds in a row they rushed B were just like, all right, you guys banging your heads to a wall. You've lost a lot of rounds off of this. They lost a lead, big time, but now they're pulling out brand new tricks. And to be honest, they are starting to punish Aurora for not having information. They're playing 2-3 to start and then letting, and then just taking their hand off their keyboard. They're not even putting pressure on Cat early round. Gotta wonder why that is. Oh. That was sneaky.
24 rounds of regulation inbound. And again, this one's gonna stay close. 9-10 doesn't miss it 2 rounds in a row, but it's still Xanterra standing.
Gotta take that though. He's the guy on the AK. Hell, he'll lose that gun to Woxic. And
it was a little jumbled up.
Head to Wicadia.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're actually kind of screwed. They're gonna need a little luck now, honestly. And it looks like a lot of Jota.
Highest performing player for Aurora.
I think they're really trying to influence a push out along since it's been so underused. MZino's like, don't worry, it's gonna come. They have to try at some point, but not yet.
You think again? With the way Magic got caught
running
long
last? Long split.
Tucked in, burning back.
It's 4 players on A, but look at their guns, man.
And it hinges on Magic getting something from this. Down to MongolZ and Xanterra's, remember, 19 health with a pistol.
They don't have Cat or Long.
They try to push into Catwalk to get something. Take some portion of this site by force. Wicadia just dancing back and forth, so distracted that MongolZ arrives, clears him out, and MongolZ are going to take a 12th after all of this effort from Aurora.
I've never seen a game where I've been so bittersweet about the calling, where I was like, this is looking crazy. You guys are being way too stubborn into like all this new stuff, and now they're making Aurora look like they're playing too conservatively. This round, it's actually a great stack. They just don't have a lot to work with. But it's come to this point because a lack of mid-control, lack of information, so much stress on the B players to come up with new things to do every single round, but never a third CT over there. Never getting ahead of it. The lean has always been towards the A site, and I don't know, Woxic, why aren't they setting up Woxic to get pick plays down middle or in lower or off of Cat? can fly blind after you play a 5v4. It's a lot easier.
Aurora first pick Dust 2 versus the Mongols at Dallas. 13-11 Mongols result, and here we are, 12-11 Mongols again after what was
we're
looking
major finalists now, so.
What could have been such a comeback, all off the back of a Force 2 buy. Could still push us into overtime, but you saw how the guns were such a limiting force in the last round, and it's not any prettier here in the 24th for Aurora.
They kind of all in to avoid having to go to OT, and now they're left with 2 UMPs.
Certainly not pretty. But the Mongols' approach has also been sore on the eyes at times. Let's see if a mistake maybe pushes us into extended play map 1.
Same stack here for the CTs. Similar guns. They're just missing one really good rifle. Jota's, 27 health UMP over here. And I guess it would be kind of iconic to end it on a B-split, wouldn't it, Connor? I think they've earned it this time.
Yeah. But can they pull it off?
Yeah, this would be salt in the wound. Like, same play, Blitz gets out mid. They hit B. The last hit. Oh, I'd be so salty if I was Aurora. Oh.
And it's looking like that's exactly what's going to go down. Wicadia gets off site. It is vacant for the Mongols tunnel walkout, and the smoke just faded. Wicadia starting to consider the B site. Oh, just as Blitz comes around that corner. Now, at least it's a fast reaction from Xanteres into the AK. But because the Mongols didn't have to expend any of the util to take this site, it is easy to just keep Aurora out of it for now. They boil this round down to the final 15 seconds, plant that bomb, and give a tough task to Aurora. 4v4 retake of the B site. The Mongols so stubborn about hitting this half of the map until it finally worked. And now in the final round of regulation, the post plant's looking solid, but Woxic with 2 is not enough. What was a force buy kickoff after a flat first half comes up mere rounds short.
High-octane game of Counter-Strike, delivering on absolutely every front. This time, the Mongols do get it over the line once again. They had such a handed lead when we look back at that first half. Getting into the second, things getting so back and forth. So many chaotic situations, Vu, but that was a super entertaining map to kick this quarterfinal off.
Yeah, calling a handed lead. I mean, going into the second half, I thought Aurora were out of it. Mongols would just close it out comfortably as Aurora picked up one gun round after losing or after winning the pistol. That's all they could actually manage. But going into CT side, they had an incredible CT half up until the moment that it just collapsed completely.
In some ways, this is just a mirror match. Both teams got the exact same amount of rounds on both halves as they did back at Dallas. I mean, it was in a different fashion, of course, but for Mongols, I'm glad that they were able to weather the storm. I felt like they did the majority of the dirty work in the first half, and the CT side, I mean, the second half kind of slipped away from them at points, but at the end, they closed it out on that T side.
We've got to do this map justice in the post-map analysis. We've got a hell of a lot of rounds to be diving into. Let's kick things off with round number 12, the tail end of that first half, CT side. What was the story from your perspective?
This round exemplifies the macro elements of Aurora and sometimes what there's criticism for, because the Mongols recognize that there's a fast, long A play, and so they're able to just push B tunnels, and it's a bit of a risk, but really Aurora do this a lot, where they just kind of 5-man. They don't use lurkers as much as other teams, and you can see that the Mongols, they just have completely centered their defense around this. A couple of the individuals do pop off with great frags, but really there is no question in the Mongols' mind as to what is happening in this round whatsoever.
Yeah, this was like the end after Aurora hit B over and over and over. They tried to hit through mid, they tried to hit B through tunnels many, many times. Eventually Aurora said, hey, we got to change plans. Change of plans, not working out any better.
We can have a look at the round distribution just at the bottom there. That shows just how dominant the Mongols were at the tail end of that first half. Then we get into the second half. This is where things arguably get even more chaotic. Let's dive into round number 15, because this is where Blitz almost gets a hero moment in CT spawn. I was convinced he was going to somehow magically close this one out.
And with a few more seconds, he might have actually closed this one out, because this is the reason we talk about Blitz as an IGL, as the best fragging IGL out there, or at least he's in the conversation for it. He's in CT spawn. They know there's a high chance that he's going to be there. He gets the support from the scout from outside B. Now they have the 2v1, but they only have 10 seconds. If they had an extra 10 seconds, maybe they could try and run through A. Maybe they could do something else. Instead, they have to force in, and Wacadia, really nice aiming to shut it down.
Man, I thought it was done for. I thought Blitz was going to continue the pop off there. Wacadia able to stand the test only for that round. Unfortunately, not the best map for him overall.
There were so many moments during this map that just came down to like the final few inches, the final few centimeters. Round number 20 is just another example. We talked about Xantares back in the server for the side of Aurora, going up against Senzu, who we always want to see delivering in the playoffs. This head-to-head just couldn't have been written more beautifully, maybe more beautifully if you were on the side of MongolZ, but yeah, it was a great one to win.
And they needed this pop off in round 20. They needed Senzu to have a moment like this. I mean, he had some great multi-frags on this B bomb site in the first half, so to see him do it on the T side here, this was just extremely impressive. I mean, it's hard to describe this other than just great mechanical skill in terms of the fights that he's taking, the time to kill being absurdly quick as well. It almost feels like it's a 1 versus 3, even though Techno dies in the middle of it, but just the way that like Xantares did what he could. He used some good utility. He tried to swing him on the angle, but Senzu, this is why he's in this. For me, he's a top 10 player this year. Like what he did at Austin, I'm glad he's able to continue that momentum.
And that was a turning point in the game. I mean, they didn't win the next round exactly, but at that point in the game, it felt like MongolZ were out of it. Like they hadn't won a round in quite a while. They didn't feel like they were going to actually make anything happen in that second half. But Senzu picks up the clutch, gives his teams a little bit of confidence to work with, and then eventually they start to pull it over the line at the end.
Vu, should we just dive into the subsequent round after that? You alluded to it. The MongolZ don't get to convert this one, but Aurora like firmly answering back. I think Launders used the word zany to describe this map. I think that's kind of perfect, right? Because it was so crazy.
Yeah, they have a perfect flash here from Aurora to pop out into middle. You could say that MongolZ they're supposed to have someone playing anti-flash, so this doesn't happen. Then they have the backstab from Major coming down mid. The timing doesn't get quite correctly to actually come through for the double peek with the trade, as you can see the player in CT trying to go through the smoke. But then again, because you have no time, this has kind of happened many times in this game. The time is winded down so heavily that they just can't close it out. They just don't have the time to actually get anything done after they have an advantageous situation.
I feel like we can take a breather after absolutely speed running through all of those rounds. They were, rounds we wanted to bring up for a reason, but I want to just take a moment to step back a little bit, because you mentioned Senzu, you would put him in the top 10 conversation as of this year. Let's flip the script and talk a little bit about WOXIC, because we wanted to touch upon him before we went into the match, didn't have time to do so. Both of you have kind of floated him in your top 20 this year. Is that something that you still feel confident saying after the summer break?
It's immediately after Austin, I would have had him as the 20th best player of the year. But with what happened at Cologne, with what seems to be transpiring here at the Bounty, it's hard to keep him there because there's a few other names that I'm kind of floating around with. NQZ, Tanir, even Rez on Gamer Legion, all of these guys have been really sharp too. And so WOXIC, it almost feels like he's just been a consistent force. And it's kind of, it's very much the second phase of his career, whereas he was this wild cannon back on MOUZ when he's playing in international lineups. And then to me, he's more consistent on this roster. In fact, I don't really see even too much of a fall off on his T sides. Like he's pretty good on both CT and T side, which is a testament because so many operators have a tough time getting it done on that offensive half. But for me, he's almost sometimes more stable than Xantares, as crazy as that sounds. Like, the variance to me seems lower for WOXIC.
Top 20 player or not, if we split hairs on that, it doesn't really matter. I think WOXIC is an underrated opper. You talk about the best oppers in the world, WOXIC's name is never in contention for most people's lists unless you're just a total nerd and you think about every single name like Maui does. But he is a great opper on a team that is filled with star-studded riflers. and they get the resources. They get the majority of the flashes. He's at the back throwing flashes for his team. He's not set up to have great stats or have these moments that he constantly has. I think he is by far the most underrated player on this team and one of the most underrated players in the Tier 1 scene right now.
That's maybe where I wanted to put a question with a bit of an asterisk, is because, you know, you said about Cologne, obviously there's a massive gap for Aurora because there's no Xantaras there. So, of course, Aurora do have to flip the script here. They do have to go on the reverse sweep to kind of put their names back up there. But are you willing to give him a bit more of a, not a free pass per se, but, you know, a contextual blip on the radar for Woxic and just the team that he was surrounded with at that event?
I mean, I have no problem with Woxic. I have no problem with Xantaras. I don't have a problem with Wycadia. Sometimes the one thing that I'm left wanting more from Aurora is just, I want to see them use lurkers more. I want to see them diversify the playbook because they've had breaks in their schedules, and I thought, okay, cool. Are they going to revamp things? Are they going to change how their approach is to these? But it just still feels, even in this game, more death ball-y than other teams. They just send 5 people in one direction. Maybe one guy's creating a split in some semblance, but they don't have the big macro sweeping movements like a team, like some of the top 5 teams do.
And I mean, it just comes down to exactly what you see in the game. They won pistol, they won the conversions, they go up 3-0. What do? They win one more round in the half. Then they try all these sorts of pops, but they didn't try enough different looks that actually elevate them as a team in general. They just need to have different looks.
That's the thing. That's the thing I feel like whenever I'm watching the Mongols, it's like they're getting things over the line, but like by a hair's breadth, right? Like in some of those tight situations, they are most of the time winning them, but maybe you want a little bit more stability, I guess, coming out of the Mongols. I don't know. What do you make of that?
With the Mongols, I feel like they inadvertently just rely on their individuals too much. And I think that's probably what hinders them versus the other elite teams that can go toe-to-toe with them. But if they're able to just, I think the other thing, though, is that their utility usage is actually quite good. I feel like they always have, actually, in the macro sense, a lot of great ideas for who's supposed to poke and prod. I don't know what the deal is with them having these close maps, but I think Mirage is actually going to be a widened gap.
Well, that is what lays in wait on the other side of this break. The Mongols getting dust 2 by the skin of their teeth, and things looking hopeful for them as we do move on to their choice. Mirage awaits after the break. Mirage a must for Aurora to turn this series around, but if history is anything to go by, this one might be a rocky road, because last time around, MongolZ did win this very map 13-6, but there is a slight twist in the tale. Aurora last time chose to start on the T side of things, where they got one solitary round. This time, they're choosing to start CT side. Does that give you any more hope, Maui?
I mean, good. I mean, yeah, you got to have more hope than getting one round on that half. I think this is where MongolZ does end of the series.
Okay.
But I think that it's not gonna. I don't think it's gonna be as close as Dust 2, but I think they're gonna do better this time around. I want to see after the player break, what did this team actually work on? What did Aurora individuals work on? What did Wycadia work on? Because for me, he's the guy that I feel like is the make or break player for them on this map. When he plays short versus teams that are out of the top 10, he's a great player, like 1.17 rating. When he plays teams within the top 10 on Mirage, he goes beneath a 1.0 rating. I feel like he just ego peaks a little bit carelessly at times. I want to see him just more synchronized with Xantaras, with Woxic in some of those mid fights.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map when you look at it that Aurora haven't been too hot on recently. They've had a few blowout losses. I'm not expecting them to overperform compared to Dust 2. And if I'm talking about a player, you mentioned Wycadia, I want to mention Madger. It's not that he has to top frag, but I think he was just a bit of a weight on his team in that last game. He got 6 kills, Blitz is over 20. When the opposing IGL is doing that well, we need to see a little bit more.
It is time to see if Aurora can indeed flip the script. It's Mirage with Connor and Mo.
Yeah, I think Vu just hit it on the head. That's a gut-wrenching feeling. If you're a Madger, you look across the stage and your counterpart is going to make that bit more of a difference to push them over the line. Now, you know, at times MongolZ looked a little bit lost in that second half, but yeah, Aurora, unfortunately, I feel like kind of tripped themselves up and, well...
Unfortunately, it's almost as if MongolZ were so much better in some sense that they were able to afford that many mistakes.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
That many lost rounds to going beat. They still made that comeback happen. Is it almost as if they had to play 2 full T sides in there and nail the second half, and they really did. It was pretty crazy to watch, to be honest. One of the crazier T sides I've ever watched on Dust 2. The best part is Blitz is just stone-faced through the whole thing, coming up with these really creative and new and different attacks with all the same lurks.
And fragging all the while. Oof, good shot from Woxic. Trying to slow down this split. Jota just giving him the jiggle on Apartments. And then he dives out. Is this going to be a redirection from the MongolZ?
Yeah,
Check that out.
Window. And
Murder hole.
Blitz has audio. So, I mean, right now, got Wycadia walking through spawn, but this is just so big to be here. You just rotate around him when he's in this spot. What are they going to do?
Murder hole closed. Oh, but he sees him, right? Because he can see the hips.
Yeah.
But the metal blocks it for...
Oh! What a peek!
Nothing else matters. Senzu locking it in. He ends up getting split on by the 2 remaining players. It's a Techno 4K 1v2. And he's got these kills separated. Gets the jump on the jungle guy, but Wycadia hits the headshot. Aurora will find pistol. Senzu just had them for a moment, shaking in their boots.
By the way, that 4-player retake on the last round, Senzu got 3. He just really hit some insane shots.
Tapped in and tapped out here. Jota finding the Apartments hold is why MongolZ had to try to redirect. That shot.
That's crazy. That is absolutely unbelievable. Everyone on the MongolZ can aim, and the fact that Senzu stands out for that is kind of ridiculous.
Forced by MongolZ, and a move here from Xantaras. You're gonna find 910 with grenades in his hand, and Techno's also not ready for this. Hello? He gets there. Xantaras, full tunnel vision. Tried to spare one, but there is
2 flicks past him.
No shortage of bloodshed in this one. 5 players standing tall for Aurora.
Imagine flicking that fast.
That you flick by people.
Where the hell is this guy? Where is he? Where is he? Let me at him.
The headshot recovery is insane.
Yeah. Didn't miss a beat.
I wonder what that looks like from the perspective of the MongolZ player. This one should be even easier. And on top of that, Aurora, again, nobody died last round, so CT side's gonna start with that bit of extra cash. Top mid player stuck behind boxes. All's looking good. If they push it, they'll find that bomb over there. Desert Eagle's gonna catch him off. MZ also just hit Madger for 65 damage. No, excuse me. That was this fight going down on the apartments. Techno gonna try to close that gap. No chance. Madger's FAMAS locks it in. It is still majority alive, but not as clean as the round prior when the Mongols actually had guns.
That's true. Already a little tiny bit of frustration out of 9-10. Disappointed in himself, maybe.
He was mad in Dust 2 as well when he wasn't getting those long kills.
Yeah, and I think it started with one small mistake that he made in that, like when they had that big lead in the beginning of the second half, that made the game close. So probably just trying to get it together. Also, that game was about Woxic when it came to Aurora, man. He's the reason they even survived all those B holds.
Oh, big stomp coming Woxic's way. Flashbangs keep finding him. He's got a set of helping hands in Wicadia. But now it's Woxic dead and Wicadia's gun empty. Pistols out, and he almost gets it on the jumping player, but 9-10 recovers his aim. He's got the bomb. Xantares has slipped into the middle of all of them. But will the Van player find this denial? Oh, he's still between them. Finally fires off.
Ammo?
They don't turn around from Cat. It's a Tech 9 out. Things are weird, and Blitz could still manage this clutch. We are playing some wild Counter-Strike at the moment.
He has a molly.
We get a set of hands on bomb. Jota already on the defuse. He's got this easy. He's going to stick that the entire time. Not planted for the cat hold. And 2 survive as Aurora go up 4-0 out the gate.
Can't believe that Xantares was able to switch to his Tech 9 and still get a kill after running out of ammo right behind default. That trade should have been jumped on. That's pretty funny.
This slip of the net from Xantares, not once but twice, when he jumps out of market, and then again when he pushes through that smoke. And obviously Blitz not really set up for it. So Xantares, his play worth that much more, but very quickly into the A-hit. Here we go. Pace of the game's gonna remain lively. Palace player shut down, the one and only. Woxic turns this back, hits a second kill on the round, and both A defenders will find a double kill each. Rotation already in, the confidence for Aurora spilling over. But it is bomb on the back of MZ. If only he had more than 20 health to play with.
Desk aptly brought up some of the bad losses that Aurora have experienced on this map. But what we saw coming into this event in particular, and also like, got to put an asterisk on some recent games for Aurora. They've just been in a bad place for so many different reasons. But when I saw the preparation overpass, that to me just looks like they must have really looked at every map, to be honest. And I would expect Mirage to be no different, because if you're going to bring in a new map into your map pool, you never do that before you're comfortable in the rest of your maps. You've got like holes, gaps to fill, you go cover those first. Because it takes far more time to introduce something brand new. Polishing that mouse.
Little spit shine.
Octua.
Flick with that thing. Laughing their A-hit out of town. That was a bit maniacal.
Yeah. Sounded like Waluigi.
And now the Joker. Through the fire, they're gonna try this. Ooh, MongolZ, what you doing? What are you allowed to do? I suppose that first kill just kind of catches them off guard, but this one was disturbingly lackluster.
What you up to, MongolZ?
What was that all about?
Damn.
Looking like a bunch of chumps on that apartment's approach.
I feel like I was a kid eating cereal watching Looney Tunes when this first kill went down. What is this?
It's the new ragdolls, dude.
Love it. Always funny when you let their friend go by.
Second guy's got that false confidence that he can cross the road too. So back to the A pop. This time much more emphasis on Palace. We'll see if these pistols can just push down to default. That'll put Woxic in a pretty important spot here over towards Ticket. We'll see if he can clip the wings of any potential plants.
Every A play, Woxic's been stood out in the open, avoided the plant flash.
Aids out. Sandwich player in the cubby.
They're ready. They're ready. They're ready. They're ready.
Hanging for it. They trickle down into the spray of Jota. And again, it is this A defense that looks rock solid. Wicadia can smell you trying to lurk out mid. This is going by in a flash. 7 straight rounds now for the CT side.
They're about half done. Half done.
While the Mongols look half-baked. Sorry, just double checking. This is the same map that the Mongols smashed Vitality in Austin on, correct?
Yeah, they did. They used up some juice, maybe. Top fragger for the Mongols. MZ coming in. 3 kills. Look at how much money Aurora has. Yeah. No, these rounds have not been close. No.
Well then. Oof. Insta-kill.
Great
Jota
cover.
looking sharp.
I know this is a mid-default. Coming back to this. Need 1 second early. Bomb will get spotted. Uh-oh. Bad goes to worse.
Jota is just on them at the moment.
He's having an event.
On it, on them.
Dude. This is quite a collapse.
So, should we just go to nuke, or?
With this much money, man, I mean...
Yeah?
It's like Aurora are guaranteed 10 rounds with this much money. Guaranteed.
Never seen a CT side so rich that it could retire before the half is over, but we're getting there.
Yeah, I mean, even if the Mongols somehow they have to win 4 like straight, fully banked rifle rounds in a row here on T side.
They've only planted the bomb once in these 8 rounds of play.
Yeah, they're getting smacked.
And Aurora, in the last 4 rounds, have lost 1 player.
Yeah, this might be the lowest kill half in CS2 history if they're not careful in Tier 1. Not even joking.
1 death in the last 4 rounds.
We're still top bracket at 3 kills, right? That was a rifle round that went by.
It is a total kill count of 9 for the Mongols. They have 9 kills collectively.
Aurora have 8 rounds and Mongols have 9 kills. And now they have 4 AKs. This spy, oh, sorry, 4 AKs, 4 rifles. This spy's not too hot either.
Yeah, it's actually Aurora who have 4 AKs.
Yeah.
Woxic gets killed though, and when this Opera has been peeled off the A site, we haven't really seen that because it's just been so strong of a defense. Santerez 1 and done. Cat player's already shown his hand, but you've still got 2 bodies inside this A site. Mongols look to disengage with the window climb up. Bomb working its way over towards B. You can see Wicadia floating between both possibilities.
The split should be excellent. There's no one pushing over B, which would be the scariest thing. But right now, if MZ wants to lurk, it's going to be a nightmare. They're not going to be able to cover this.
In a sense.
Oh, they just watched this. And Blitz hasn't moved yet, so they aren't in a position to take advantage of these.
Wicadia finds Techno through the window.
And now it actually comes down to MZ. How's it going to help?
This is a 3v4. Now to the 3v2, equaled out from MZ late arrival on A.
It ain't gonna be an underpass play though, he's just that lurk.
But they don't see that bomb yet, so they're still floating around, caught inside of the window because of the flames. You know MZ's hot on the trail. Madger, wide swing. It's a Blitz clutch, but if only he had more than 13 health,
they're
then
still
maybe.
retaking A.
And Blitz is stomping over to the murder hold. They're gonna realize late, and he is already on top of them, but he's so low health that even the panic spray down is gonna keep this flawless CT half going.
Oh, they were still retaking A. And they still won. And they have 9 rounds. 10, 11, 12. They've got 12 kills now.
Yes. 12 kills in total for the Mongols.
Sometimes we throw the word masterclass around, but I'm seated for this one.
I can't help but think to myself, like that parallel
MZ still in the lead.
Reality where Aurora were able to close Dust 2 by the skin of their teeth. Let's say they squeezed that out. What a shock this would have been. Out of nowhere. This game no longer competitive whatsoever.
Senzu's 2 kills this game were insane.
Bomb left towards spawn. The Mongols, 3 rounds T-side, best case scenario. When Zenteris is behind the fire, surely somebody falls victim to this. Depending on how much longer before they peak. Uh-oh. Now they might be a little nervous because he could have slipped in on this timing. Flash goes out through connector and he kind of drops the ball. We've got man advantage here for the Mongols. Is it their first round win? No pressure on the other side of A just yet. MZ about to blindside the offer. You've got him out in the open. Jota's going to hang on to the other side of sight. We get the window drop and that is Blitz quick to the call. 4v2 for the Mongols. And while Jota has been found out in this position, he will fight his way to the very end.
He's good.
3 kills to his name, 13 on the half. And that bomb is going to try to avoid him by working its way through Palace, but we are down to 20 seconds.
They are running out of time. They might think that this turns into a B plate, but they're hearing Blitz run around.
Palace player catches him off. Maybe they didn't hear that.
They know Jota was ramped, so...
Yep. Where else could he have gone? If they think maybe he could have wrapped around Palace, it could be a possibility. We'll see if he plays with the timing.
And Aurora have a horseshoe up their ass right now. It feels like I'd be terrified to be the Mongols.
There's an op on this. Oh, Blitz just gave it up. Just gave up the angle. Lets him get closer. Jota knocking on the door of the bomb site. Soon his attention, you'd think, would sink entirely into CT. He understands what this post plant looks like. Can he clean up all? Because it's 4 AK headshots, and he's gonna spam down the 5th. Oh. Time is of the essence, but he still wins this round alone.
The kid. The new addition here. Oh my God, what a moment for Jota. What a clutch. A 10-0 start here for Aurora off the back of it. The play from the ramp was enough to talk about this round.
Throws caution to the wind and does it all himself in that last one. Forces Blitz to miss the op shot, the one op shot that could have put Mongols on the board. Instead, it's an ace that could give Aurora a flawless defense. Whoa.
3 players still over 10K. Most kills Mongols have gotten forever in that round. Couldn't even deny that clutch. Might be Jota's best map in a Aurora jersey if things keep going. Another lurker coming his way. There is some support here, so don't want to fall for this exactly.
Easy.
Huge bait. He's not recklessly spamming. They've got everything covered.
Katie lets him know.
He keeps going.
Alarm bells ringing. Every shot being hit here for Aurora.
Keep beating Jota.
Oh, Nate from Woxic finish off Blitz, and that's going to prime Techno. If that M4 headshot comes through out of Madra, he's done. Techno in for a world of hurt, trying to piece together how to unravel this site. He gets the chance to get the better of Jota, a rare sight throughout these first 11 rounds. 31 health left for the final 3, and he is going to tiptoe his way right into that waiting scope. Aurora 1 round out from the 12-0 half.
This is a shutout, man. Not the result you could have anticipated. You know, we got to see a glimpse of how Aurora felt coming into this event, but playing against that Heroic with a stand-in, even though they picked overpass, they're like, man, that was a really great overpass, we think. This is kind of really validating, I think, how much effort they've put into what feels like a little comeback into Season 2.
Especially versus the team that they were so close in being compared to. Jota on the Palace hold's gonna go down with nothing. You've got Woxic sitting behind triple, putting a smoke down to work with as there's no assistance just yet. All in Aurora towards Ticket. Major takes a late detour into the window. And Senzu planting bomb just barely covered in that smoke, and smoke is not a brick wall, so the bullets fly through and find him. Man advantage taken for Aurora. On the hunt for a 13-0 flawless half at hand, and Techno's attempt to jump on top of the Ticket play goes awry. Blitz locked in from the bricks, double kill for him to deny the embarrassment in the 1v1 versus Santerez, who goes out wide and falters. The final round of the half, finally for the Mongols.
Yeah, to say it.
You said it back on map 1 when Woxic held that platform. Blink and you will miss it. Well, you can apply that to this entire half because Aurora have done the unthinkable. I mean, we've seen blowouts in the past with this head-to-head, but this is the most lopsided of all halves.
Yeah.
And Mirage has featured in the last 6 times these teams have gone head-to-head. So there's a lot of game tape out there. Aurora came to the table today ready to pounce on a chance to eliminate the Mongols in a quarterfinals.
Yeah, Mongols got, looks like 23 kills in total in that first half. Feels like almost majority in those last couple of rounds. They got closer and finally won.
Yeah. Blitz will find first blood as he takes the fight to top middle. Underpass player comes out mid. Xanteras looks like he's going to fall for this. Senzu trying to milk it for okay, that's that moment where you think Wakadia shoots him, but great snap from Senzu. And Xanteras stuck down between 2 CTs, nowhere to run as they hunt him down.
Don't call it a comeback.
Ooh, that was very clean shooting across the board out of the Mongols.
It was.
Where was that in the first half?
Sometimes you get on CT side and everything's just starting, you know what I mean? And it was you just don't blur, you know what I mean? So we have to watch
this shot.
Yeah, he reacts so quickly. That could have been a blown moment for sure, but
can't help but give him a little clap. Because they gave you one too.
Yeah.
Right upside the back of the head. Pistol belongs to the Mongols. They double their rounds.
Blitz won a 1v1 at the end of the first half.
1v3.
1v3? Damn.
Or 3 1v1s. Break it down how you want.
Either way, a clutch. That's the only way they got a single point on the board. And now that's gotten them some leverage. This is really just a testamental at this point for Aurora. There's no way they should lose this game.
Would you say it's impossible for Aurora to lose this game, Launders?
Now it's just a big, to be honest, with a pistol and conversion, now it's just a big comeback. They messed up, but we'll have, like...
Everybody take a moment right now.
The pistol is not for sure.
11-3. And ask yourself, can Aurora somehow lose this? Mongols are going to have to dig deep. Little cache of frag grenades here for Blitz. See if that's got Madger's name on it. Look how big that grenade is on the ground. Great change, Valve.
Yeah.
I actually love that.
Yeah, they look like bomb moms now.
1, 2, 3.
I think they're doing more damage. Oh!
I love that bit of extra time he puts in between the third one, just so Madger can creep right back into it.
Throwing this nade, then that nade, then this nade. Now he's dead.
Great game plan.
Is Blitz gonna walk into this?
Gets man advantage, 9-10, better keep your gun out. About to get jumped on, Xanteras gets the opening. Waxic has his, MZ gets blasted off of the top of stairs.
Wow, what a take, what a take.
Xanteras is not wasting this moment, looking to put Aurora immediately on 12, and I love that he gets off site and tries to make a play. He is looking to end this round on his own terms, but it gets read by Techno, and so we go Waxic 1v2.
It was so early, Waxic, he's gotta get the clean pick. Oh, the flash is great, they can scale.
Gives Techno space out. Bomb planted wide in the open. First player spotted. Big spam here for Waxic. They're going to try to chase him. Fresh mag doesn't matter. Senzu's sitting on a mere 4 kills in this map, but that one right there gives the Mongols a little more room to work.
He was a hero on Dust, too. Was getting kills to the point where his teammates weren't even necessary. Here's that first tactic. It's a real blitz. But simultaneously, a great take here from Aurora to get into the site.
Damn.
Pretty impressive how they got those kills, because the CT setup was positioned nicely to counter almost every bit of pressure right there. Still a big comeback, but it's more like a medium now, medium size, because three Tech 9s on this, yeah.
Nade goes beyond, Tech 9's ready to hit.
You got that Galil, that AK, somewhere out there in the field. Big pack of Aurora players now charging out through the ramp over top of Triple. They'll lose Madger in the process. Spam's coming out. Just trying to find some kind of comfort here, but this is a horde of the Mongol swarm. Xanterez with the only one until Woxic gets his hands on a gun. Where'd it go?
I don't know. It looked like he picked it up.
It must have bounced along the wall behind him. Had to have gone back towards spawn, so he's stuck on the Tech 9. He's gonna try to make this work. Oh, it's on top of Ticket. Tough to go grab. It's the corpse that falls down. The gun stays on top, and the Mongols slowly but surely, actually quite quickly with the pace that they played in that round, getting more with their name on it.
Yeah, we're still in that, so 6 rounds, obviously. Now, Aurora, I mean, you could see it on their faces off the pistol loss. They know the game's not over. Look at this. That's a little stress, you know, like, okay, just need to close this. What's the one call? Are we losing the chances we're supposed to get? Yes, this game's a little CT-sided, but Mirage is not that CT-sided. But they know this is this is their nemesis right now, and Mirage has been a struggle for them. They looked so fantastic in that first half. That's why I say it's just all mental right now. I think if Mongols win this game, I don't think Aurora will pick them at the next bounty. I think they just like lost permanently at that point.
Just submit.
That's just the full like forever. I think that actually is the first rivalry that ends.
Okay.
if they lose this game. All right, this should be a free kill for Woxic actually. Nice adjustment.
Clean shot. That's gonna keep Senzu on a rather disappointing 4 kills, 13 deaths score. And then 9-10 though, answered deep from inside B site.
You remember every Senzu kill. It was the clutch,
for better or for worse.
Off on Ticket, yeah.
We get that Ticket player firing back. You've also got another one tucked in sight. Techno, head down, hoping to go unnoticed. MZ pressing outwards. Obviously Blitz, third pair of hands on the scene.
The way they mess this up is if they try early lurking.
30 seconds.
A lot more CTs than they're anticipating now.
Still behind that ramp smoke as well. Frees MZ up to get a slightly more aggressive bomb. What? What?
He just tested it because he's going to go out. So he just shot the right side and he was correct.
What a perfect timing to pull that off. Game sense to a 10, but Techno, he is still back sight. Bomb planted on the other end. Wicadia gives cover. Okay, looking to lock in Aurora's 12th. Wicadia, another headshot.
Let's go.
3 kills, the first one he never sees. And 9-10 on a retake with an op posted in this angle. Easy close here for Woxic. That's the 12th. Wicadia, the hero they need.
Need to see if there was a gap or it was fading before we could see on that side of the smoke, or sometimes you run out shooting on the right side of a ramp because people can be up against the wall. Yeah, he literally just starting it. No idea.
What a round. And that's a bit of pressure off with still so much runway to close. 9-10 feeling the pressure of the util, doesn't want to throw his life away. Not with map 2 on the line like this. For the next 7 rounds. Do or die, Mongols. Nuke waits for us in the wings. This is a head-to-head that has not gone all 3 maps in 2025. 2-0s both directions. But it seems we've closed that ground. Senzu takes up way more ground than Xanterez could have ever predicted, and now you know Aurora are feeling squeezed at a minute.
Yeah, now they have the option of saving or making a really bad choice, or they can go with plan C and actually come back to clear this out. I think it's definitely the smart way to do it. There's actually lots of time left over, so. They get the rotation in, but it's still gonna feel like a hit, right? But this has become a full-on fake. This is actually a heads-up call, maybe.
Huge commitment, too. Anything they get here is going to be worth something in the end, but oh my god. Senzu just saved Techno from an embarrassing death. But all the while, Aurora into the B side. I would have thought the way Senzu was chased back in middle that they would have expected that to be a fake, because you had two players so deep in T-spawn, they couldn't have all followed through. Regardless, here we go. Woxic and Wicadia been playing excellent Counter-Strike. Opper steps into it, and Blitz is now down for the count. We've got low health on 2 of the remaining 3, but that's not going to stop Techno trying to recover from that awkward fight on bricks. Him and MZinho, the 2 low players, pull through for the Mongols, and that is the first of 7 needed.
First of 7 needed. They have dropped one early to a very strong T attack. That's not gimmicky at all. They were very well prepared for all the spots, so it's not that that couldn't happen again. I like the creativity with the fake. I think maybe, I mean, if you commit 2 players, you need to come up with more kills because you just have no one left for the post plant. But if they did just use 1, they might have had a good chance to just end the round right there and the map. Still 6. It's a nice buffer. I mean, I feel like I've seen enough on T side now to be like, they clearly can do, like they can still just win at any moment.
Gotta battle the ops here. And that's Woxic's every day of the week.
Yeah, he's been the opper of the day, that's for sure.
Well, luckily for the Mongols, they have 2 here in round 19. 9-10, still over towards Ticket in the meantime. You've got to now somehow hold off with a man disadvantage. And teeth sunk deep through middle for Aurora. B players could come up catwalk if they want to try to help, hold off on connector. Look at this push out from Ticket for 9-10. He's going to feel like his back is against the wall, and a palace swing is going to have to be stopped by MZinho.
They have Sandwich. That's kind of, he's relying on MZinho, but they had 2 perfect spots for this.
Good op shot on Madger. Here comes the Palace play. It's man advantage taken back. 4v2 for the Mongols. How comfortable.
It's incredible.
Just the perfect slide forward, mere seconds ahead of Aurora's arrival. They thought they would find the site ready for the hit, and no.
I mean, MZinho does his job perfectly, where if he's not actively spotting, he's risking 9-10's life, and without 9-10, he'll eventually die with nothing. But by actively spotting, you could die to any peak. So it was a risky spot. He knew what he had to do. He did his job fantastically well. Set up 9-10 for success. And if there was a way to hold that site 4v2, those were the 2 spots to do it.
Clean shots from MZinho, just enough as well to get the cat player into the back end of the split.
I feel like you want to keep morale high in this spot. Again, it's too early to be like, oh, we don't have ideas. They're still trying things. I'm sure they feel that they need a little luck in some of these T rounds just to get over the line. Badger's job to keep everyone focused.
Still, that feeling of domination is certainly fizzled out. 6 of the 7 rounds on the CT side, all the Mongols. But everybody ready here on Aurora's camp. Joda, the solo Galil.
Yeah, what if we end this game and go, man, it's just that the Aurora CT half wasn't good enough.
Yep, imagine, imagine.
They didn't win that clutch.
We weren't willing to write off the possibility of the comeback, but this time a missed op shot, and MZino's gonna have players jumping on top of him. Blitz gets the double off the spray from bench, and 910's positioning has been compromised. He peels away, but Bomb was stopped in the process, so the whole round slows down for Aurora.
They don't go get it. They have no ops to take. There's 2 ops that are coming for them. Walking across this one, interesting spot, another golden opportunity, but instead it's Senzu to catch it.
Santeras hoping somebody steps into him. This is Woxic at 21 and 11 for the record. Flashbang is exactly what they need to scoop the bomb up, grab a couple guns, or at least the AK. And in Woxic's current form, wow, he gives the AK over to Santeras.
They cannot decide what to do. What's happening right now? They couldn't figure out who to boost, where, switching guns back and forth. You plant, I plant.
It just looks so uncertain that you know they kind of lose a certain bit of the glow that, and no cover, but Techno's gonna catch Woxic right there. He has set up Santeras. Despite his best effort, Santeras, chance to shine, caught out in Palace, and this round just ends up looking sloppy. The uncertainty in that 2vx is...
That's a duo that we always talk about in Turkey. That was the least chemistry I've seen between a duo in a minute. So that was not, they didn't get that together.
That moment gobbled them
Someone
up.
calls for a boost, you boost them.
Ooh, it's gonna start getting a little hectic in the Aurora team speak.
Yep.
Things starting to feel a little heated. 11-1 to 12-8. And individually, mechanically, MongolZ playing to a level that could still push us into overtime. Just odd that it's not coming off the back of Senzu or 910. See if a bit of runway does them some good. Blitz with a fight right in front of him. Bests Wicadia.
Doesn't have to move either.
Sits around, yeah. He's confident to just stay around in connector. Smoke soon to fade, so he will pull back. Mid control for Aurora, dropping util. Trying to get these oppers off this crossfire so that they can open connector. 910's got to be cautious about ramp, and the fight's right there. You see the jiggle.
They have Palace push all the way to the end of the choke point. Open line here for 910.
Hit it.
Jota's going back. And 910 coming forward. That's interesting. Well, low HP with that shoulder.
And Xenio's got this one in the bag. And now suddenly Aurora are going to feel like they lost one side of this. The collateral comes through, but surely Santeras can't give us a 1v5. That Jota ace is the individual heroic of Mirage so far, and MZino's going to make sure it stays that way. His push deep into Palace and the comeback to the site locks in a 9th for the MongolZ. This is suddenly 3 rounds from overtime.
They didn't win enough CT rounds. There's one thing they could have improved. It was CT side.
If this goes to overtime and MongolZ's entire T side, that one round, the 12th round, is a blitz 1v3.
1v3. One clutch they couldn't deny. And an otherwise perfect start.
Big if. You know, and we can sit here and talk about the hypotheticals. Aurora could shut us up. Close this game right now.
If they can't because, well, we never stop talking, but also because they have gotten to the dignified scoreline of 9 rounds. You know, this does weigh on Aurora a little bit more for the next map. They already had Santeras yelling and frustration, and you had the Madger pinching his nose and timeouts getting called. They have had like a small
mental crisis,
mental victory here. if you're the MongolZ. So
Aurora hanging on for dear life. There's nothing to say that the MongolZ can't make a mistake, get hit by a hiccup, and lose to a Mac 10 rush on B. Aurora gave themselves so many chances to close this map. Pack of players into the apartments, try to best Techno. He'll hold 2. Opera in the position for a multi, and supported here by Blitz. All's good, Mongols. Double digits, and only 2 left to overtime.
And is this actually the only point in the game that a Mongols player can have a positive KD? Is Blitz 1 away from doing that?
Yeah. Well, no. We've got MongolZ 17-16 already.
Oh, okay. I wonder when that happened. That's crazy. If Mongols win this map, this rivalry is done.
Dude, Joda.
Oh.
What a tale of 2 halves with Joda. I mean, can apply that to all of Aurora, but he was such a driving force in that A defense.
Hey, you can apply it to all the Mongols too. It's just that they're playing the CT half second.
Yeah, fair.
So.
Whoa, man.
Yeah.
You can apply it to life. Life draining from Aurora, round by round. And a deep angle for 910. They've never seen this op posted up on this ramp like this, but he misses his chance to strike down the first one. MongolZ won't make the same mistake. That's Woxic removed. Highest performing player for Aurora in the dirt. 910 falling back, catches one, jump up in the depths of sight. Flashbang's making it a little awkward, but he's going to try to continue to pressure them as they cross over from Tetris. Does this sandwich position catch the defense off guard?
Where's the Palace lurk?
Blitz has got it. Palace a little late to the party. Xanterra's just the one. Wicadia, a kill deep, 3 more needed. Bomb on his back, and he falls into sandwich. They know exactly where he is. They jump on him, and the knife's out. Spit in the face, salt in the wound. 24 rounds of action.
All the way back. 13-11 on Dust 2, pulling out the B-side hit once again. The Blitz lurk to make it the saltiest possible way to lose. Aurora respond with an 11-1 CT side. Everyone on 16K, grills in their teeth. Diamond chains on, only for the entire run back to take place. And we're seeing the Colgate Whites on the Mongols as they're here in round 24.
B tier my ass. Unreal. Lockdown of this bomb site, and Aurora are just going to try to slam their heads into it again. There's nothing fancy about this one. They're just going to try to test the hold. No forward positioning from 910. Support already out from jungle. A wealth of utility getting dropped on top of that ramp, bombarding Aurora on the approach. No vision needed. 910 has locked this in with MongolZ by his side. It's a late arrival from Xanterra's as he remains out of Palace. We get that climb up onto triple. Madger trying to drag them back into this, trying to avoid that dreaded overtime with egg on their face. A minute to slow down this round.
Yeah, there's still time to make mistakes. All they need is 1 round. Senzu, he can have everything or throw this away. Spots one as they come back to check this. Up.
And that last player crawls forward. Madger from the bottom of the scoreboard. Galil to chase down Senzu. Playing with him. Pistol out. World-class comeback.
Look at Mara. I can't believe it. They actually did it. They actually one clutch from Blitz. And they made the entire comeback. The last round of the first half.
The last man standing after an entirely flat T-side. The last man standing. They were 9 kills in total, 8 rounds into that half.
Just, they got to work on their CT sides, man. There's got to be something that you can buy when you have 16K that just gets you a free round or something. Like, there. Oh my God.
Also, I'm sorry.
This, right, look at it. Look at this.
That knife kill in Sandwich, round 23.
That could have been a no-scope. It was a knife kill in Sandwich. That's how they play, right? That's how they play.
And I mean, overtime is anybody's game. That's the point. But tell me that the Mongols aren't riding a high that money can't buy. That's a nasty amount of elbow grease to get this game out of regulation, and that same triple nade setup.
Oh.
This time destined for Xanterez, but he pushed beyond the point of where the nades land.
Yeah, they're speeding this one up. Maybe that's the thing they need. I'll tell you right now, if Aurora win the first round in OT, this was a choke. That's the only way I'll put it. Chip damage all over the place. 40 in total here for Xanterez as he comes up. Oh, and spotted. Turned his head to the side for 1 second. Enough info for 910. How much were they putting into that lurk?
Madger's got this deep position.
Yeah, that's actually not bad. It's possible that they aren't going to be prepared for this, but
nah, Techno's
he's watching,
yeah, right. So it's already on his mind.
But this is still Madger's. He can kind of play this how he wants, because
I think late play be the thorn in the side once the apartments players draw all the attention.
They don't go B, right? So let's see it. They saved it for an eco once.
Flash is coming over. Oh, Madger posts up on the bricks. Worst possible play of all his options.
What did Senzu just shoot at? Nothing.
Oh, collateral!
Never mind. Everything.
Jota down to 79 as he hits the ground. His corpse hits the dirt. And it's not an opening T round. It could just be another bust. What if the Mongols run this back and then sweep OT as well?
You see it correctly. Mongols have a lead in this game.
Down 11-1. An in-game leader, 1v3. All they had to work with. All the belief they were afforded. But these are major finalists. Yep. And that is going to give a new glow to the Mongols for the rest of 2025. We always talk about how grueling comebacks and deep tournament runs turn you into a different beast. And this is a matchup that goes down at the quarterfinals so many times. The fourth quarterfinals between the Mongols and Aurora this year.
The upper push, the fast mid control. It's coming into A, however. 910 out of Palace, but Xanterez's lurks have been quite slow, I'll say.
Franco's forward. Senzu not going to get away from that one.
But this could still be a fate. We'll see what they do with the bomb right now. CTs.
Bad nade. Flash lets him know. Backdoor challenge gets denied. Jota trying to be that difference maker. And we didn't talk about him all T side in regulation.
Bomb. It's got to get away. But it can only get away to A.
Oh no, oh no, it's pinched from both ends. The challenge into underpass. And on top of that, 910 gets his.
It's going to be the saltiest loss of the year, man. It's going to be the absolute most awful, bitter end.
Jota trying to recover. Again, he already has an ace in his back pocket this map. And as he goes trucking towards middle to try to recover this bomb, he has no idea where they are. Sitting down in tunnels, MongolZ strikes, and the Mongols pull off a round that they have no business winning.
I feel real bad. I feel real bad, man. That's just, to have that much hope get taken away, so many chances. And for the fashion and wit, the knife kill round 23. The one clutch they knew that they were upset about, even like 2 rounds into the second half, they could kind of precipitate a comeback happening for the nightmare to become a reality live in front of everybody. After they got 13-11 on Dust 2. After the Mongols arguably made way more mistakes than they did on that map. For there still to be a chance to lose in 2. After they picked the Mongols to play in playoffs.
You've designed your own destruction, so it seems. Wild entry path down for Jota. Challenge off the bench. He hit that op shot. You've got a man advantage now, Aurora, which means you've got a chance. You've got an opening. Hard fought, but you're here. Up on the angle. Great cover from Woxic. Jota finding some impact late in overtime. Final round of this T side. Final player up in Techno 4K. catches the fight top palace, keeps it clean with 100 HP still to work, and a smoke's gonna cause a bit of frantic action as it separates what's left of this, but Woxic has had enough. Do Aurora have enough with just one?
It's not a total wipeout here in overtime, at least. If it was, this game's a wrap. But for now, it's not. Here's a chance, a lifeline, and it was a 4v5 comeback as well. Bit of a messy spray here coming in under balcony. Something like that could have sealed it. Looks like Woxic saved it. The only thing that solves all their problems is winning. And as it stands, there's still a chance. They get a chance to show us that CT side again. What have Mongols learned? Two ops and an AUG. They're not playing around. We did have a very low rotation CT side on Dust 2 from Aurora. They really relied on their 2-3 split. Didn't really give a lot of info back. Played for the late round. Mongols eventually started winning because of that. But the strongest version of that round is one with these long-range guns. You can sit back a bit more. You don't have to stack things quite as much. You aren't going to be as good on retakes, but you'll have very good site defenses. Zanteris kind of has his guard down, but sure. Oh my gosh, he's not clearing that.
Executed.
You can't make a mistake like that right now. You just can't.
He just did. And luckily for the recovery of Aurora, Woxic gets hit on blitz. Wicadia drops the ball, and as he falls back into the site, the nade at least will get the job done, but the trade's right there. AUG bested.
The flank.
Senzu slices up the catwalk at the perfect moment. And a deep nade into the site will stop the bomb momentarily.
Yeah, this is where it gets harder.
Cat flank comes through, player in this corner. Joda's got him. And that op over towards Market. A fresh mag for Joda as he tries to test the approach. Flash out with that op still trained back towards Market. Now he's stuck in this corner. Nowhere to run for Joda. He's got to push it forward. And as he gets closer,
he's still jiggling.
The op missed only once. Woxic's trade frag not there. And so Mongols lock it in. 15 on the board. Trades are fantastic.
Oh, the first time you see nervousness out of Jota. Why on earth are you jiggling that? You just baited the op shot out. Go and have the kill. He could have got swung 2 times from someone else on the site. He had more chances than he realized. The only way for him to get back on cycle was that chance.
No! Instas! Blitz!
What is that spray transfer?
Snaps necks as he walks that out. Insta replay on the instant kills. Aurora's hopes of tying up this head-to-head in 2025 seemingly go up in flames. What was an 11-1 CT side ends up not being enough. Unless this 2v4 miraculously comes together, but backs turned towards top mid, and Wicadia, in a desperate act to somehow get into this B site, seems impossible. But he is hitting clean shots, and a clean hop too, quickly into catwalk. And again, you've got this player pinned against the wall, but now they know he's already on this bomb site. And as that bomb ticks, they will sit back and wait for his inevitable arrival. Blitz and that 1v3 in the first half have allowed for major grand finalists to shock us yet again, this time by nature of a comeback. Flash off of the wall, time is of the essence, and they're not giving him anything. Minimize mistakes. The Maltese seas, notoriously salty, but who knew? It's because of Turkish tears.
That's just unreal. The Mongols so nonchalant about it. You can see the salt building up. That's what the bounty's all about. Picking the team that you want to beat and losing. Not willing to risk anything, and looks like for good reason. Another victory, easily done as far as the Mongols want to say.
The sort of comeback and performance that clearly makes them cut from a different cloth, clearly of a tier above. And maybe Aurora not accepting that challenge. The bounty wagered for this one. Their confidence wavered for this one as they rejected that chance to take cash from the Mongols' hands. So instead, the Mongols ripped their hearts out with a disgusting Mirage comeback.
Man, I think that, you know, we're waiting all tournament for a game like this for this format. And it's kind of the worst thing in the world in the sense that you feel bad for this team, but also that's what the game's all about, those lows. And conversely, to be able to see MongolZ win in new ways, to be able to make a comeback that great, shows exactly what kind of team they become after their major finals appearance.
Senzu, what a comeback on Mirage. I mean, what are you even saying after that 11-1 first half?
Just go at least 11-7. If we just do it, we can win like that. Just talk about that.
And you certainly did. I mean, strong first map there, punishing on the Mirage when everything seemed lost. Is this just a different corner turn for this team? Is this a different MongolZ team where you just never say die?
I don't know, just not different, just normal.
B tier no more, huh?
Yeah.
Definitely the case. Well, thank you for joining me. Hell of a series.
MongolZ bend, but they do not break. I am left simply stunned after that one. Connor posed the question to Mo after an 11-1 first half. Is this an impossible comeback? I was buying into it. I thought absolutely yes. We're going to a third. We're going to have a third map to separate these two. I still can't quite get my head around what MongolZ submitted to Aurora in that second half and subsequent OT.
I just hope that everybody that turned the stream off at halftime turned it back on for the last 5 rounds of regulation and all the way through overtime, because what the MongolZ did there was unthinkable, unimaginable, and the individual players that were able to step up in those moments, incredible. And I just hope that the people that didn't turn it off and turn it back on were Aurora fans.
That was an iconic comeback for MongolZ. You have to look at that as they had some troubles in the first half, absolutely, but at the same time they come back into the second half, never wavering for a second. You have this incredible clutch from Blitz, 1v3, leading by example as the IGL. What a game.
Shout out to Blitz for not only this moment, but for subsequent moments going into the later stages of this second half and overtime, right? Like Vu, you were saying, he's one of your top fragging in-game leaders. He really was leading by example.
Find me another IGL that can do this. There's nobody can do this.
He's being serious. I mean, I don't know who you could pick from right now in World Counter-Strike that can take down a team like Aurora in this fashion, where he is bearing so much of the burden in terms of these defenses. What Blitz was doing in this game was incredible. I mean, he definitely had some help though. So it wasn't a one-man army by any means, but to even win that clutch, to give them a spark and then lighting that into the flame that it became, it was incredible, really.
Just that round distribution is just insane when you look at it like that. And particularly when we look back to that first half, because Aurora, they just had things absolutely locked down. I thought there was no way they were going to be losing that momentum that they built up on that CT side.
Those are the round breakdowns you see that used to get posted on Reddit to say, nuke is too CT-sided, we need to change it, 50-0, 50-0. But that's a pretty balanced map, but still, that's just an unbalanced situation in which both teams, I mean, even if you look across the entire series, oddly bad T-sides, like unbelievably bad T-sides from both teams the entire series, and this map no different.
I feel like both of the teams just kind of picked their fights, and it made it almost abundantly clear to the other team. But to the credit of the defending teams that pulled off such great CT sides there, the crossfires they assembled were great. The first contact was almost always going in favor of the defender, so they were dodging flashes pretty well. They were able to work around the opponent's utility. And even the MongolZ, when they were pulling off their comeback on their defense, they were assembling crossfires on the fly that were so effective, so quickly. And with the amount of numbers that are running running at him, you think that someone's going to get the entry. Like, somebody is going to just pop one head onto a bomb site. But surprisingly, the defenders on both teams just stood incredibly strong.
And this is why it must be so heartbreaking for Aurora right now, because you post up almost the perfect first half. Like, there are obviously so many moments from that second half, but then you think back to the final round that MongolZ did manage to get over the line in that first half, and you think, man, if I didn't just let that clutch go their way, we might be looking at a totally different game.
Yeah, and I mean, when you look at the way the half broke down, I think Aurora also had really good ideas on how MongolZ play the map. They had Jota constantly pushing into the A ramp, getting aggressive, finding openings, finding space. They had such a good read on MongolZ's play that they must have been 11-0 up thinking, one round, losing a 3v1, who even cares?
I can't remember the round number specifically, but I believe it was Xantares and Woxic in that, 2v3, I think it was. And you could just see how the lack of synergy, like the lack of chemistry, and that was just so indicative of the rest of the game, right? The fact that they didn't get that one over the line, they looked so, hesitant. They were missing the boost as well. It was kind of GG from that point, surely.
I mean, I feel like they already felt like they were crumbling at that point. And this is such a disastrous result for Aurora, given what felt like they were building back to, which was a top performance, that they were made it to the playoffs of another LAN event, and that last season, everything went so well to the very end, and you want to start off on a good foot. You want to get an upset victory, set yourself back on track. But this is one, really, I don't even know if you took a step forward here.
I can only imagine the emotions that the Aurora camp are feeling right now. So let's get a few words courtesy of MOUZ and Mike.
MOUZ, brutal collapse there on the Mirage. What went wrong for you guys in that second half?
Yeah, not so much to say. Since two tournaments, like the T side on Mirage, it's only one round. Like it's not forget, it's not all the way. I think big responsibility on me, to be honest. And I think they play a great T side also. But after the C side we did, I think having this comeback is complicated. And yeah, not so much to say. Like, I'm obviously very sad, but. Didn't find solution, to be honest, and that's why.
Certainly a tough one there. There were some bright spots, especially coming through from the individuals. Jota stepping up in some big moments, Wakadia having some big moments. Do you think that you've shown enough here at the Bounty overall to build on going forward?
Well, just after the defeat now, like, we will see the big pictures. Like, now it's purely negative, everything. Maybe it's hard to find some positive things now. But yeah, we're gonna talk. I don't know. From now, like I told my guys and I say the last question, like I took a lot of responsibility on that, and I don't know. We'll see.
I often find MOUZ to be very composed when I'm speaking to him in next interviews, but you can just see the emotions running through his mind and his face right now. Like, you must be at a loss for words after having that much of a lead and letting it slip away.
The most heartbreaking ways to lose, period.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, the stages can get bigger at other types of tournaments where you feel like you're putting more of yourself into it, but the fashion in which he lost there is something that they are always going to remember. They have to rethink their T-side completely after this one. This is going to be one of those games that's just completely etched into your memory for the next 6-7 months as you're going over the prep, as you're trying to revamp your Mirage, because you can never let this happen again.
Yeah, as we were going over the major, their matchup, we were looking at, okay, 13-6 loss. Are they going to do better or are they going to do worse? And this is better, but it's much, much worse. This is a devastating loss, unlike a 13-6. If they had just gotten blown out, that's a different story.
I don't know whether I can deal with this heartbreak any longer, but we got some super heartbreaking images coming in. I mean, particularly for Jota, right? That first half from him, like, he had some of the most amazing rounds I've seen him ever pull off, and then he just went all but silent moving into that second half.
That Jota ace was unreal. I thought in that moment, we're getting a map 3. Yeah. If Jota is plopping off like this, like I've liked Jota all year long. I think this has been a great upgrade for Aurora. I think he's way more stable than Calyx. I think he moves a lot better than him in terms of just rotating a little bit faster, helping his teammates and everything. And this was such a ridiculous pop-off. And his map 1 was insane, too. This might be one of the best series that he's played for Aurora, period, given the fact that it's a playoff environment. And yet, in a way, it's bittersweet. I mean, you pull this miraculous feat off, and what do you have to show for it other than a personal stat line at the end?
You're looking at his scoreline after his ace, and I believe he had 16 kills, and the entire team of Mongols had 18 kills.
Wow.
That's round 11 that started. But round 22, I believe he still had 18 kills. He just didn't get activated into the T side. And I don't want to take that away from him because that really was the entire Aurora squad. Not a single one of them could get anything done against the defenses. 9-10 with the op, Blitz with the rifle. Mongols just activated to such an insane degree. But yeah, Jota on that CT side, clear idea of the way Mongols were going to play. The aggressive play towards A ramp was so effective and just unbelievable fragging.
Just such a deflating way to be exiting the tournament, right? I don't know whether I can deal with this negativity for any longer. Can we talk a little bit more about the Mongols? Can I get my hopes back up again? Because that was, as much as it was such a, fumble from the side of Aurora, well played to the Mongols, right? I don't want to get, too intangible here, but maybe if we hadn't seen them making those deep major runs, maybe if they hadn't been able to put it up to Vitality, do you think they would have had the fortitude or the resilience to be withstanding this one and actually bringing it back for themselves?
The Mongols have been one of the youngest teams for the past year in Tier 1 Counter-Strike. I mean, for them to have crumbled here, a lot of us would have just said, that's fine. Okay, you had a really bad half, and then you lose 13-3 or something like that, whatever. We'd walk away, move to map 3, and still think they have a great chance to win the series. But to see them actually battle all the way back, to see the resilience on CT side, you could just tell that the communication was flowing so seamlessly, so quickly, the way that they were able to set each other up and play off of each other. People were, I felt like they were taking up stances as duos in various situations that I don't always really see. I don't even know if it's like a common stage 2 way of playing around, like an opper behind default, a rifler getting into sandwich, and they're doing it 5 seconds right before they need to. So they knew what was coming next so frequently, which really paints the picture for how dialed they were into this game and making this comeback happen.
One of the things I've really liked about Mongols is, and their players, is their ability to bounce back in a series. Have a really bad game, have a really bad map, and still come back into the following one. But usually it's the next map. Usually they have a bad map, and they come into the next one and they can bounce back. To see them have a bad half, bounce back into the second half, that really does impress me from the Mongols. That's something that I wasn't sure I'd be able to see from them.
So impressive from the Mongols, and they've got a hell of a lot of cash on their head now as well. I'm talking just shy of $76,000 bounty on the head of the Mongols, for good reason. They also have just shy of 31K to be working with in the bank as well. We had Techno up there.
Yeah.
He's willing to wager, so I wonder if any other team out there is ready to match them.
They better.
Yeah.
They better. I want to see some of the big dogs really take it to each other and put their money where their mouth is in terms of not being B tier.
Do you think anybody's going to be brave enough to do that versus Mongols? Obviously, it depends on how the draw goes after Friday's games, but...
I think the question might be if Mongols is brave enough, and if they do maintain that bravery, and they go against potentially Vitality...
Oh.
I see Vitality matching that. Vitality's going all in.
Major Grand Final rematch. That would be amazing indeed. But we do need to look ahead at what is coming tomorrow. 2 2-0s going down in our first 2 quarterfinals. We've got 2 more coming your way tomorrow. That is Vitality versus Liquid, going to be kicking off the day. Not before Spirit take on Virtus.pro. Your favorite matchup. Do Liquid have any hope of even taking a map off of Vitality, or is that going to be the most one-sided affair here?
You're asking the hard questions, Freya. You're asking the hard questions because I obviously want to sell the show. I want to sell the broadcast. I want to make sure people tune in tomorrow. But there is no hope in hell that Liquid is able to take a fight towards Vitality. The only question is, how badly do they lose?
That is the real question. Could they get a map? Maybe. They picked up a map 3 years ago when Vitality was still French. I think they picked up a map. They could do it. They could do it. Could they pick up a series?
3 whole years ago. Maybe they can roll back the years. Unlikely, but you will have to tune in tomorrow to see exactly how that one is going to be going down. Thank you so much for joining us for the first day of LAN.CEST, our first quarterfinals. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow.
Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. In week 2, the final 8 teams bring their bounties to the Blast Studio. It's a face-to-face showdown with new twists. Teams can challenge opponents by raising the stakes with their banked winnings. It's high risk, high reward. Here's how it works. Teams use their banked winnings to up the ante. For example, if Team A has $50,000 and Team B has $25,000, Team A can only challenge up to $25,000, the amount their opponent has banked. Both teams have to accept the challenge. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?